seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Stop spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is "The Dog Days Are Almost Over. Beware the Kitty." Last night, there was a piece of DD that somebody had kind of pulled up. You know, some of that tinfoil hat stuff that you probably like to see. And I posted something in there. I don't know if you guys looked up the lyrics to yesterday's song, but they're pretty amazing. They're pretty amazing, and I would hope that maybe you would check those out, those lyrics, sometime, because they're kind of crazy. They're really kind of crazy. So this is posted by, and I'm not following this person, so I actually don't even know why their stuff popped up on my stream, but it did on X. GameStop, the dog days are over. Last chance of reckoning is on the horizon. Let me actually put this up on the screen here. Today at GameStop posted a rather innocuous meme at first glance. It features Giga Doge representing the perks of having GameStop Pro, and Normie Doge representing those without butt sniffers, no doubt. GameStop writes, "We made Pro only $20, but this ends Saturday, so hurry." Several quinky dinks here. Number 1, GME has been trading at $20. 2, Doge equals dog. 3, the dog days of summer officially ends the very next day after the $20 promotion ends, which is Sunday, 8/11. At the Roaring Kitties Dog Days of Summer video, meme opens up with a clip from Sherlock in which he saves the girl by masquerading as an executioner. He tells her, "When I say run, run." The scene immediately cuts to the Florence and the Machine song, "The Dog Days Are Over." When the dog days are over, it's time to run. Leave all your loving. This is a quote. "Leave all your loving and longing behind. When the dog days are done, the kitties come." And more lyrics. "Can you hear the horses? 'Cause here they come." This points to RK's meme featuring the movie Tombstone. Doc Holliday quote makes no mistake. Make no mistake. It's not revenge he's after. It's a reckoning. Wyatt Earp, quote, you tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me. You hear? Hell's coming with me." The scene then cuts to Wyatt Earp and his posse. Valiant. Oh, that's such a hard word to read. I don't know why. Valiantly. I don't know why I can't say it either. Valiantly riding on horseback for said reckoning. Recap: GameStop post dog emblem that could represent the $20 GME sale coming to an end on Saturday, and the dog days of summer end on Sunday. This would insinuate Friday by 4 p.m. is the last day to hop on board, since the market isn't open on Saturday. Quote, "Leave all your love and longing behind. This is the last chance to take advantage of the fire sale before we run. A reckoning is coming, and the sound of horses herald its arrival. Next week we'll begin to hear the gallop. Their gallop hell is coming for those hedgies and shorties. Buckle up, buckaroos. We're about to press the little red button. Cheers." Yeah, throw your tinfoil hat on. Throw your tinfoil hat on, but yeah. Be an interesting week next week. I'm expecting something very, very interesting to happen over the weekend, something that's probably going to be significantly large. Novocaine comes in this morning talking about Japan issuing a first ever mega earthquake warning issued. I'm telling you guys, I thought it was going to be war. I mean, it could be an earthquake. I thought it was going to be war. But everything's pointing towards, some kind of event happening this weekend, and that's what I put in the title yesterday. It's all coming to a head, and the thing that makes the most sense is to have some kind of event occur, to have markets melt down, or allow markets to have the ability to melt down when the event occurs. I'm not a huge conspiracy fan. I'm a huge conspiracy fan. I don't like conspiracies. I like to try and prove them wrong. And I hope, to God's sake, that there's nothing that happens this weekend. Absolutely not. I want the most boring weekend ever. That's what I want. I want to see the most boring weekend, and I want to have nothing happen. That's what I'm hoping for. Because I don't want to see something big happen like that. I don't want to see an earthquake. I don't want to see any kind of war starting. None of that. But a lot of stuff is pointing right towards this weekend. Even Trump came out last night and was talking about, like, massive recession, 1929 recession, depression coming. Crazy. I don't even think this is the crazy part. I don't know. Like, I don't think people really even understand what that means. Like, to sit there and say that, to sit there and say a 1929 depression is coming. Like, we don't know what that's like. Some of the stuff that went down during that depression, I can't even imagine in today's world. 4 years ago, I couldn't imagine that people would be wearing surgical masks and operating masks to just be in general public because of a pandemic. I thought that was in this world something that would never happen. Amazing Bluetooth. Yesterday's song was I can't remember the name of it. Hold on a second. Give me a second. It was Howard Jones' Things Can Only Get Better. You forced me to play the song over again there. I don't even want to imagine a world like that, honestly. But it's numbers time. We're at 6:27, a little bit past time due. So let's get this started. I am going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm going to clean off my glasses. Probably should have done that while I was talking that whole time. Amazing Bluetooth. My wife says she's going to the post office today. Hopefully before the end of the day is over, I will have a picture in your mailbox on Discord showing you the receipt for that having been sent. Finally, right? I'll bet at some point or another, it probably entered into your head. You were sitting there thinking, like, Casey's never going to get that. I'm never going to get anything. You were probably thinking that. I'm pretty sure you would have. I would have been thinking it. But it was always there. Just had to wait for some unfortunate events to occur and some other things to have to ship in the mail. So we finally got it done, though. I've actually got it sitting over here right next to me. The package all sealed up and everything, because when we were leaving last weekend to go mail it out, and the post office was closed an hour before we left. So it's sitting. I'd show you right now, but it would give away your address. I don't want to do that, so I guess I could show you the back side of it. Let's see here. Let's do this. Let's take a look at the numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably want to set that up as well, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, then the most important thing is to make sure that you have a statement from your portfolio from your broker or brokers, and that's for your own record keeping on hand in case something should happen along the road down the way. and you need that information. So please, I implore you to do that. That's probably more important than anything you possibly do. If you're just now listening and hearing this for the very first time and you have not done that, stop what you're doing right now and just go do the couple clicks that it takes to get that done, and then come back. You won't miss much, I promise. And it's going to be well worth it for you, I promise. It'll be good insurance. All right. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. We're going to start in the top left-hand side. So I have to thank Nana this morning. I don't know if she's here. Is she here yet? Let's see if she's here. I got to go through the comment section here and see if she's up here. She is. She said she was like the third person to say good morning this morning. Good morning, Nana. I owe it to you that I'm getting an extra bonus point because you forced me to go 1 penny higher. I would have missed had it not been for you on getting this extra bonus point for the day. So thank you very much. That's the most backhanded compliment you can give. Thank you very much for making me a winner. I do appreciate it. So the price predictions yesterday we had, let's see, 508 is was the finishing amount, and I had 448 to 548. Not as my original number. I had 447 to 547. Then Anna came within. She was exactly 10 pennies lower than me, so I decided to bump mine up 1 penny just in case I could get a bonus point. And sure enough, I did. Right on the smack dab on the top side of my 10-cent range. So 1 extra point for me, and nobody else missed, so a point for everybody else. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for people to win for today. Now, Nana, I know it seems like with me having 5 points going in today, that it's going to be impossible for you to win, but that's not true. There's actually a path to get there, and I've actually done it before. I've won out a week before when I was pulling up from behind. So don't give up. There still is a path. Like I could completely airball on price prediction for the day today, and you could get price prediction correct, and that would give you an extra 2 points, and I would get 0. And you can see how that would turn out. We would be tied, and so whoever has the tie-breaking price that's closest for the day would cause that to be an extra point for that person. So there is a path here for you. Just realize that there is still a possibility. Short exempt volume from yesterday. There was some crazy aftermarket activity and volume yesterday, guys. Some crazy. There's a lot of unusual whales reported some unusual activity in option contracts that were popping up for a ticker that I haven't really talked about, but DFV has. And there were some very interesting call contracts that were being made for the end of the month for that particular ticker, which I'm not going to say the name. But may have something to do with the title for the day today. And then AMC had some unusual purchases at the end of the day, very large purchases of shares. So there was a lot of buying going on. We were talking about that, I think, a day or two ago when we were talking about, like, you know, if you have a quad witching, if you were to divide the months out, and we know the quad witching days happen on the third Thursday of every month. That's a quarterly, and September 9/20 is going to be that quad witching date. If you were to break those quarterly amounts or dates and look at price movements during those months of each quarter, it's typically down on, or it's either flatlining or down on a quad witching month. The month after that is almost always down. The month after that can be is usually either up or down. It's hard to say. You never know if it's going to be up or down, but that's the month where, typically speaking, if there's going to be a price bump or a significant move in price, is going to be that period of time is going to be that month just before the next quad witching occurs. So you're always looking at that month before, and since a month out from now is almost next week is a month out from the quad witching, we may see a little bit of buying activity going on in the marketplace going into next week. So that's something to kind of consider. And do note that max pain for the week this week for AMC is $5. So as we're making our price predictions for the day today, it's going to be really, really tough to decide whether you're going to go for that 499, 501. In fact, I'm expecting most of the price predictors today to go for 499, 5 or 501. Although I think I'm going to have a little bit different of a price prediction. I have a little something up my sleeve here. I'm not going to try and get too fancy, but I have something up my sleeve. So, short exempt volume, yesterday's volume, that end of the day volume that came in, really pushed us up because we were only looking like we were going to do like 7 million shares traded for yesterday. But because of that end of the day trading volume that came in, we ended up doing 9.9 million or almost 10 million shares traded for the day. So we had a lot more volume going through than expected. But I'm not really expecting that to help the short exempt volume to be a whole lot. So it's probably going to be under 300K, but it might be certainly more elevated than it was the previous day. Let me just pull it up and see. Yep. 151 is what we had yesterday. With how much volume? How much volume did we had? We had 14.2. 14.2 million shares, and we had 151. We had 9.9 thousand shares yesterday, and we had 185,000 in short exempt volume. Kind of crazy. That unexpected volume caused a little bit of a bump there on that ratio of volume, short exempt volume to actual volume that was traded in the marketplace. Day-over-day price change yesterday. AMC was down yesterday 5.12 from the previous day, and then today we're seeing an increase of 5.39% after yesterday's trading. So that gives us one of three because it was over 5%. And then the utilization day over day is driving up as well. We're going from whatever I have on the page here, 81.78 to 82.13. We want to see that over 90, if possible. Let me just refresh this real quick because I just want to make sure that's right. 82.13, is that what I wrote down? Okay, good. Max Pain. I'm not expecting any change. Max Pain should stay right around the same at $5. Let's refresh it and see. Max Pain is $5. I think yesterday it was $22.50 for GME. I'm gonna say that's gonna drop to $21.50. No, it'll stay 22 because yesterday GME closed at $21.75. So with 22 being the Max Pain, and they closed 25 cents higher up today, right on top of Max Pain, and I can totally envision that happening. So let's refresh it and see. 22? Oh, wow, it dropped to $21.50, guys. So they are a quarter of a dollar. They're 25 cents higher than Max Pain right now. So we may see GME come back down a little bit to settle on $21.50. Or we might see them actually break 22 and maybe perhaps end out the week one strike level higher than Max Pain. That'd be interesting to see what happens today. Very, very interesting. One strike zone price higher than Max Pain is not an incredible amount, but it's certainly something. Taking a look at off exchange. By the end of a day on AMC, I normally expect to see about 64% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Yesterday we had 52.37% going through off exchange, EDGX at 6.61, which is kind of low. For a grand total of 58.98% of our volume going through off exchanges, which is definitely low compared to that 64% I'm expecting. So it's 5.02% less volume going through those exchanges. So that end of the volume, end of the day pump that we saw, and actually it was for AMC, we had a good move in price. I mean, it was just kind of a solid move up most of the day. So a lot of that came from less volume going through those off exchanges, which is great. Wish that could be that way all the time. CHX volume yesterday was 3,598 shares, nothing unusually large. GME CHX volume yesterday was 10,926, which was a little elevated, but not over the 30,000 that gets me excited. In terms of borrowing yesterday, 432. 130. I should have counted those. Trying to figure out what I didn't count yesterday. I should have counted the ones that right here where volume shows. Can you guys see that? You can't really see it. It's off the page a little. But there was like an additional 400,000 shares that were borrowed towards the end of the day. And I think I counted those. Maybe not. No, maybe I didn't count those. So in total, the last number I had written down by IBKR was 1.15 million shares, so I'm going to call it 1.55 million shares by the end of the day because there was another additional 400,000. It doesn't look like I counted. So, and that's really close to what we were seeing the previous days in shares borrowed for the day. Then overnight, an additional 2, 3... 700,000 shares have been borrowed. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday morning. It was about 750,000. So very close numbers. There's currently 1 million shares available to borrow. Fees are at 2.6, rebates at 2.72. Institutional ownership coming in yesterday at 88.46 million shares. It's now 88.433. So a tad bit of a drop. And I'll take you guys over to the other page, move some screens around, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I gotta put this back. Hold on a second here. Let me pull up which one did I use? I think it's this one. Yeah. Start spreading the news. Well, that's odd. It took away all my other indicators. Hold on one second, guys. I got to load up. We got to add some things back in here. First, we're going to add VIX. Then we're going to add the USD to JPY. Let's do this one. That's right. Okay. And last but not least, SPX. So we should have one, two, three, four, 5 indicators on here. I'm gonna have to realign all of this because obviously it's a mess. Give me just 1 second. This is kind of our litmus test into seeing when we're going to have a little bit of an issue with the Japan carry trade again. This is what we're kind of watching real closely here as to some of our signals that are going to suggest to us that there's going to be a change. Let's see, we want this one here, I think. Yeah, that works. Some of the colors are not the same as what I had set up before, which is fine. It's not a big deal. You can always look and see what the color-coded line is compared over to the side here. Like SPX is purple, red is Nikki, gold is Bitcoin, and underneath that is the dollar to yen. It's actually the yen value to the dollar, so that's probably the best way to say it. And VIX obviously over here in baby blue. So what I would suggest to you is that we're seeing everything kind of leveling out. And this is where I would kind of point towards the weekend and how the weekend is probably going to signal to us. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let's get this off. The weekend is going to signaling to us that's when the volatility is going to start back up again. So I don't know if you can see this or not, but there's a very, very slight downtrend in some, using the top of, right now what I'm using the top of is the yen. We can go, this is on a 10-minute time interval right now. We can zoom in on this just a tiny bit here, and you can see that, there's a run up on the Nikki, which is in the, really hard to see the red and green bars. But we're seeing that it's kind of leveling out here and starting to maybe kind of start to trend back down as we're going into this next weekend. So that cooling off period is really setting hold here. All right, we'll come back to that. Obviously, we'll just look at it real fast. And then, looks like our bond yields had a little bit of a snap up. What day is this? August 8th. Oh, that was yesterday. Never mind. We are seeing a little bit of separation here. We'll touch base on this. We need to look at options. Options is where we're going to next. Okay, highest amount of open interest on calls for the day-to-day is coming in at a $5.50 strike. Yesterday, that's where it was. We had 23.2 thousand contracts then. It's increased to 24.4. It's good to see that those didn't close out because closing of call options is bearish. On puts, highest amount of volume yesterday was at a $4.50 strike, and there was 15.4 thousand contracts. There's now 14.8, so some of those did close. That's bullish and could have helped with some of our price movement yesterday. The market is still suggesting a 4.5 to 5.5 close before the end of the week is over today, and that's right within the range of the max pain of 5. Taking a look through some of the following weeks on option contracts in open interest, just a document for historical purposes, and as you can see, August 23rd. Week ending August 23rd has very light volume in open interest. Option contracts for GME. Let's scroll through these real quick here so we can get a look at this. Highest amount of call volume for the day-to-day, closest to current price, is going to be at $22. Breaking 22 is going to cause 10.2 thousand contracts to go in the money. The other largest amount on the put side is going to be at a $20 strike. The market's really shooting for like a 21 close on the options chain. But I don't see, but price is obviously closer to the high end of this on the 22. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to price movement today. Especially towards the end. I think towards the end of the day is going to be more interesting than anything. Moving down through this week's and next week's and the week after's option contracts for GME. Noting that option contracts in open interest are kind of a little bit lighter going into next week. Not really, really super light, but a little bit lighter. And the following week, I believe, is the first week where it really gets super light on contracts in open interest on GME. Super, super light. Alrighty. Vortex. Utilization day over day slightly rose on AMC from 81.78 to 82.13. That usually means that there's some shares that have been borrowed. Not always, though. It could just mean that there's less shares available to be borrowed. And that appears to be the case this time, as we did drop from 100.12 million shares on loan to 99.73. So we're looking at 400,000 shares returned. And Ortex usually estimates about a third of that to be in closed short interest. So I'm going to guess somewhere around like maybe 150,000. I know that's not a third, but it's a little higher because they've been actually estimating just a little bit higher. So I'm going to say about 150,000 shares in short interest closed out. The estimated, well, actually, let's just look at the number. The number that they're giving is 58.99 to 58.89. So they're actually only estimating 100,000 shares returned in short interest. So it's about 50,000 less than I thought. That's obviously going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 17.57 to 17.54. The on-loan average age per day should be heading up from these numbers, and it is. It went from 32.87 days to 33.83. Security lending volume dipping day over day from 3.87 to 3.23. Something I want to point out here. We had an event. I want to say it was would have been July 30th, where I would have told you guys that we signaled, this particular indicator signals that within the next 15 trading days we should have a significant price move up in the marketplace. We had 3 days of within 3 days we had a significant move down in price, which actually led to an open of 441 and a high of 512 the following day. I don't know if I should count this as a significant move up here or not, because we had to have a down move first before we had the up move. So I don't know if I would count that or not as part of this. Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty unique to have this like big drop in price and then see a big green candle following, kind of like back here. I don't know that I would count it. Anyways, moving on. GameStop. Let's see what we got going on here. Utilization dropping day over day from 29.98 to 29.4. On loan amount dipping from 31.02 to 30.07 million shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float dropped as well from 10.27 down to 10.22. On loan average age per day increasing from 30.78 to 32.56, and security lending volume slightly decreasing from to 2.82 million to 2.23. I think I had mentioned to you guys how we had something similar like this kind of showing up on AMC not too long ago, where we see like the higher highs and spikes the higher lows rather, and spikes of security lending volume having a divergence away from some of the lower highs starting to kind of take place here, and it's that intersection I think would probably point to today. So we might see a little bit of a spike. We might see another one of these, big tall candles in security, maybe something like this back here, where we have a significant amount of security lending volume today on GME. Actually, could probably even point to a longer period of time and say this. Heck, I mean, might as well just keep drawing. Anyways, I think this is kind of pointing towards maybe a day where we're going to see like a big spike in security lending volume coming up. 1 or 2 days, trading days, either today on GME or maybe Monday. SSR trigger price for the day today, 457. And option contracts, we have 21.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 3.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 9,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 685 contracts that are in the money. You can see next week is a little bit light on option contracts, but it's really the next 2 weeks out that the option contracts get super, super light before leading into the quad witching week ending 9/20. GameStop trigger price for the day on SSR is 1958. There's currently 95.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 11.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 20.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 11.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next week is not very light on option contracts for GME. It's the next following 4 weeks out that there's some really super light volume. MMRI yesterday when we finished out the day was 256.51. You can see that the rates have come down a little bit since then. As MMRI is showing 253.04. That means some risk off overnight. 253.04. If you guys watched this over the weekend, one of the... I feel like one of the very first indicators that would have kind of flagged to us that potentially that there was something kind of significant happening over this last weekend, like because this is still tracking data over the weekends, and you can see that there was a big dip here on the 31st, which was Friday that we traded, but then there's also this dip over here early in the morning on August 1st. And then also on the, which is where I've got the big flag at here at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 24th, the 2nd of August, which should have been Sunday, I think. No, I guess that was Friday. August 1st was Thursday. August 2nd was Friday. So Friday we really had like the big, and this is where I notified you guys and I said, and we had VIX jumping up. That's right. VIX was jumping up to, somewhere it broke past 19 and I think went into the 20s. It was like halfway between 19 and 35 or something like that. And I mentioned to you guys that within the next 5 trading days, we could very easily see the VIX breaking 35. If you look over the weekend though, which would have been, and this, I guess this isn't really, it doesn't show any additional trades on until Sunday when the yen opened up here. Let me see exactly where that point was. Yeah, it's right here. You can see there's a big drop off and it just kept on falling all the way into the morning of the next day. So this is definitely an indicator that I think you could watch starting at 2000, looks like. 2000, you could probably start watching this on Sunday, Eastern Standard Time. So 8 o'clock. Is that right? Hold on a second. That doesn't seem right. I feel like it should be like 7 o'clock. Sunday the 4th. The first data point I see is 2020. It's like 8:20 at night, but I think you could probably start watching around 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is 7 my time. And that's when I usually start looking at it on Sundays. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, yesterday when we started out the day, it was 0.021 and ended the day at 0.047. It looks like they may have widened a little bit more here. Starting off the day at 0.083. Definitely got a little bit wider. 0.083, we started off the week at 0.022. Again, as we were talking about earlier on this, these 5 different indicators that I've got on the page here. We've got the yen value to the dollar, which is USD JPY, Bitcoin, SPX, Nikkei, and the VIX all on one page here. This is another one that I would use to be able to kind of watch what's going to happen over the week. Obviously, the Nikkei is going to be the one that you really want to be watching. If that starts taking a sudden dip over the weekend, just like, I think it starts trading at like 5 my time. So maybe 6 o'clock, you could probably start watching Eastern. 5 Central. 5, 4, 3 West Coast. So we might have like a better clue as to what's going to happen. Obviously, there's going to be some kind of like major news that occurs in the anywhere in the world that's going to cause some instability in markets, and of course, that's going to impact that as well. Taking a look at the VIX this morning, it is down. Futures are suggesting it's down 2.46, which means the markets are looking like they're open up green this morning. VIX down to 22.13. It closed yesterday at 23.79. So it is definitely, the futures are suggesting a gap down on VIX this morning when it opens up. The Nikkei is down 1.71 overnight. It's at 35K. When I started watching this, I think it was last Sunday. It was around 36 something, 36.6 maybe, somewhere right around there. The Hang Seng is down 0.5, and the Nifty 50 is up 0.74. Most of the markets are kind of mixed right now. Depending on what it is you're looking at, down anywhere from 0.04 to up 0.34. Looks like we got our pokey stick of volume in on AMC, and we had about sorry, I'm we had 24,000 shares traded, giving us a grand in that one single minute for a grand total of 29.4 thousand shares traded. I mean, this today is summing up to be an even lower volume day than what we had yesterday, and so I mean, we could be looking at less than 10 million. Well, we had less than 10 million yesterday. We had 9.9. So probably less than 10 million, unless something happens. It could be an unforeseen event at some point in the day in which we would see a big spike in volume, but I'm going to say 5 to 25 million, no more. Let's see here. We have, we're not doing that yet. Of the Mag 7 in the pre-market this morning, there are 3 that are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. In the pre-market this morning, we've got, and we may not have anything that's going to show up on here. Oh, we do. U.S. Stank Core is up 2.73. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.01 and is trending up ultimately. Silver is down 0.3 and is consolidating. Maybe a slight uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 1.86 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.01. Has it traded yet? Yeah, it's trading. It's trending up right now. SPY is currently down 0.11. It opened up the pre-market this morning with a little bit of a gap up for just a little bit and then started trending down. It's currently on a downtrend. Tesla is down 0.01, very, very similar movement to the SPY. Amazon is up 0.12, also very, very similar movement to the SPY, trending down. Cinemark in the pre-market is down 2.58%. It's only traded 15 shares so far, so I wouldn't really make too much of a estimate as this being a change in direction of price movement, like a trend just yet, but it is certainly showing signs of moving downwards. Doge is down 1.61 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.14, trending down. GameStop is up, or is down rather, 0.74, trending down. HYMC is down 0.9 and is only traded 25 shares, so not really a trend yet. NCMI has not yet traded. Hood is up 0.85, trending up. I know the current trend's down, but it's, well, I take that back. It's trending down. AMC is down 0.89 since pre-market open. We did have a little bit of a takeoff to about $5.10 and have trended back down since then. The immediate trend is back down, but it's still higher than where we closed out the day. The trend is closing out higher than where we closed out the aftermarket hours yesterday. Inflow versus outflow, there's about $70,000 more outflow than inflow. 29,000 shares traded so far this morning. It's super, super low volume. 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. A lot of whipsaw on this going on. RSI is at 52.14, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.61, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.34, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.99, which is average. And on a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, what is going on? So, amazingly, we had a beautiful day that kept us, for the most part, just above the green cloud almost all day. Now, remember, price likes to fall down through green and up through red. I wouldn't technically say that it made it out of the cloud 2 days ago to complete a signal of moving through a green cloud. Now, just note that this isn't, it is a pretty big cloud here. There's a chance here that we see before the end of the day a dip down through this cloud. I don't know if this counts here. This doesn't quite look like it counts. You can see there's a candle wick down here that it's just outside the cloud, and sometimes it happens to where it's just a little bit of a dip outside the cloud, and that's about it, and that's all it happens, and you can count it. But I don't know if I would count it or not. I mean, I think that there's an expectation here that the market AMC could see the market dropping AMC's price a little bit to get underneath this cloud. Lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. All of those are good signs. You want to see really price above the conversion, and certainly not heading down towards the base. The base is at 493, by the way. Everything looks good, and we have red cloud ahead that's actually starting to turn into a green cloud already. There's a very, very small sliver of green cloud forming there. What this could be signaling is that there might be a sharp upturn today, leading into a quick downtrend going into Monday. But it would be probably more than likely towards the end of the day today. And I can't even tell you how much. Probably nothing that would break a next strike level at 550, but there could be a little bit of an uptrend. But it's also suggesting that there could be a little bit of a downtrend too. Maybe close around like 492. That would trade us sideways through the aftermarket and pre-market of next week, putting us underneath a red cloud, getting ready for a breakout going on Monday up above the cloud. So it's kind of a tough one to figure out where we're going today. But it is, all the signals are there for a buy signal. To keep it a buy signal, by the end of the day, we need to see a price close of 510 or higher. Yesterday it was 525. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is, where is that sucker? It's underneath the price line just a little bit. Conversion is above base, and we've got price moving towards a red cloud that's coming up in the future here. This is where I was telling you guys the 4-hour cloud is suggesting we close out this week somewhere between 495 and 515, so that it can trade straight sideways through this wall on Monday morning. And Monday morning we see a little bit of upwards momentum followed by some downwards momentum over the next 2 days after that. So that's kind of what this is looking at here. To see a buy signal for the day today on this chart, I feel like we would need to see a price higher than 516. So I'm going to say 520. It was 525 yesterday. So the 1 hour and 4 hour, about a 10-cent difference in off from each other from being in agreement. We'll go back to 1 hour here real quick and just take a look at one thing real fast. TTM squeeze says that there's weakness in price. Vortex indicators saying there's weakness in buying pressure, and RSI is just slightly above average. So on the 1 hour chart here, based on these signals, there's nothing here that suggests to me that we have potential for staying above this cloud for the day today. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's nothing that suggests to me that we'd stay too far above $5. Let me say it that way. On a 4 hour chart, there's weakness in TTM squeeze showing, meaning the price is going to maybe start trending down. Vortex indicator suggesting a crossover imminent on buying versus selling pressure, meaning selling pressure is greater than buying pressure, and that and RSI is at 51.62, which is almost smack dab in the middle. So most of these indicators are suggesting bearishness in price movement. The one last thing that we're going to take a look at here, because this is going to help me to decide where I'm going to do price predictions for the day, is what's happening to price trends versus volume trends. And I'm just doing this right now just so I can see perhaps maybe where I'm going to do my volume prediction at. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a trend channel from about here to here, and you'll notice that the trend is suggesting that, you know, by the end of the day today, that maybe we hit something around 495, which kind of makes a lot of sense. But price is falling ultimately since this move back here, and what's happening to volume over the last 3 days of trading. Falling price. We had 11 million here, 14 million here, and 9 million here. So I'd say falling volume. So falling volume and falling price are bullish. We're about ready to break past a level of support, or resistance rather, sorry. So a lot of conflicting things going on here. Price and volume are suggesting bullishness. Let's take a look at the 4 hour chart. Shouldn't be any different. Should be the same. I see falling volume. We'll take the trend line a little bit further back. I see falling volume and falling price. That's bullish. I'm going to save it for my price predictions for later. My thoughts. I don't want to give them away. I'm already ahead for the week. I think that's all I got for you guys. So taking you back over to the other screen here. Tim says, I'll start here. Mason Bluetooth says, thank you. You're welcome. Tim says, laugh out loud, Casey. Nelly in the Stash says, Casey's going with 520 today since that puts us over the 200-day moving average. I don't think I'll be going that high on price prediction. I'll let you know that. I don't think I'm going that high on price prediction. I'm not saying I'm going high. I'm just saying that would be a little too high for me, I think, on price prediction. But we'll see. We'll see. I think there's some underlying issues that are going on here. I mean, just looking at price and everything else is great, but knowing some of the underlying issues that are happening with needing to deliver shares and other stuff that's happening, I kind of feel like there's going to be an end of the day surprise move. I don't know if it's going to be up or down though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Nana says, Nelly, thanks for the clue to my prediction. Let's see here. Bird Eye, good morning. When the short interest goes over 16%, things get spicy. Ooh, I like spicy. Mason Bluetooth says 2-cent gap at 482 for yesterday. Donna, good morning. MC says, don't get high, kids. And Nana says, I already know what I'm doing to predict. Okay. That's good. You can send it to me. I'm not going to read it, though, because I don't want to cloud my judgment. It's not that I don't like to read anybody's price predictions until I have my own thought process in, and then I like to see them. So, but feel free to send it whenever you want to. Let's see here. Heading over to the back of the Big Tramp for just a few minutes. Anybody has any questions, comments, concerns? Now would be the time to throw it in. Day of Reckoning says, I never understand charts when it's Ken's algos that set the price where they think it should be, and so it is. 1 penny below max pain on Fridays has been very consistent. Yeah, I mean, but the charts kind of point towards it too, though. Especially if you're looking at things like, open interest and max pain and all that kind of good stuff. It's kind of like a lot of different signals that you have to look at to determine which, where we're going to plot your course. Manjit, good morning. Danny, good morning. Controls guy says charts are fun. I'm a nerd. I like you, controls guy. JSA says, I'm having a great, extremely great morning with the market. Best I've ever had. Awesome for you. That's great. Day of Reckoning, good morning. I'm betting that Nana's going to be Nana's going to don't you dare change your opinion on what your price prediction is going to be, Nana, just because of what I'm about to say here. Don't you dare do it. But I'm going to bet that all three of the rest of the price predictors are within 5 pennies of $5 on either side. So 496 to 504. No, that's not right. I should. That's not 5 pennies. 495 to 505. Betting. I'll be a betting man today. And this might be a little psychological warfare, right? Like I might be trying to say that so that they don't pick something there, so that I can pick it, and then they'll be all like, "You, you bastard." But they can always change it. Like I always give my price prediction before market opens, so they can change theirs at the last minute. Janito, good morning. Controls guy says it's the Battle of 501. Jay Wells says, I'm working on building an AI trading bots, only have crypto bots. Well, with the amount of volatility that crypto's been having, if you're swing trading crypto, you could probably make some good money, I would imagine. UPS delivery guy says, Casey, what happens first? Maize and Bluetooth. You call them Maize and Bluetooth, and you call them Blue. I like that. That's kind of funny. Bluetooth gets his mail or MOAS? That's a great question. I'm going to go with Maize and Bluetooth gets his package first. 2 weeks. Bird Eye says, is 1754 short interest yesterday? Estimates are today, the one on your screen. That's the estimated short share interest from yesterday's numbers being printed for today. So whatever happened yesterday caused our estimated short share interest of the free float to become, what's the value? 17.54. I met UPS delivery guy in Virginia when I went out there, and it's real funny because I liked him right off the bat. He was a funny guy, and he's still cracking me up here. He was a really nice guy, guys. He seemed like the kind of guy that would give you the shirt off his back. I mean, he's a nice guy. It was really good. It was good to meet you, UPS delivery guy. I know it's like you're like, I'm right here. You can see it. You can say it to me directly. Amazing Bluetooth says most UPS guys are good dudes. Yeah. Oh, he fit the bill. Good morning, Casey. Can you explain the simplest math on averaging down? I mean, the simplest math. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. But whenever you're averaging down, you're bringing down the your cost per share. And so as you're bringing your cost per share down, anytime that price starts moving up, you're able to sell at a sooner than later, as price is moving up on you can make more profit sooner than later as price is moving beyond your dollar cost average. So I'm not sure what you mean by simple math on that, but it's just really simply a matter of like being able to take a high dollar cost average and moving it downwards. If I were to plot it, I can show you an example where I've got synthetic price failures set up on an actual ticker where I can point out like a specific point to you and say like this is what dollar cost averaging would look like if you were to play it out and over time. If we were to use, let's use something I want to use like we can just use SPY maybe. SPY? Yeah, well, I think we can use SPY. I'm just going to use SPY because I think it's going to be more safe. see. So let me pull up the other page here. And then after this question, I'm going to probably go to break. I've got the synthetic price failure indicator set up on here. I think this should, I got to take this to like an hourly. Where is my data? No data. Oh, this might not work on this. Oh, it is. It's there. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for a specific point in time, and I'm going to show you how dollar cost averaging might work in your favor. And say for example, I know I'm looking back into the future and I can see exactly what's happening here, but I want to give you an example of how dollar cost averaging can work in your favor. If you were using like some kind of methodology, now I'm showing you synthetic price failure, but if you were to use some kind of methodology for how you were going to be making your trades, then what you're gonna do, and I'm just gonna kind of replay this over time, and I'm gonna say like let's say you're kind of tracking the SPY and you wanted to make a position, right? Like, and you're seeing SPY falling, and we're gonna play it out from this point in time right here, and I'm just gonna use single buy buttons here, and it's just gonna be like one share of it, right? And it's just as a simple representation because I just want to show you what in terms of what dollar cost averaging looks like as it's happening. So I'm gonna let this play out here, and my synthetic price failure, whatever it is that you're using as an entry point, you can use, right? Like, I'm just showing you my entry point. My entry point is going to be when the synthetic price failure triggers, and then I can show you from that point what it looks like to dollar cost average down, and how that impacts your how much money you can make on the top side of when price starts moving back up again. So I'm watching for the synthetic price failure to trigger here for my entry point. Remember, you want to be buying the dips and selling the rips. That's what smart money does, right? So you're accumulating. So there's my detection right there, and I buy in. So I'm going to move this down to a little bit lower speed here, and so I have my first purchase in when my first indicator goes off there, and you can see that my dollar cost average. Or not my dollar cost average, but how much I'm making on the position is there. As price moves down further below the point, my entry point that I got in at, which we already know we're going to see here in a minute, but I can start buying lower and lower as that happens. I thought this moved down lower than that. Maybe. Give it a second. I think I maybe made it too slow. All right, so pause. You can see now where the red line is here is significantly lower than my entry point up here at 378. And so I could buy another position here, and this is dollar cost averaging down. Now watch my marker right here where my dollar cost averages. As I buy one share at a lower price, it's going to move that half the distance between the two. And so I've now created a position that's lower because I bought more of a position lower than what I had previously bought at. I now have a position that I start making more money sooner than what I would have if I had just dumped everything in one spot. So as I continue to play this out, I'll watch this, and if it goes significantly below that, okay, so here's another point here where it goes significantly below where I'm at. I could buy another spot in here. Now I've just dropped, by buying it in a little bit lower again for a little bit more, I have now dropped my dollar cost average some more, and that's again making it sooner to when I can start making money on a swing trade upwards. So even though only 2 out of 3 of my positions are making money with where current price is. Actually, all 3 of them are, but during this period of time in here, 2 out of these 3 positions were only making money, while one of them was still out of the money, right? But by dollar cost averaging down, I was able to drop this blue line here further and further down, making it sooner to when I would start making money on price moving upwards. And so as price is moving upwards, if I get another signal that goes lower, I could enter in for another. I could dollar cost average down some more if I wanted to, but you only would want to do that when price is going lower than where you're currently at. So where your average is at, right? Like I wouldn't want to make a position that's higher than I could make a position where higher than where it's at if I felt like this was going to significantly continue to rise higher and higher and higher. But I'm waiting for this to. What I really want to see here is I want to see a 16% increase. 16% increase on price from that synthetic price failure. Boom, right there. Right now I can sell all 3 of those positions. I have a 16% move detected above the bottom that hit down here. And so if I were to, I don't know if I can erase, I don't think I can erase these 2 buy entry points, but my dollar cost average would have been around 366, right? And from 366 to 410 means that I'm making $54, something like that, right? I'm making $54 on my trade. Because I dollar cost average down with two more positions at lower points, I'm now making making a lot more than that. I'm making $132 on my position because I was able to bring my average down. And so I could sell all 3 of these positions now at that point and walk away with my money. And my total time in the trade at this point would have been from about 90 days. And what did it determine for a profit? I forget what it said for. Oh, it's $132 over 90 days. And I'm just buying single shares, right? I only bought 3 single shares of SPY, which would have cost you like, I don't know, the average on it, I don't know what it was, but it would have been probably like just a little over $1,000, and maybe $1,100, right? Invested in, and you walk away with $132. Not bad, pretty decent, right? Over 90 days, it's not terrible. But that's what dollar cost averaging down does. Is it allows you to drop the point at which you can start making more money sooner on a trend up. Hopefully that explains it. I'm more of a visual person than I am like breaking it out math wise for you. I hope visually that helped you out. If it didn't help you out, I apologize. I'm sure I could take that and build that on a Excel spreadsheet so you could see what that looked like. Send me a DM or something someplace and I'll send it to you. Jay, thank you very much. Zetro K84. So if you have any questions, let me know. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, cool. Awesome. Glad that worked out for you. And I'm not suggesting by any means that you should use synthetic price failure as your methodology for entry points and exit points. All I'm trying to suggest to you is that, whatever method you're using for making entry points into buying in, if you want it under, this is why it's really, really important to not, whenever you're buying into a stock, to not just dump all at once, right? Like make an entry point, like have some money set aside so that you can double down maybe if you wanted to. Because what if the price drops like significantly below where you think it's going to be moving to? And if you wanted to dollar cost average down, being able to dump some more money into it on a larger quantity of a position that you put into it really significantly drops your dollar cost average down and gives you the ability to be able to significantly make money sooner than you would have had you just dumped everything in one spot. Also, make sure Yucca starts playing better music. I'll do that. I'll make sure. You're welcome. Thank you. That's funny. I think that's all I got for you guys. Probably gonna head to break. Let's see. I will put the message on the screen. I'll be back at 8:15 for price prediction and volume predictions. Although I already know what I know. Volume is nowhere. There's no way it's going to be more than 5 to 25, unless there's like some crazy massive like event that occurs in the end portion of the day today. I can't imagine it being over 25 million. So I'll see you guys back here at 8:15 for that, and see you guys in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the weight in my head, I embrace the brick and grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. The MC ticker keeps on rolling, stop charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, wolves and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker and the list, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
I'm hearing like static in the. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna reset my volume real quick here because I'm hearing static and it was kind of weird. I'm gonna reset. I'll be right back. I don't know what that was. It was kind of weird. I'm not sure if you guys even heard it or not, but let's see here. Price prediction for the day today. Where are we headed? Are we going to break this level of resistance, or are we going to stick real close to that $5 max pain for the day today? Is the question. Let's take a look at the rest of the market and see what we got going on here real fast. SPY is currently down 0.18. Trending upwards overall over the last couple days on lower amounts of volume each day, which is bearish. Seeing a little bit of a dump out of cryptos. VIX is showing 23.99 for a. What time is that at? It's showing 23.99 right now, but I think this is gonna gap down. 22.30 is what I've got showing up on the future, so this should gap down a little bit here. Let me just take a look at. Yeah, I'm seeing it 23.95 on TradingView. I'm thinking about leaving my price prediction almost right where I had it. What did I have? I think I had 498. I'm going to regret this so much. I'm going to leave my price prediction right where it was from yesterday. Not changing it. 448 to 548. I think I might have been playing a few mind games with some of the other price predictors. Let's see what they ended up going with here. Starting with Apex, he's going 444 to 544. Nana is going 463 to 563. And Tech is heading for 503, so he's going 453 to 553. Surprisingly, I think I got it wrong. Nana, Apex, and Tech did not all pick. Actually, Tech did pick within 5 cents of $5. But Apex and Nana did not. They actually went, well, actually, maybe they did. 444, no, they didn't. Apex went just on the other side of it to prove me wrong. He went with 444 to 544. Nana went 463 to 563. I went 448 to 548. So the spread between us is a 21, 19 cent spread between us. Apex has got the numbers in there. Thank you, Apex. Apex, thank you. Appreciate it. It was a I have to thank Nana for it. She forced me to go 1 penny higher to get that extra bonus point, and it ended up working out for me. It was completely by accident. So I owe her some credit for that. I would have been 1 penny away. I would have been 1 penny shy of getting it had it not been for her. It is Fuzzy Friday, so I hope you guys are ready for Fuzzy Friday today. Got a little special music for you guys today in store. Bet you never heard this song before, at least not this version. If you have, I would love to know. If you've heard this version of this song, other than earlier this morning when I played it, if before today you've heard this song before, I'm going to be super surprised. I would not have guessed. It's not your garden variety. In fact, you know what? I'm going to post it up right now. What is the title? Who is it? I don't even know who this is. Ooh, do I post it up now? I'll post it up. I'll post it up actually after we start. 'Cause I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give away what it is. Yeah, I'm not going to post it now. I'll post it once the song starts playing, and then let you guys tell me whether or not you've heard it before. I thought, ironically, I had already known what I wanted to pick for a song, and of course you have to have Fuzzy Friday, right? Like how do you not have a Fuzzy Friday? And the song that I wanted to do was absolutely not a fuzzy song, so of course I had to start looking for a version of the song that was fuzzy, and because Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, and so this one, I think the title of the group is called STS-8 Mission. And I was like, well, that's funny because it sounds like, space related. So I was like, that's cool. Nice. Ironic. So I'll see you guys on the other side of Market Open. Enjoy the Happy Fuzzy Friday.
seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Stop spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. The title for the day today, guys, is The Dog Days Are Almost Over. Beware the Kitty. There was a tweet that went out yesterday that I think I reposted and commented on and included some lyrics from yesterday's song. If you didn't look up the lyrics to yesterday's song, I would highly encourage you to do it because there are some really interesting, fun lyrics in there that just kind of feel like they melt into exactly what's going on right here. But if you don't know, you don't know. This is the post that went out yesterday. And I'm not even following this guy, but it showed up on my feed, and you got to throw a little tinfoil hat on here with me for just a second. Let's see. I'll put mine on. I didn't put it on earlier this morning, but put it on now. Here we go. Tinfoil hat's on. See? There it is. Tinfoil hat's on. GameStop. The dog days are over. Last chance. A reckoning is on the horizon. Today at GameStop posted a rather innocuous meme at first glance. It features GigaChad Doge representing the perks of having GameStop Pro, a normie Doge presenting those without, butt sniffers no doubt. GameStop writes, quote, "We made Pro only $20, but this ends Saturday, so hurry." Several quinky dinks here. Number one, GME has been trading at $20. Number two, Doge equals a dog. Number three, the dog days of summer officially end the very next day after the $20 promotion ends, Sunday 8/11, and the Roaring Kitties Dog Days of Summer video meme opens with a clip from Sherlock in which he saves the girl by masquerading as an executioner. He tells her, quote, "When I say run, run." The scene immediately cuts to the Florence and the Machine song, quote, "The dog days are over. When the dog days are over, it's time to run." Quote, "Leave all your loving and longing behind. When the dog days are done, the kitties come." More lyrics. "Can you hear the horses? 'Cause here they come." This points to RK's meme featuring the movie Tombstone. Doc Holliday, make no mistake, quote, "Make no mistake, it's not revenge he's after, it's a reckoning." Wyatt Earp, quote, "You tell them I'm coming and hell's coming with me. You hear? Hell's coming with me." The scene then cuts to Wyatt Earp and his posse valiantly riding on horseback for said reckoning. Recap, GameStop posts dog symbolism that could represent the $20 GME sale coming to an end on Saturday, and the dog days of summer end on Sunday. This would insinuate Friday by 4 p.m. is the last day to hop on board since the market isn't open on Saturday. Leave all of your love and longing behind. This is the last chance to take the advantage of the fire sale before we run. A reckoning is coming, and the sound of horses herald its arrival. Next week we'll begin to hear their gallop. Hell is coming for the hedgies and shorties. Buckle up, buckaroos. We're about to press the little red button. Cheers. And there's some links in here to a lot of the different things that he's talking about. But anyways, you got your tinfoil hat on. Maybe next week's going to be an interesting week. We'll see. We got to get through today, though, to get to next week. And then we have to sit through a who knows what's going to happen weekend. And that weekend is already shaping up. I think somebody put in DC. I saw it when I was on break. DC is issuing a tornado watch. Japan issued some kind of like first time ever warning about a possible earthquake coming of a magnitude 9 or higher, which is the highest alert that they've ever given before in advance. And here we are going into a weekend. Interesting stuff. Yeah, mega quake warning. Thank you, one timer. I said first timer. It's your first time? I don't know why I keep wanting to say it like that. Let me take you guys over to the Big Tramp, and they're off. turn up their volume a little bit, and we're good to go for the day today. Anybody wants to come on in and talk about today's title or whatever, up to you. Oh, by the way, I didn't read to you guys what I had posted to that, and maybe I have. I don't know. Yeah, I said the transformation has been underway. And then I used some of the quoted words from yesterday's song, and I said, treating today as though it was the final show. Get to 60 and feel no regret. It may take a little time, a lonely path, an uphill climb. Success or failure will not alter it. It's so weird how, like, songs can be so specifically feel like they're for a specific event, but yet not have anything really to do with it at all. It's really kind of crazy to me how that sometimes works out. It's like some kind of like weird mind thing where you can bend or twist an event to fit around some lyrics that don't even have anything to do with it at all. It's just kind of odd. Janet Yellen starts OF account. There's no way. Nobody's hitting it. Dirty says, I swear Godzilla's going to rise from one of these earthquakes. That is a great set alarm to have there, Turtle. Volume alarm setting is ideal. Like, that's probably when you're most likely to see price movement is when volume is triggering. So that's not a bad alert to have. Nice one. Tendy says, oh no, there goes Tokyo. Get out of here. Is it really? No. Don't start. You'll make me look every time. I won't be able to help myself. Throat Yogurt says, Turtle, you're welcome, I guess. Throat Yogurt says, it's like when I have a few drinks, I can bend and twist my mind into thinking a 4 is a 10. Wait, how? A 4? You think that's a lot of drinking, man. I don't even know how you could drink that much and think that a 4 is a 10. That's a lot. I also want to mention, I feel like when I came back from my break, I saw a bunch of people saying condolences, I think, to Robert, and it seemed like maybe he might have. I wasn't able to see what he had written in here, so let me scroll back up just a tad bit here, because I don't want to seem callous and not care at all, but let me see. I didn't see where he had posted anything. Oh, his dog. Oh, man. Robert, I'm so sad. I'm so sorry for you, man. I know that's tough. I just read it. I just found it. Condolences, man. I know that's not just nothing that I can say that's going to change anything or how you feel, but I'm sorry to hear that if you're still here. Man. It's the worst. Well, I feel like today's kind of a toast kind of day. I don't know why. I haven't done a toast in a long time at the end of a day, but I feel like today's kind of a toast kind of day at the end of the day. So we'll toast to Robert Stogg, to the life of Robert Stogg later on this afternoon when we do the toast. I don't know if Robert's still here or not, but what was his name, Robert? If you are here, I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions that you are here or not. But what was his name? Germcore says, remember the Kobe earthquake in 1995? Their ports got whacked. Exports were hindered. Nikkei went south, and that's why Barings got whacked as they were massive longs. Man, why don't I remember that far back? I don't remember that. Unfortunately, I don't know why I can't remember that far back. Why does that seem like it was forever ago? It's weird because it feels like it was just yesterday, but it also feels like it was forever ago. His dog's name was Kato. All right, I'll write that down. We'll cheers to Kato later today. Please don't be joking around. I hope that's really what I didn't see that listed up there. Let me see if he put that up there. There he is. Casey named after Kato from Green Hornet for his black mask and epic flips off the couch. Just shy of 15 years ago, he was rescued from a puppy mill. That's awesome, dude. You know, I struggled. When I lost one of my dogs, I struggled for a long time. So I know this is kind of fresh to be hearing, but when you're ready, go rescue another dog. And I know that's going to take some time, right? Like you probably need a couple weeks, maybe a month. But when you're ready, go get that next dog because it is kind of fun to start over. It helps you kind of move on a little bit, but never forgetting, right? But we'll do a toast to Kato later this afternoon. I'm not sure what I'm going to have today. I don't know. I think I have some tequila. I might be able to make a Brave Bull today. I'll write that down. Kato and his epic flips off of couches. There we go. Wrote it down. We're currently at $5.07, down 0.3 from yesterday's close of 508, which is supposed to be only 1 penny down, but oh, there we go. It's saying 2 pennies down from yesterday's close, but it is actually only one penny down. I'm not opening up the bottle of gin. I'm gonna Brian, thanks, but I'm gonna keep that gin bottle closed. I think for a while. It might be my toast bottle for out of closing this stream eventually, but I don't even know if I'll crack it for that, honestly. We have high and dry today. Let's see here. Let me check and see if we have any specific AMC news out today. I know I don't see anything on Weeble showing up here, but let's just check the news. 3 hours ago. It looks like we got a little bit of a hit piece here from Variety magazine, I guess. Variety Publications. Or is this the right AMC? Let me see. Oh no, this is for AMC Networks. This is not related to AMC. My bad. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like AMC Networks is taking a hit. Not that that's not related to AMC the movie theater, AMC Entertainment. Which I am not seeing. Actually, we have one from 17 hours ago. I don't know if you've seen this or not. The Borderlands movie popcorn bucket. Somebody had sent me a picture of the bucket and said it was like super cool. And it is it's very nice looking. It's not one that's on my list that I have to have, but it definitely would be cool to add to my list of collector's buckets here. Borderland movie popcorn buckets, where to buy and when they'll release AMC, Cinemark, and Regal. While the Borderlands movie is finally on the big screen, it seems to have landed with a whimper, not a thud. But at least moviegoers will have some exciting popcorn buckets to collect from the local AMC, Regal, and Cinemark theaters. The Rotten Tomatoes score at the time of writing on this opening day sits at a measly 3% from critics, and box office projections do not appear much brighter, forecasting a 10 to 15 million open on a $120 million budget. Doesn't look like it's doing too well. The Borderlands popcorn bucket, available from AMC, is arguably the centerpiece of the lineup, being shaped and designed like the iconic Claptrap. I've actually never played this game, guys. I'm a graphics file. Is there such thing as that? I really enjoy games that have like intense graphics that are really more realistic than anything. And so the cartoon, I actually kind of like the looks of the cartoon graphic style of the game, but I never got involved in it to play it, so I have no idea what it's all about. Claptrap is often considered the comic relief mascot of the Borderlands franchise, and is fittingly voiced in the live action adaptation by comedy legend Jack Black. I did not know that. The bucket boasts the familiar Claptrap design and is white and yellow coating, glowing blue eye, mechanical arms, and wheelbase, although Claptrap can be found perched on a chunk of rock, aiding in standing up the popcorn bucket. The Borderlands bucket is available in AMC theaters now for $39.99 plus tax, with large popcorn included with the purchase. A press release shared with the direct notes how the concession vessels was a crowd favorite at this year's Comic-Con. That's pretty cool looking. I like it. Richard says, I went to see that last night. It was a great movie. Let me ask you this question, Richard. Are you a Borderlands game fan? Like, did you play the game? Are you familiar with the game? Or did you go into it not knowing anything about the game? The only reason I ask is because I haven't, since I haven't played the game, I'm wondering, like, is it something I can go and watch and feel like I'll get something out of it, or no? One of the PlayStation Plus free games this month is Borderlands 3. All right, I might have to pick it up. I'll pick it up. That's another good question. Billy, can I start with Borderlands 3, or do I need to start with Borderlands 1 and 2 to enjoy 3? Because that's kind of one of those things with like Fallout. Like if you ask somebody if they could start Fallout midway, would they still enjoy it? I started out with Fallout 4 and absolutely fell in love with it, and kind of a little upset with the fact that I didn't go back or not that I didn't go back, but that I didn't experience the first ones, 1, 2, and 3. But I had so much fun on 4 and 76. I played a lot of 76. In fact, I just recently booted it back up again to play some more, but is Borderlands, can I start with 3? Richard says, I played very little of the game, but the movie explained a lot. Throat Yours says, played, it's fun, a fun game. I feel like you wouldn't like the movie if you didn't play the game, but maybe not. Richard says, yes, the movie has its own plot, but probably follows some of the game. I started with Miss Pac-Man. Really? You didn't do Pong? Come on, man. I feel like, well, you don't look nearly as old as I do. We got to see Brian's face yesterday. He was sharing his donkey with us, and I forgot your donkey's name already. Dang it! Hold on a second. Don't say it. It's like avocado, or it's not avocado. What is it? It's pepper. Wow, gosh darn it! I can't remember what's the name of your donkey again. I forgot what it is. Nacho. Dang it. I knew it was like some kind of food or something. I couldn't remember. Yeah, so we got to see his Nacho, and while he was trying to figure out how to work his camera, flip it over, we got to see his face for, I think it was the first time I ever saw his face before. And Brian is not old like me, or doesn't look old like me anyways. Actually, I need Pirate to be here right now. Damn it, Pirate, where are you? Wake up. I just feel like Casey just kicked Brian Carpenter in the Indies nuts. Chi-Town Turtle, good morning. Grove saying I'd probably take the time to at least play the first one to get an idea of the game. As far as the movie, I don't know if it follows the same plot. Brian and Fu kidnapped Pirate last night. Oh no. They keep him up until the wee hours. Look at that. Nana says, Brian Carpenter, a nice looking man. Brown chicka brown brown. Hold on a second here. I think I have that. Look out, Brian. They had one night in Bang. I never did play that song. You guys kept trying to get me to play that song. I was like, nope, I'm not playing that song. I couldn't understand why you guys were so obsessed about making sure that I played that song. I have no idea. 3 minutes more, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers here for the first time for the day today. Oh, Tom says, "What is this bull you speak of? Tequila and what? It's tequila and I know this is going to sound really strange. It's called the official name for this drink is a Brave Bull. You can look it up online. It's equal parts of no. It's 2 parts of tequila to 1 part Kahlua. And I know that sounds horrible. It does. But if you use the right tequila and you use the regular Kahlua, and the tequila you need to use is Reposado tequila. Reposado, sorry, I said it wrong. Reposado tequila. So it's got like that nice barrel kind of oak taste to it. And you mix it in with that Kahlua. What ends up happening is you get this, it's almost like a smoky whiskey type drink. And you don't have to like sip it like you would a normal whiskey. Or maybe some of y'all are better than I am and just shot whiskey. But it makes for a wonderful sipping experience. And you wouldn't think it, right? It takes the harshness away from the tequila portion. And when I say harshness, I mean that whatever that flavor is, it makes you kind of want to gag a little. Maybe it's because you had tequila one too many times when you got too drunk, and didn't end up ending well. And so it takes that edge off of it. The Kahlua does, and so it's perfect. It's a really smooth, smoky kind of flavorful whiskey almost. And you serve it on ice. And we renamed it. Instead of calling it a Brave Bull, we're actually calling it a Adventurous Ape, and it's the official drink of this channel. So, and I used to toast out every single day with an Adventurous Ape, and then I started realizing that I was toasting out I was toasting too often. So I was trying to cut back on alcohol a little bit. I found out I had some high blood pressure, and I thought, I'll cut alcohol out. So I stopped doing toasts in the afternoon as much, but yeah, tequila and Kahlua. Nobody ever would have thought in a million years you mix those together and you get something good, but you do. IA says you should have played big in Japan. Yeah. I wanted it to be big in New York. But I highly recommend it. I think we even had Cat Striker when she came on here and did an interview. We told her about it. And then I think Yucca went to the bar where she's a bartender at and got her to mix him a braid. And I don't think we got her to. I wanted him to try and get her to take a shot of it with him, or just have one of those with him, so we could say that we officially got Cat Striker to drink a adventurous ape. But I don't think that ever happened. But I know for a fact that she did mix a drink for Yucca, an adventurous ape for Yucca, and Yucca had it. And he said it was really. I think he said it was strong. I don't think that he really liked it all that much, but you probably have to have a more sophisticated palate. Now I'm kicking Yucca in the balls. He did not. I don't believe it. Currently, AMC is at 507. We're holding rate underneath a penny underneath closing price yesterday. VIX is showing at up at 24.24, up 1.89% for the day today. The futures on the VIX are suggesting 22.38, so it's about almost 2 points higher than what the futures are suggesting, which is a pretty big difference there. And it's 9:01, so let's go take a look at some of these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there if you sign up for that with your broker. Make sure that if they allow this, set up a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, because you never know when something's going to. And last but not least, and definitely the most important thing, make sure that you guys are getting a statement of your portfolio from your broker so that you know what it is that you hold. Anytime there's any kind of major changes on your account, you should have that information handy and available to you to be able to reference in case something should happen. So please make sure you're doing that, because I know wild and crazy things are going to happen in the future. And I don't want you to be one of those people that comes to me and be like, I don't know how many shares I have, or I don't know what my portfolio has in it. And I'll be like, I can't help you. I don't know what to tell you. You didn't get the information you were supposed to get. So please, if you have not done so, do it now. It's probably one of the most important things you could possibly do. All right, let's take a look at price prediction tally points. Yesterday, I got an extra bonus point. I was within 10 cents exactly on the money, and I have Nana to thank for that, because she forced me into going a cent higher. So I ended up getting an extra bonus point thanks to Nana yesterday, which put me ahead of the group. But it's anybody's win today. There are still scenarios to where every single person could possibly win today. But as it stands right now, the price predictions for the day today to end this week. There's only a 19-cent spread between us. Is there anybody eligible for an extra bonus point? No. Nana, you had to gone 1 penny higher, and you would have been eligible for an extra bonus point. But, yeah, 1 penny higher. Anyways, low man on the totem pole, Apex, he's got 444 to 544. Next up from there is myself with 448 to 548. Tech has 453 to 553, and Nana has 463 to 563. As it stands right now, Nana is looking the best for price prediction for the day today as of right now. Short exempt volume from yesterday. We had lower amounts of volume, higher amounts of short exempt volume. So the percentage of volume going towards short exempt or being marked as short exempt was higher. It was 185,000 shares yesterday. It's still not over 300,000, so I couldn't mark it day one of three. Utilization was 82.13%, which was a slight increase. Day-over-day price increase was 5.39%. That was over 5%, so I was able to mark that as a one of three. Max pain, $5, did not change at all over this week, and GME's max pain did drop from 22 to 21.5, and they're sitting at 21.87 right now. So they're definitely on the high side of their max pain number for the week. total amount of shares going through exchanges this morning, off exchange and EDGX. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% going through EDGX. Currently, we have 48.66 going through off exchanges, and EDGX is at 9.21. For a combined total of 57.87% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's about 3.87% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day, which is not too much higher. CHX volume is at 1,300 shares, nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 103 shares, nothing unusual with that either. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow this morning. There's been no additional borrowing since earlier this morning, and in total since yesterday at 2,000 and going forward, we've seen about 700,000 shares borrowed for AMC. Fees are at 2.18 according to IBKR, and rebates at 3.14. Give me 1 second, because I apparently did not log into something here. Give me 1 minute. I didn't log into my account, apparently. And AMC is at 5:15 right now, just FYI. All right, let's see here. All right, that's good. We got that set up. Institutional ownership this morning slightly dropped to 88.433 million and is now at 88.434. So 10,000 shares additional since earlier this morning. Taking a look at moving you guys over to the other. Let's look at options first. AMC. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. Coming in at a $5.50 strike. That's actually higher than what it was yesterday by 50 cents. We have currently 3.3 thousand contracts in volume at 5.5. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike, which is 50 cents more than yesterday. With 1.9 thousand contracts so far in volume for the day. And if those are all puts that are closing at $5 right now, that could help to drive price up for the day today. And I just want to note here that the market is suggesting that we're going to see a closing price between $5 and $5.50, which means we should be on the top side of $5 by the end of the day for a close. At least that's what the options are suggesting right now. Taking a look at GME's numbers. Remember, 2150 is max pain for GME. The highest amount of volume so far is at 22. For calls, puts, highest amount of volume at 21, which means 21.5 is what the market's targeting. It's at 2190 right now. So it's on the top side of that. Taking you guys over to the other screen here. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day today, Ortex is reporting 144,000 shares having been borrowed. It's going to slightly raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.55%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average is 3.14, and max is 4.33. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers look like on the big graph here. Here is our utilization day over day, slightly driving upwards from 81.78 to 82.13. Usually this means that the on-loan amount has increased, but in today's case, that was not the case. It actually decreased from 100.12 to 99.73 million shares, which is a decrease of 400,000 shares on loan. The reason utilization could potentially go up and the on-loan amount go down is if an institution is making less shares available to be borrowed. So that's how I'd estimate that could be a possibility. Estimated short share interest of the free float is showing up at 17.57 yesterday to 17.54 today, which means Ortex is estimating about of that 400,000 shares returned in loan shares, 100,000 of it was in closed short interest. On loan average age per day rising. day over day from 32.87 to 33.83, and security lending volume slightly dropping from 3.87 million shares to 3.23. Taking a look at GME's numbers, 185,000 shares having been returned so far for the day-to-day. The estimated short share interest, the free float at 10.21. Cost per mens a negative value, which means that usually it means that there's not been a whole lot of shares having been borrowed, and mostly returns. Cost per average is 0.04 and max is 1.04. Utilization day over day on GME has decreased from 29.98 to 29.4. On loan amount decreasing as well from 31.02 million shares to 30.07. The estimated short share interest of the free float dipping as a result from 10.27 to 10.22. And the on loan average age per day moving up from 30.78 to 32.56, while security lending volume has moved down from 2.82 to 2.23. And I put this graphic up on the screen earlier, and I said, I think we're getting really, really, really darn close to the higher lows and the lower highs, coming to a point here on security lending volume to where it's a possibility that maybe today or tomorrow we may see this next bar being kind of one of these bigger security lending volume amounts that's green instead of red, but another large quantity of security lending volume going back and forth today. So we'll see. We'll know by Monday if that's the case. SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.57 for AMC. 85.6 thousand contracts out of the money of the calls versus 18.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.1 thousand contracts are out of the money of the puts versus 3.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next week we still have quite a large number of volume on both calls and puts, but the next 3 weeks out, actually 4 weeks out, after that from 8:23 to 9:13 we have some, and which is leading into the quad witching on 9:20. We actually have much lower quantities of volume set up in open interest. On GME, SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $19.58. Unfortunately, the option data is not up here. We saw it earlier this morning. If you want to go back and review it earlier this morning, similar situation to where the next 3 to 4 weeks we see that there's low quantities of option volume in open interest. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are probably not on this list due to our low quantities of volume, and we're not. MMRI earlier this morning was 253.04. As this number drops, that means that there's more risk off in the market happening. It's now at 252.06. I think, let me check something real quick here. I just want to look at this real quick here, and I wanted to see what MMRI was at the time when we really started seeing things kind of fall out on Sunday from bond yields. So it looks before the fallout like it was around 252. $254 maybe, and then the drop took MMRI down to about 233. So yeah, so we saw some big numbers, and we're starting to see yields starting to fall right now. So we may see a drop in the market here as these bond yields start to fall, as there's some risk off occurring in the marketplace. Maybe perhaps some more unwinding of the carry trade. Oh, wait, one more thing. The spread between the yields earlier this morning was 0.083. 0.092 currently. NASDAQ is up 0.18. Dow Jones is down 0.09. The SP 500 is up 0.12. We have 2,844 decliners to 2,216 advancers. The market is more declining today than advancing, but it's not too far off. 28.40. Let's go 22.16. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today, the worst two sectors happen to be the sectors that were doing the best yesterday, or sometimes doing the best. Actually, they weren't always the best. They were doing okay. They weren't the best. But we had utilities. Right now, currently, utilities and energy are the two worst performing sectors. The two best performing sectors for the day today is healthcare, followed by consumer discretionary. And they're actually not all doing that great right now, the ones that are up. Of the Mag 7, there's currently 5 out of the 7 green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 46.67%. That's about it. Gold is up 0.15 and started to find a little bit of a downtrend earlier, but seems to be resuming into an uptrend again for a longer period of time. It's definitely in an uptrend. Silver is down 0.18. Same thing with this, although it was consolidating before, maybe a slight downtrend. Found a hard downtrend and then is recovering off of that. Heading back up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.17. Same was in a downtrend. Found an even harder downtrend and then started trending up. Still within that trend currently. The US dollar is down 0.08 and trending down. Oil is down 1.56, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.44 to 0.48 and slightly trending up after gapping up. And the SPY is down 0.02 and trending up. Starting a trend up. Mostly in the pre-market this morning was trending down, but started finding the reversal at around 8:37, about an hour before market opened, and is currently still trending upwards. VIX is down 1.22 at 2350 currently, and is trending down with futures at 2178. So the futures are leading the VIX down. IWM is down 0.31 and is trending down. VB is down 0.26 and is slightly trending down. Tesla is down 0.7 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.21, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.39 and I'm going to call it a slight trend up right now. Doge is down 2.01 and still trending down with a lot of volatility. Bitcoin is down 1.33 and same thing with this, trending down with volatility. GME is up 0.42 and trending up. HYMC is down 3.14, trending down. NCMI is up 0.58 and slightly trending up. Hood is up 2.37 and is trending up. And AMC is breaking even right now and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.6 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 49 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for 20.69 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Obviously, that's always going to be super high on the beginning portion of the day. Is going to start to trend down as the day continues on. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 53.97, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.5, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.51, which is above average, and on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.41, which is just slightly above average. Inflow versus, oh no, I already said that. Ichimoto. Lagging line is above price. Oh, no, hold on. 1 hour. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and price is above, I believe price is above conversion. Yeah, conversion is at 506 right now. We're at 507, so we're 1 penny higher than that. Keeping price above $5.10 today is ideal. Like if we can close above 510, that could keep us in a buy signal going into Monday. So that's really what we want to kind of try and see is hopefully we can see something higher than 510 or better. And then on a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is on price line, conversions above base. All we really need to do is get above the cloud for the day-to-day to turn this into a buy signal, which is going to be around $5.20. So the 1 hour and 4 hour are not far off in agreement as to where we're heading towards. I mentioned to you guys earlier on this week that I felt like by the end of the week we would probably see a close somewhere in this wall region in here between 495 and 515. I think that's very much in play. The market's suggesting a closing price between 5 and 550 by the end of the day today. And I think a close somewhere in there and then a trading sideways through the aftermarket hours and pre-market of Monday morning for a breakout and then potential move upwards is very, very strong. Unless something happens at the very end of today. You never know. Taking you guys back to the Big Tramp, and good morning, Rex. Good morning, Pirate. Good to see you this morning. Pirate, I needed you here like 30 minutes earlier. Damn it.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Brian.
I'm so very sorry.
Brian was here.
These guys kept me. They kept. Yeah.
Brian
Last
was
night
here.
We played cards till 12:30 in the night, middle of the night. And I played cards for 9 straight hours, and I'm telling you, those guys aggravated me for every single second of it. 9 hours of pure hell. Between
Really?
Brian and Foo and Yucca. Yeah, Trevor and I were just, it was a real struggle for us. Yeah, it was Nana, the whole gang. I could have killed all of them.
Okay.
It was pure hell.
All right.
Anyhow, man, I'm here. Sorry I'm late.
That's all right. That's all right. I am. I'm going to deduct it. I am going to deduct it from your Christmas bonuses. As a matter of fact.
That's fine.
You bet. I'm curious. I kind of want any one of those other 3 to show up in here real fast and tell their side of the story, but or 4, 3 or 4.
From me. They're probably hiding from me. So if they're smart, they're going to give me a wide berth.
Really? That bad? All right. Are we talking politics? Is that what was going on?
No, it wasn't politics. I think they all had a load on. I think they treated it like it was a Friday. I have a sneaky suspicion that every one of them was drunk as Cooter Brown.
Oh, okay.
But,
all right.
It just ran the gamut. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah.
Between Yucca trying to convince everybody that the earthquake happened because of Titanic plates shifting and
which earthquake?
Think about what I just
Japan?
said there now. No. Think
California?
about what I just said. Yucca telling us that the earthquake in Japan was because of Titanic plates shifting.
Titanic?
Not tectonic plates. Not
Titanic.
tectonic plates, Titanic plates. That just gives you a little taste of the flavor of it was about 9 hours of that.
That's why I love Yucca, though. It's I do that kind of shit all the time.
Tip of the iceberg.
Yeah,
tip of the iceberg, Captain. Tip of the iceberg.
I mean, look at me every day calling it the Nikki. Can you imagine how many like informed people probably come in every single day and hear me say Nikki and calling the Japanese market Nikki and probably like their eyes probably go practically cross-eyed and they start fuming because they can't handle it. I think it's funny.
Of all of the offenders, like I said, Brian, Fu, Nana, all of them, I think Yucca was probably the least aggravating. I'm telling you, it was like being pecked to death by ducks.
I can envision this.
What did Brian? Oh, there's Brian. Good morning, Brian.
Brian, good morning. How
Nice
you
to
doing
see
today?
you
Do you have a hangover
here. Yeah.
today, Brian?
Right.
Oh, he's not in here. That's Rex. I
He's
thought you
in
meant
chat. Yeah, he's. I just looked down at live chat, and he's like, yeah.
Well, I was doing I was trying to start a description of Brian. I said for the first time I think I got to see Brian's face yesterday because he was trying to show us his donkey taco. No, I know it's nacho. I'm changing it to taco. We're gonna call him Taco from now on.
Yeah.
Uh,
Damn it! I'm telling you, that's his name.
he was trying to show us his donkey taco, but he couldn't get his phone to not show towards his face, and so we got to see Brian's face for the very first time, and he's a strapping young man. Actually, I know he's younger than me. He's got to if he's not younger than me, then he's soft around the edges because he didn't look older. But it was funny because we had an opportunity to see him, and we had a description of what he might look like, and I thought it would be kind of fun to share that today. Actually, I should probably ask Brian first. Brian, do you mind if we share my description of you, like how I would describe you? Is it okay, or are you? And by the way,
Since when do we worry about somebody's feelings?
You
right?
know, I just
All right.
yeah, just I want to tread lightly on it, just make sure.
Have you ever been around drunks when they repeat the same thing over and over again endlessly? Brian told us in passing that he wanted a baby alligator. I don't know if he thought we could just email him one or UPS him one or whatever, but it was like a child who doesn't think that you heard him the first time. And if he said it once, he said 600 times he wanted a baby alligator. It was like a stutter. Yep, there it is, right, baby. Oh my! And finally, I just exploded on him. I said, "What do you want me to do? Drive there right now?" I don't know if he thought I was going to go to the alligator farm and pick him one up and just head his way. Meanwhile, we got Nana. I'll save it for later. It's too much to go into all right now. But needless to say, I wanted to throttle every single one of them. They all got sent to bed without cookies and milk.
Well, all right.
So Brian's a handsome lad. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah.
I got the impression that he probably hasn't lived it. I think I had him marked down as privileged. I think he's probably had a privileged existence.
Is that what it is? He's got a pretty face because he's privileged.
Right. Well, like an aristocracy. You know, the kind of those people have an air about them where they were kind of upper crust. They've always had a pretty good lot in life. So he doesn't look like Woody Harrelson. Is that what you're saying?
He says trust fund baby.
That's what I'm talking about. Trust fund baby. I had him figured for like a hybrid between Woody Harrelson and Jeffrey Dahmer.
I want a baby crocodile.
Yucca and Funky, good morning to you.
Yucca. I want a baby crocodile.
Welcome. Good to see you guys. Apparently,
Good
you
morning,
guys
everybody.
were killing Pirate last night.
Oh man! Now
I thought I was going to blow a gasket. I ran through an entire jar of gummies, they come 10 pieces to a jar, and I usually cut them in half. By the end of the evening, the jar was empty.
Yeah,
that's a bellwether for how anxiety-ridden and anger-inducing the whole night was for me.
Oh my! Sounds like I missed a good time.
So that's my excuse for being tardy this morning.
Come on, Brian.
alligator.
Let me. Can I say my description, Brian, or not? Are you gonna hold out on me here forever, or what's the deal? What's going on? Where's my baby alligator?
But it was crocodile.
Actually,
alligator.
so I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's this I think it's like a snake farm that's like halfway the distance between where I think Brian lives and where I live. And I'm not. Oh, you said okay. Hun, is that a snake farm or is it an alligator farm? Snake farm. I thought they had alligators there too. No. I love you.
On Figueroa.
Yeah, they have crocodiles there, and you might be able to find your little baby alligator over there at that snake farm. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about or not, but it's halfway probably in between us. So Brian's face when I first saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, He reminds me of Helium Dave. What was his last name? Dave.
Super Dave.
Super Dave.
Helium Super Dave.
Yeah, he's Helium Super Dave. Because he looks like Super Dave. I don't know if you remember him, but his voice is high.
Now.
Yeah, like
that you just jogged my memory.
Super Dave had like
Helium
this
Super
really low voice. Like, I mean, I don't even know if I could probably even do a imitation of Super Dave. But Brian's like the opposite. He's like Helium Super Dave. So
I remember that now.
Yeah. So it was real funny. We were talking about getting him a Super Dave outfit that he could wear while he rode Taco.
Yeah, that's my dream. I want to see him riding Taco, but it only works if he's agrees to carry like the little Twizzlers, the little sparklers that you give children.
Well, we were deciding between the sparklers or pinwheels. Yeah.
Pinwheels.
Yeah. That would be epic. It would be epic if we could get that to happen. Taco.
I'm sure everyone here is well aware of the long-standing joke of "now why," repeated in the best imitation of our friend CSI. It's become a staple around here, and it's funny if it's interjected from time to time. Now why? But Foo Dog launched into it. Bear in mind, I'm talking about 9 hours here. I'm not talking about 9 minutes. 9 hours. Every 15 seconds was "now why." And then they would echo it back. I guess they were I said, you guys are so drunk. If you can't think of anything funnier to say, go to bed. But it was like little birds in a forest. Foo Dog would say, "now why?" And then his little chorus of birds would chime back. Now why? It was
the
like
Hunger Games. The Hunger Games.
Exactly.
Yeah, the birds.
It was and they were unrelenting on it. And I think once I showed weakness by letting them know that it aggravated me. Well, you know what they did? They just ratcheted it up, and I didn't know that anybody could do that for that long. I mean, how can you repeat the same phrase every 15 seconds for hours on end? But there you go. That's a pretty good synopsis. That's the closest I can come to a good debrief of how that disaster of a card game went last night.
That sounds epic, man.
Yeah. They all had fun. It sucked ass for Trevor and I. We're folding like trip aces because we can't focus.
They got to beat you somehow in poker. If they can't beat you.
Well, no. See, that's the beauty of it.
Oh, they weren't playing?
Not a single one of them was playing.
Oh, okay.
That was what it was. Just Trevor and I quietly sitting in the corner playing our games, and there are like 17 children scurrying about under the table.
Yeah. Chi-Town Turtles.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear the new conspiracy about Japan? Earthquake?
Well, I mean, so I put out the message yesterday in the title about why does war always happen on the weekends, but I was trying to let you guys know that I feel like there's going to be some kind of like major event that's going to occur on the weekend. And then when I saw that pop up, that message I'm not sure what point I saw it last night, but when I saw that, I was like, are you kidding me? I'm like, what are the chances that there's going to be some like major massive earthquake in Japan, to disrupt markets? And I'm like, they had one?
They had a 7.1 already. So then they said,
okay, yeah, but
we're scaling this up because that's just like what is that, like
testing the waters?
Pre-shock.
Yeah,
it's like, so the conspiracy is that because what they did, and with the stock market, they affected the world, markets. The other countries
are going to punish them
together.
To punish them
with an earthquake. They can move these titanic plates. There
it is.
And that's what
I can't do this morning. I can't do that.
There it is. We have titanic plates, and we're moving them.
You're not going to convince him otherwise. You're not going to convince him anyway.
Well,
I told him if he was going to go with that. I told him, Casey, if he was going to go with that, he should go ahead and just finish out his dissertation on geology by telling people that he's got the proof of it from the sphincter scale. It rated a 4.5 on a sphincter scale.
Pucker up.
Yeah, not a Richter scale, mind you, a sphincter scale.
A sphincter scale, okay.
Yep. So the harp, they all get together and they decide who's gonna get punished, and it's all frequency, and there it is.
I
I
keep
don't know. It's easier to move an island. It's easier to move an island, Titanic plate. Titanic. It's in an island, it's in water.
9 hours, Casey. 9 hours of this. 9 hours nonstop.
right. I'll tell you what, Yuck. I'm gonna scroll through my Twitter feed right now and see if I can't find this to add to your conspiracy theories here a little bit. But I keep having this. I'm not sure who's posting it up or anything, but it's an image. I don't even know what it is exactly. It looks like an image of some kind of frequency stuff that's happening overnight, and so they're saying like
I see that.
every time I see them posting it, they always say like, who can't sleep tonight, and then they show this like massive amount of frequency that's like showing up on their little indicator or their graph that they've got up there, and it's like they're insinuating that we're being bombarded with like a certain type of frequency that's usually causes people to have like headaches and loss of sleep and all that kind of stuff. And I think I'd have to do some more research into what it is that they're saying and everything, but I think they're even suggesting that like these are the kind of things that point towards time. What is it? What are they calling that? Timeline shifts. Yeah, timeline shifts. And it's just I mean, you can really dive down like a massive rabbit hole with this kind of stuff and just really get lost in some of the conspiracy theory stuff that's out there. But I'm seeing if I can pull it up here.
I'll say this very softly because I don't want Mrs. Pirate to hear it because it may cost me my sandwich today. But she insists from time to time that she can hear something. She'll look at me from across the room. She'll say, "Do you hear that?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, I can hear something like a frequency in my ear. I said, "You mean like tinnitus? Like tinnitus?" She's like, No. She's had tinnitus in ear ringing. I'm like, "Yeah, it's just ringing in your ear." She's like, "No." And she's insistent that from time to time she can hear a frequency tone in her ear.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
That's actually I've heard some similar stuff like that around. A lot of people around the U.S. are starting to say that they can hear these like tones and stuff. And
she's not given to lying. She's never lied to me in 35 years. I don't know why she would make something like that up. But I write it off to old age and move about my business.
It could be It could be the part of the blue beam. What is the blue beam project?
Yeah, blue beam. Yeah.
Project Blue Beam.
Yeah. So that's supposed to be we'll be able to hear frequencies.
Well, and then this morning I wake up and did you see did you see the warnings in DC?
What?
They're warning they put DC on a tornado watch. I used to live in Washington DC for I don't know, I want to say I know for 7 years at least. It might have been up to 10 years. For 10 years of my life, I think it's 7. 7 years of my life, I lived in Washington, D.C., and never once did they ever. I don't even think they have. I know they have nuclear warning things because we used to do the nuclear dive under your desk drills all the time. But they don't even think they have a warning system for tornadoes. Tornadoes don't. I don't ever remember there being a tornado in Washington, D.C. ever in my lifetime. I don't even know if it exists as a thing, but somebody will probably be in here smart enough to know whether or not that's a thing or not. But this morning they issued a tornado warning for Washington, D.C. And I'm like, really? That's of all places. Kind of weird.
I've often thought, Casey, I'm 58 years old. How many times in 58 years have I heard of a school catching on fire? And I can just cut to the chase and tell you the answer is 0. But yet they have fire drills all the time at these schools. I'm thinking, what do they keep having these fire drills for? Schools don't catch fire.
Oh, there you go. The lasers from the sky.
I'm not seeing any of these frequency posts that I usually see, but I'm still going to keep scrolling a little bit here.
That's because you're the one creating those posts.
I am not creating the posts. I wouldn't even know where to find the information. You know, I get more pole vaulting crap coming through my feed now than anything. It's like I get more pole vaulting stuff than I do even election stuff. I feel like anymore. It's pole
Brian,
vaulting.
don't make me come over there.
I don't see it. Yeah, crazy stuff though. Good morning, Yucca. You're up early again today. What's going on? Did you rough night?
Probably hasn't even been to bed yet.
I'm asking for a rough night. Junito, good morning.
Rough night. No, I would sleep right away.
Hey, good morning.
Buenos dias.
Speaking of tornadoes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
We can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Okay, so I live in New York, and it's kind of crazy. We've had a lot of tornadoes here in the area. And it's kind of odd because, number one, this last weekend I just went to go see that Twister movie, and I'll talk about like New York and how rare it is to have tornadoes. Well, turns out we've actually had record-breaking amount of tornadoes here in New York. I don't know, within the last month, 2 months, it's been absolutely insane, the amount of tornadoes that we've had here, which is, again, something that we don't typically see here in New York. But anyways, getting back to that Twister movie, it was actually really good. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the Twister movie, but my girlfriend really wanted to see it, and I was like, all right, fine, I'll go see it. And I'll tell you what, watching that movie on a big screen was like, it was really good.
Did it scare you?
I don't think you can get that same.
I bet it scared the crap.
There was a few parts in there that definitely makes it kind of jump a little bit.
Yeah, I hate tornadoes. Scare the crap out of me.
Just the experience, though, and on a big screen is so much different than, like, say, watching the movie at home. I don't think that it would have been as enjoyable. With the sound effects, with everything else, it's just really good. And I went there in the middle of the week, and surprisingly, the movie theater was like packed. I was really surprised.
It's not a surprise.
For that film.
It's a real thing. People go to the movies still.
It's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. But I loved it, and I support my local AMC theater a lot, and I was really happy to see the parking lot full on a Wednesday. And but anybody out there thinking of seeing that movie, it's a little cheesy, but it's good.
Yeah. Well, I felt like the original movie was a little. In fact, I just actually saw the original movie not too long ago. I can't remember if I saw clips or if I saw the full. No, I think I saw some movie clips that were popping up on my YouTube feed for whatever reason, and I forgot how cheesy some of the parts of that movie really were. It was. The original was even cheesy.
Yeah, it's very predictable, but otherwise it's a fun movie to watch.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're talking about tornadoes and stuff, and I just wanted to mention that because in New York we've been experiencing some pretty crazy weather that's out of the ordinary.
Well, it actually does fly in the face of scientific evidence because New York has a notable lack of trailer parks. And without trailer parks, you're pretty much immune to tornadoes. At least that's what I read. That's what I read in all of the journals. But
yeah, you're safe.
There's definitely no lack of trailer parks around here.
Oh, okay. Well, then you better stand at the ready.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people think New York, they think New York City, but I'm actually up in upstate New York, where it's the complete opposite. We're countryside and all that.
You're not in New York. You're just in New York.
Yeah, we're in the state of New York, so.
I'm tired of scrolling through my Twitter feed here to find this. I feel like I should just search frequency and see if I can find it faster that way.
Are you talking about the Schumann? What do they call it? Schumann resonance?
Probably. I don't know what it is. Like I said, I haven't really. I don't even click on it when I see it. When I scroll.
Schumann res. Yeah, because I see Twitter posts like that every once in a while too. I don't know why, But
It's the Schumacher. It's a Schumacher-Levy interruption.
if you type in Schumann resonance on Twitter feed, it'll pop up.
Yeah, let me do that. I'd rather just do that. So how do I spell that? Schumann? S is there a CH?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
I think so.
CHUM.
Wait, I'm sorry. I couldn't. You guys cut off there. What?
What? Now why?
SCHUMAN. Resonance. RES.
Yeah, I got that.
SON. Chi-Town Turtle says tornado in Latin.
Yes,
Says fuck your area up.
That's exactly what I was seeing. Is those? Yeah. So possible solar storm. So it's like solar storm or magnetic field changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a solar storm in effect.
It's a solar flare.
Solar flare.
It could be. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It's just something that's affecting the electromagnetic field around us, around Earth. Which
and then there's on that Twister movie. There's another movie that's called Twist Her, and Brian Carpenter is starting as the main.
It was called Twisted.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Twist Her. Twist Her.
Oh.
Twist Her.
Oh.
Instead of Twister, it's Twist Her. You know, you're starting in it.
Okay.
Brian.
Special Ed said there was a fire at a school in Stebbins, Alaska. So apparently I stand corrected.
Wow.
So.
Well, I'll just to show everybody I mean, this isn't a great representation of it, but this is what I see when I'm like kind of scrolling through my feed, and I'll see one of these images pop up, and then people will be like, "How are you feeling?" And people are like, "I'm exhausted. I have headaches," and it's like, I guess whenever you see these big blobs of field disruptions. Magnetic field disruptions is when it causes people to either get headaches or lose sleep, or just kind of like a random range of different effects that it has on people, apparently. Or so there's got to be something to this, but who knows?
You want to know what disrupted my magnetic field? That GameStop post last night about movie tickets being, or about the Borderlands game being half price.
That pissed me off a little. I ain't gonna lie. That pissed me off a little bit.
Yep.
Somebody, I think.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think. Gosh, who was it? It was Sal, the meme god. Sal, the meme god, posted up two different things. He posted up the price going for the game, and then the price for an AMC movie ticket. And he's like, "You all need whoever it is over there, it's the intern that's running your GameStop post, and you need to fire him because it wasn't even close. It was way more expensive." Yeah, that was uncool.
Very uncool.
Yep. Tendy says, I put a map of tornadoes in Virginia in the Big Tramp. There have been a shitload, and they don't stop at state borders. Let's see here. In the back of the Big Tramp.
The bubble.
Holy moly. That is a lot of them. Hold on a second here. My, oh my. We're not in Kansas anymore. I'm here all day.
If they don't touch down.
No. Well, I don't even. There's no reference on this page here on what's what in regards to color here, so I don't know what this could be. Report, yeah. What's that?
EF1s and then the E4 or EF4s, whatever. So the color scale goes from green to red. So I mean, there's not as many bad ones, but
yeah. Boy, I don't ever remember there being any I remember going through a hurricane when I lived, a couple different hurricanes, I feel like, when I lived in Virginia, but I don't ever remember any kind of tornado. And I lived in, well, here's Washington, D.C. up here, right?
What did DC?
So I don't remember any
those
there.
tan or yellow spots. Those are attendees' job sites. They're not to. They show up on a radar. It's the chaotic environment. Looks just like a tornado.
All right, so now I've got the same map as the data website, and it's for DC. Let's see what they've got.
Attendees, good morning.
Oh, good morning, sir.
And UPS delivery guy, good morning.
There have been 1, 2, 3, 4. Not many in DC, but it is small too.
Johnson B. Streets. Go ahead.
2001.
What's that?
And 5 tornadoes in downtown DC, 2001.
Wow.
They've all.
Hey, you know what happened in 2001? .com bubble. You know, I hate this, but did you know that there's a moon phase indicator on, I think, TradingView that shows you when there's like it's a legit indicator that you can use to track potential price movements and change of price movements in the stock market based off of moon phases.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That pisses me off to no end because it's like, I hate it when like really weird stuff like that ends up being like an actual thing. And so I'm sitting.
That's what Manjeet does, right?
Yeah. And so it pisses me. What does it?
Manjeet does that astrology.
Yeah.
Stock market.
Stuff like that just kind of makes me angry because I don't really want to believe in like like star alignment and all that kind of stuff. I'm just not into that. But
well, inevitably, what happens is it lines up one time and it's correct, and they all point their finger at it and say, "See,
no." But the moon phase is actually there is legit proof that the moon phases do have, like, you can win more often than not on your bets.
Is correlation proof of causation?
If you have a bet
just
greater,
because they happen simultaneously doesn't mean that one's creating the other.
If you can create a trading pattern and win more than 50% of the time on your trades, then you're ahead. And if
fair enough.
And if moon phases will get you there, then I mean you have to acknowledge it. Like there's got to be something there, right? And as much as I hate it, it's a thing. So this whole thing with like weather patterns are definitely impacted by moon phases, right? So you could potentially have. And here's the other thing that's going to drive you nuts. What's 24 minus 1?
$1 billion.
No.
3.
23. Jeepers Creepers comes back how many every years? 2001, 2024, or 2024. I said it right. 2024. It's 23 years. Jeepers Creepers. Craziness. It's just like these kind of little like things like this. I hate them with a passion. It's like I don't like this stuff. It's intriguing, but it's annoying too.
Everything's numbers, KC.
It's all annoying.
Everything's numbers.
But I mean, here's another thing too. You can look at like the Farmer's Almanac. How do you pull up a Farmer's Almanac? Pull up a Farmer's Almanac and get somewhat reasonably accurate weather predictions for the future when it was written like who knows how long ago.
All I know is I'm the way I am because I'm an asparagus.
What does that mean? I don't get it.
You You don't know what your moon signs are?
No, I'm not into that.
It's pretty cool when you're in asparagus.
Are you really in asparagus? Is that a thing? Oh, hold on a
Yeah.
second. I'm gonna have to look this up. I don't want to go down. No, I'm not going down this road. I got 5 minutes left before numbers. I'm not going down this road yet. Apex says he's an asparagus too. How do you find out? Is there a quick way to find out, or do you have to like go through like a whole bunch of stuff to figure it out?
If you know, you know.
Type your birthday into Google. Just type your birthday in and say, "What's my astrological vegetable?"
Pirates are root bacon.
Casey's a cucumber.
Wing potato.
Eggplant?
So my Chinese zodiac sign was my most favorite thing out of them all, which is a dragon. That doesn't tell me anything new that I didn't already know. I'm a Cancer. It says zodiac sign Capricorn. But I don't see anything in here having to do with vegetables. I don't see a.
Well, that settles it then.
I don't know what this
doesn't say eggplant or anything like that.
It doesn't exist in the Google. It doesn't exist.
Shared birthdays.
You're a peppercorn.
Fruit.
You're fruity then. If it doesn't say one, you're fruity.
Dragon.
Sun, moon. Yeah, I don't know.
You're getting a headache now.
I'm fucking with you. It's when people say, "Oh yeah, I'm an Aquarius," you say, "Yeah, I'm an asparagus."
I like it. That's a good way to mess with people. I like it. That's good.
I'm not going to be one of these arrogant pricks who shows up 3 hours late and asks you to do the whole stream over again. But can somebody tell me what this song was this morning? I'd just like to know.
Oh yeah, it was the song for today was probably something you've never heard in your entire life. It was called STS 8 Mission is the name of the group, I guess, and it's called New York, New York by Frank Sinatra. It's a metal cover.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
STS 8, you said?
Yep. No. Did I say STS? What did I say? Yes. STS 8 Mission.
I know there's a band called STS 9 that I used to see in my younger days. Sound Tribe Sector 9.
Jape says, Casey, there are different elements of dragon, fire, water, etc. Wood, earth, metal too. Yeah, I don't get into all that stuff too much. The problem that I have with most of it is that like it usually leads to some kind of like telling you who you are as a person. And what I find is that some of the stuff is just so vague you could probably read it off to most other people and that they would be able to take some kind of portion of it.
Right. That's how the con works.
Yeah, some portion of it would resemble somebody. Like, and there's always some part of your quote unquote horoscope that doesn't match who you are as a person, but some of it, or maybe some or a lot of it does.
Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miss Chloe's 1-900 line.
Oh. Well, the reason why it's so mundane, mundane, is because you're not inputting it correctly. You have to input it with the time of birth, exactly what time you were born, your coordinates, where you were born, and then it'll show you the exact placements of the stars.
Yeah.
Does gender and birth?
You get a better understanding, and it makes sense. It does. You can tell. It's kind of creepy because it'll like go what? Somebody wants to say something.
I'd rather believe that I can choose to be who I want to be instead of being told what I.
But it's not your choice.
But maybe
preordained.
It is. Yeah, I don't
like it's preordained.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't like
sorry. Nope.
living in a world where I'm told what I have to be.
No, you're already. The path has been already laid for you.
Yeah.
You just gotta walk it, and you're gonna walk it either
That takes
way.
away all freedom of choice. So.
You have no choice.
Yeah, I don't like living in a world like that.
What if the stars tell you you're a prick?
But then it must be true. It must be the. I would be like, oh wow, that's a real horoscope right there.
That would be funny though if you're meeting a girl for the first time or somebody and they ask you what your zodiac sign is. Just say asshole.
Starfish.
Yeah. What's your zodiac sign? The brown starfish.
I'm a colon cancer.
Yeah.
Speak mute real quick.
Yeah, I just don't like living in a world where I don't get to choose my path in life, and so I don't like to live. Anytime somebody tries to give me like my astrological being as to who I am is like I could literally choose tomorrow to be somebody entirely different than who I am today. I could just, it's as easy as changing a diet. If you really truly and honestly want to change who you are as a person, you can do it. You have to be committed, but you can do it. And so the idea that somebody would suggest to you that you have to be a certain way based off of where you were born, the time you were born, the location of the rest of the planetary alignment is I don't want to live in a world like that. It doesn't exist for me.
Well, after last night's poker game, I almost became a serial killer.
That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, somebody could flip.
Yeah, if they're going to make a movie of me as if they were going to make a movie of me as a serial killer, last night would serve as my origin story.
That doesn't give anybody the opportunity to be able to go flip a 180 on who they are as a person, right? Like, you could never have anybody who flips to just doing something they would never normally do. And it never gives anybody the opportunity of doing, something terrible and becoming better. It doesn't afford those people those choices. And that's not how life works.
I'm going to post my reading that I did. Maybe I had somebody do a reading, an Indian guy from Hindu, not from Apache, or you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'll post it in the back of the tram. Here in the bubble later after you do the number seek, if you want to listen to it or not. He didn't know anything about me. And he was able to tell some. I believe it because he was able to tell me, like he was able to reveal things about me, of what I've been through and what I like. It's wild. Like,
well,
music,
do you remember how I told you that like every single one of us, I've moved all over the U.S., right? And everywhere I go, I find the same people over and over and over, no matter where I go. Yeah, we all share similar experiences in life, and so when you understand that, and you can narrow people down to a certain group of people, it makes it really, really simple. You can actually profile. This is exactly what profiling is for the FBI or the CIA. That's what they do. They profile and put you into individual groups of people who have shared experiences based off of characteristics about where you're from, maybe how you were brought up, how much money your family may have made. All those kind of things form you into the person that you are. And so it's some of that stuff when people are reading these things, the way these astrological things are written out so that they can tell you who you are. A lot of it really is just kind of based on like generalizations and puts you into some of these groups and gives you enough of a generalized idea as to what kind of experiences you may have had that are completely ordinary to everybody or a lot of people.
Not necessarily.
So, well, give me an example. Not right now. I got to go do numbers, but later. Give me an example. Give me an example, and we can poll the whole group here and find out how many people have shared an experience that you may have had in the past. And you'll find that maybe there's actually more people than you would have expected.
All right.
Yeah.
Numbers though.
All right.
Conspiracy factors.
Let's do it. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see 60% of our volume going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We have 53.78% of our volume going through those exchanges, or through off-exchange. EDGX is at 10.84. The combined total in that 64.62% or 4.62% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 1,300 shares, so not very much. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 453 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. Borrow fees, mainly just shares returned on AMC for the day, about 400,000 shares. In total, IBKR's reported about 700,000 shares borrowed. Excuse me, I got hiccups again. Fees are at 2.18 and rebate is at 3.14. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was 144,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. There's now a return of 1.54 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 17.43. The cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average 3.17, and max is 4.33. In total today, there's 99.73 million shares on loan. That's 400,000 shares less than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 100,000 of those was in closed short interest. Ortex is reporting right now that GME has 228,000 shares having been returned, putting their estimated short share interest of the free float at 10.2. Moving on, we looking at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day on AMC was at a $5.50 strike. That is no longer the case. It's now moved back down to $5 on the calls. At 5.5 an hour ago, we had 3.3 thousand contracts. At 5, we now have 4.6. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike as well. We had 1.9 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 3.6. Which means that the market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between 475 to 525 by the end of the day today. Really narrowing in on what it is that we'll see for a close. The options chain for GME, highest amount of call volume so far for the day has been at 22, and highest amount of put volume has been coming in at 21. So it's really targeting 21.5, which is exactly where max pain is. Although I don't think the price right now is $21.97, so they're actually on the high side of their options spread. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI an hour ago was 252.06. It's now 252.56, slightly up, half a point. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .097. An hour ago was .092, so slightly up. We started out the week at .022 and the day at .083. NASDAQ is up 0.29, Dow Jones is up 0.16, and the S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 2,771 decliners to 2,512 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it is an hour ago, but still declining overall. Sectors that are not doing so well for the day-to-day, there's only two of them. Utilities, actually it's flipped there. Industrials are worse off than utilities. The top performing sectors for the day-to-day are healthcare, and then looks like financials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Silvergate is up 2.2. Actually, that's not up enough for me to read off. I don't know why I did. I just did. Let's see what else. Looks like that might be it. Gold is up 0.05 and is consolidating after uptrend. Silver's down 0.44 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.84, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.11, trending down. Oil is down 2.01, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.36 to 0.39 and are trending down. SPY is up 0.24 and trending up. VIX is down 5.88 at 22.39, trending down, and the futures are suggesting 2163. So we've had over a point and a half, about a point and a half, I think, drop in the VIX, closing the gap on the futures. But we're still breaking 19 right now, even on the futures, which is still a high value. And so we've been seeing this consolidation period between 19 and 35 here that's been going on since this last weekend when we started seeing the Japan carry trade unwinding. So you can see we very briefly broke up above 35, came back down, and we're kind of trending in this path here. Historically speaking, or not historically speaking, what am I saying? I measured out a time fib off of the secondary top that we had on the way down, just to kind of see if I could get like an idea as to where we may see like some trend reversals in here. And we're approaching one of those time fibs here, which is suggesting somewhere around like 12:30, anywhere between 8:09 at 12:30 to 8:13, 1600. So I'm kind of expecting to see that next little spike up, and we got a couple different spikes in here, but I'm expecting to see that next spike up somewhere in this range in here. IWM is down 0.15 and is trending up. VB is up 0.02, trending up. Tesla is down 0.18, trending up. Amazon is up 0.95, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.21, trending up. Doge is down 3.12, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.99, trending down. GME is up 1.15, trending up. HYMC is down 2.69 and consolidating after a trend down. NCMI is down 0.83, trending down. HOOD is up 2.43, trending up. And AMC is down 0.69 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $900,000. Actually, it's like $950,000 more outflow than inflow. Is that right? That's not right. Yeah, it is right. 3.42 million shares traded so far. After 102 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 13.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours, RSI is at 53.06, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI at 57.66, which is slightly above average. And on a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence in the Vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 58.44, which is above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI at 49.97, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. All right, Yucca. Give me a life experience that you had that you think is unique to you. Oh, he left. Brian's in here, though. Brian, good morning. Also, Tendies, good morning. I don't think I had a chance to say that earlier. Quack, quack, good morning. Seymour says, but did my decision get me to the spot of you pressing me? Or was it always written in no matter what I did, I was going to lead me to that spot?
They were discussing theories from philosophy of free will versus preordained. Mm-hmm. I think he was elaborating on that.
I think So this is the kind of concept that how I tried to wrap my head around it a little bit is that like I feel like it's possible for there to be many different futures. And so if there's a possibility for there to be many different outcomes, like if you ever watch the movie, and this is why I love the movie Matrix so much, is that there's so many different outcomes, and all of them can be possibilities of to what it is that you can do. And just because you can calculate all possibilities of what it is that you could possibly do doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have freedom of will. It just means that it's a calculated possibility. And some of those calculations are higher probabilities than others. And so when you do something, the chances are, because of your previous experiences or past that you've had, makes it a higher probability that you're going to go down a certain path in life. And really what it is that while you have every choice available to you, there is a calculated probability that you'll go down a specific path, and that's because of who you are, because of the choices you've made from your past. And that's really the best way to look at it. So it doesn't mean that your future's preordained. It just means that it's calculated to within some certainty, which could be a very strong chance that the certainty of knowing what that path is could almost be to a point to where you could, with a high probability, predict what, a life path of a person. But ultimately, you get to decide that, though.
Casey.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, no, and I was saying it's a spectrum because I was having a discussion with a childhood friend, and he's supposed to be sort of a rational person, and I couldn't get him to, I don't know, I couldn't get him to see the same point of view as me as like if you're pressed up against a wall, like you have freedom in that moment, but it's been restricted. So there's still like, you know what I'm saying, like both can exist at the same time.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, both can exist at the same time. Yeah. There's options to you, but you also have some of your choices removed from you.
Well, and so what I hear you saying, or what I think I hear you saying, is like a lot of us would say like, oh, if I was in that position, I would do this. But when it really comes down to push or shove, and you're in a crisis moment, or something's happening and unfolding the way that you thought you would do something, you do something else entirely. And then so you have to ask yourself, like, why is it that I performed under pressure differently than I thought that I would? Right?
That's one way of looking at it.
And really what it all comes down to is experience in life. Do you have experience with dealing with those kind of situations, or don't you?
According to Alanis Morissette, said what it really comes down to is everything's going to be fine, fine, fine.
That's right.
But that's just Alanis Morissette.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, let's say somebody like just concisely removed like one of your toes, right? Like nobody has experience getting a toe removed unless they've had it, before, right? They could have had someone do it to them before, right? But that's, you know what I mean? Like how do you prepare for that? At that moment, you've lost the agency of one of your toes.
Yeah.
So, but you still have the freedom of your other 9 toes. You know what I'm saying? Like I was just trying to make the point that like free will still exists, even though you've had some of your agency removed.
Yeah. There is. I have a. You guys are gonna laugh. I have a body part that I feel like has a mind of its own. Any of you guys have that? No, it's not that one. Believe it or not, it's not the one that I know that many of you are probably thinking.
The one-eyed
I get-
daddy
I
from
get
Cincinnati.
boners randomly
That's
all
what
the
that's
time.
what I call mine. The one-eyed daddy from Cincinnati.
No, it's my tongue. It's literally my tongue. I swear to you guys, my tongue. Sometimes I don't even really think belongs to me because I know it works for me most of the time. But when the dentist goes into my mouth with those sharp tools and stuff that's gonna hurt my tongue's like, I want to investigate, and I'm like, don't you dare, you're gonna get hurt. And my tongue's like, no, I don't care, bitch, I'm doing it. It's like I'm trying to fight this like battle of my tongue wanting to probe and then my brain saying, don't you dare do it. Yeah, I do. I feel like my tongue has its own mind sometimes.
Well, you're being acted upon.
Yeah, sphincter or something.
I know you guys all well too well. Of course, you guys are gonna say you're weenus, Yukon.
I had something similar. I don't know if it's in keeping with what you just talked about with your tongue, but we were in our theater watching a movie one night. I never told Mrs. Pirate because I thought it would terrify her if I shared it with her. But I don't know if I had a mini stroke or if there was some. I don't know what caused it, but for I want to say a total of like 1.5 to 2 minutes, I couldn't speak. My mind was lucid. I could think of the words and all of that.
Could have been gum.
Did you feel like your breath was taken away?
No, I didn't have any trouble breathing. I
Okay.
didn't feel any of my heart palpitations. I was not dizzy. That's what was so perplexing about
You
it.
were
I
just
wrote it off as
frozen.
just to a psychological anomaly, but I couldn't speak, and then I realized I couldn't speak, and then it became anxiety inducing because I thought, is this something bigger? Am I having some sort of a seizure or whatever? It's never happened in all my 58 years, and it's never happened since.
Chi-Town
But it
Turtle
was-
says
it was
Chi-Town
terrifying.
Turtle says that was your best gummy you ever had.
I was gonna say, sounds like those gummies were hitting that day.
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, I was gummy free that evening, so I'd have a hard time
Well, that was your
attributing it to
problem.
that. But yeah, there you go. I can tell you, it was frightening though. It was utterly terrifying for just that minute and a half.
Could you move your head and your body?
Yeah. I had zero atrophy. I mean, I wasn't paralyzed in any sense, and but it just passed, and it was one of those things that made me question like the event. And this is the first time I've spoken of it because I could give a shit less about you people. I kept it from my wife. I kept it from my wife because I didn't want her to become unduly concerned. Yeah. There you have it.
To the gorge.
Mark it down. There was a time when Pirate could not speak. For a total of 1.5
That's hard to believe.
Brian, hey, good to hear from you. How you doing, man? Wait, Brian, can you do you feel like sharing your face today, or no? Is that something you don't want to do?
Why? Why?
Because I
Why?
think people would like to see
Hey, that's on. I have
Helium
my
Super
picture.
Dave.
My picture. My picture's on the Discord.
Okay.
So it's
Oh,
there.
it is on the Discord.
Yeah,
And
I
did-
took a picture when I had COVID.
Oh, and where general? When did you have COVID?
I didn't. I was just like faking it.
Oh, you're faking it. Oh, okay.
No, my picture's on like your Discord somewhere.
Okay.
Big charm in the picture.
I'll find it later, and then we'll put it up there.
Yeah, it's there.
I'll find it. Turtle says, what's going to be the catalyst in AMC that will truly show this company is a stock to buy? Can they deny this when the Q3 numbers finally hit? Yeah, I think they couldn't continue to deny for the Q3 numbers. But what I'll say, Turtle, is I think everybody's been trying to figure out what in the world the catalyst is going to be, and I think that every single time that we thought that we knew what the catalyst was going to be, it ended up being something entirely different. So I don't even try to search for a quote unquote catalyst. I think it's kind of silly to do. It's a wasted time effort, and when it happens, it's going to happen. 2 weeks. I hate to say it, But that's what it comes down to.
Casey, you use your
Go ahead.
I just asked Casey if he'd use his inversion table yet.
I have not recently, no. But I do have one, yeah.
No, I know you do. I'm hanging upside down. That's what.
You sound a little stuffy. I was going to say, it makes sense now.
I got a question for everybody.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever had that dream? Since Pirate said he couldn't talk, have you ever had that dream that you woke up in the middle of the night? I don't know if it's a dream or if it was real, where you woke up and you couldn't move, you couldn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
I've had that dream, or I don't know if it was a dream. That's the problem because.
Well, you're above
Don't
your.
they call it sleep? Isn't that called sleep paralysis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: does it have to be like you're waking up and you're in your bed, or can you wake up in your dream and be someplace different, and then
remote?
No, I feel now that I remember when I went through it. I think I woke up and I couldn't. Like I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. I was just like paralyzed.
Yeah, I can't say that I've had that specifically, but I have had dreams where I've woken up in different places and not been confused about where I am or why I was there and not able to
that's because
do anything.
That's because you've had too much to drink that night.
Moonlit Rift says that that's pretty common, Yucca.
Yeah, it's common.
What about your day and you realize you're in your underwear?
It's a common thing, really. So
I'm watching a TV series right now where they actually talk about it quite often. Yeah.
Really? So that's
Pirate chastises me because I will go outside in my underwear. She thinks it's improper. My question: I'll wear boxers. I'm like, what's the difference between boxers and swimming trunks? Just because one has the little flap in the front, somehow or another, I'm creating some incredible, egregious social faux pas. But she remains convinced that I'm.
As long as the first mate's out, then you got a little problem.
No, I'm just saying, buddy.
No, I agree, Pirate. I mean, imagine like the things that we consider. It doesn't none of it makes real sense.
Yeah, so much of it is illogical. The girl that if she's changing from her street clothes and she's in her panties and underwear and she feels the need to dive under a blanket so somebody can't see her, but then the next day she goes out in a G-string thong on the beach. I'm like, I don't understand. I'm confused.
In that TV series that I'm watching, the lady that it's happening to is a psychologist. Actually, she might be a psychiatrist. I'm not sure if she's a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But the point is that she, in order to get past it, puts something on the ceiling above her bed to let her know that it's either a dream or it's not a dream. And so if she wakes up and sees what it is that she puts on the ceiling, then she knows she's awake for real. And in reality, and if she doesn't see it, then she knows she's in a dream.
Like a talisman.
So Yucca, you could stick a suction cup dildo to your mirror above your bed.
You know what? I
had a girlfriend when I was in the military, and she said that her gynecologist had a full-size poster of Tom Selleck on the ceiling of his exam room. And
that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I thought that's a.
Casey, I don't understand though. Why couldn't she just have that image in her dream?
I don't remember. I don't remember why.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the deal was for why it wouldn't just show up in her dream as well. Well, I guess because you don't. I guess if you stare up at it long enough, you probably, and it was part of your subconscious. Here, like for example, I didn't ever dream with glasses on ever my entire life because I never wore glasses before. When I started wearing glasses, I started having dreams that had frames in the dream. I hated that. I hate having frames in my dreams now. It's so frustrating. I want to go back to like no frames. It's like, why in the world would I have frames in my dream when I could just dream the way that I had the rest of my life?
I don't think it means that she can't dream the pictures on the ceiling. I think it's more an evidence of your dreams aren't that detailed, that if she is in a dream and it's not there, then that gives her like a subliminal cue that she is dreaming.
Dancing on the ceiling.
Oh. Now, the other one. Have you ever had a dream where you have a man chasing you with giant scissors?
No. It's always been
cutting them open.
Believe it or not, it's always been apes. I always have this big old huge, not apes, but one big huge gorilla. And he's moving full speed and I'm running in slow motion. That's always what it was when I was growing up as a kid. I could never get behind the
dream that I could never get behind the door. There's some figure, shadowy figure chasing me with a Super Dave outfit on, and he's holding a pinwheel in each hand. But he's not running. He's not running in a normal fashion. He's running like a girl during a stage performance during acrobatics, like those long leaps and bounds and little pirouettes. He's running like that.
Yeah, the other one, the other dream I used to have when I was younger, in my dream, or when I was falling asleep, actually. Not as it wasn't a dream. When I was falling asleep, I would see a giant clay, a black ball of clay, just turn and rotate, and it would freak me out.
The fuck are you talking about? Jesus.
Yeah, man. Black giant clay, kind of like mozzarella cheese, but black. And it would just turn in my freaking head. Fucking
teacher.
Any of you guys ever dreamed that you were standing at the top of a flight of stairs and you started to run down the stairs and then you just leapt out like Superman and took flight? And then you said to yourself, why doesn't everybody do this? It's so easy. Have you ever, or I guess I should say, have you ever had a dream where you could fly?
Yep, that's me.
Richard.
I was always flying down the stairs too. I'd leap from the top and float down to the bottom.
That's what I wanted to know. I thought okay, you told me exactly what. I've never asked anybody that, but I've had that dream probably hundreds of times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Richard, we were just talking about that.
When they're going, all of a sudden it's like you just your body's like, it's like a convulsion. I don't know.
Yeah, I asked somebody about that a couple of weeks ago. If anybody felt like they were, like falling, it makes your whole body quake. Shake you awake.
I enjoyed the flying down the stairs so much that I wanted to try and harness that into all of my dreams. And so I started trying to force myself into flying in every dream because I enjoyed it so much. And so I found out through trial and error that in my dream that this is going to sound so stupid, if I held the bubble in my mouth, it would allow me to float a little bit. And I could allow the wind to kind of take me up, and it was more of a floating, not necessarily a flying. But I had to hold the bubble in my mouth. If I didn't hold
Peter Pan shit there.
Yeah, if I didn't hold the bubble, and when I say hold the bubble, it's not like I was blowing gum or anything. It's just like make a bubble with your mouth. You know what I'm talking about? Like you just kind of puff your cheeks out with air. Yeah, so that's how I would float around all over the place, was puffing my cheeks out in my dreams.
It's kind of like the spoon. It's like it's not the spoon that bends, it's you. Or is it the other way? Which is it?
I don't know. I just thought it was kind of ridiculous that that's what I had to do to fly. Float, whatever. But it worked.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, some lucid dreaming.
Have you ever? Yeah, well, you're talking about that. I've had one time where I was able to control my dream, and my mind caught that and woke me up.
Yeah, it's called lucid dreaming. When you're dreaming, but you're aware of it.
Yeah, like it didn't like it, and and I was like, "Fuck, damn it!" So I was able to change. I was in a garden, and I said, "Oh, I'm gonna change the colors here." I ended up changing all the colors on the flowers, and I was like, "Yes, I can do it" in my dream, and then I woke up.
I was tripping concert, and the whole second set, I sat Indian style with my eyes closed, smiling. I didn't say a word for like an hour, and I thought I was in control of the concert. And I even told people like, "You're welcome" after the concert and stuff. It was multiple hits of LSD, so it was.
And the weekend is getting spicy. Why are you saying this, Apex? Why are you saying the weekend's getting spicy? Are you having tacos? Are you having chips and salsa? What is it?
Oh, you didn't see all the stuff he's writing in here?
Oh no! It's too long. We're having a conversation about everything, and plus this.
He just wrote that they sent 12 F-22 fighter jets to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Dancing on the ceiling.
That's right.
To mitigate the possibility of regional escalation and to enhance the U.S. military presence in the area.
So it's Udi's, Hootie and the Blowfish.
So they're trying to control the situation, but they're going to escalate it by showing up.
It's called saber rattling.
Talk softly, but carry a big stick.
I want somebody to ask them, how is it mitigating anything? What's the implied threat? How will the Raptors be used? Will the Raptors be used to attack Iran? Are the Raptors used to attack Lebanon? What role would those planes play?
Target.
It's all just theater.
I don't know for what reason. I'm just noticing right now that the VIX is at 2239. At least I think I'm seeing 2242 on TradingView, but I'm seeing 2239 on Webull, and I know Webull kind of delays a little. So, but I'm kind of I'll pull this chart up over here on the side, and I wanted to kind of draw a line specifically for VIX on this chart here, where I felt like the lowest low that we've seen so far since the drive up. And it just so happens to be right about the same point at where we started seeing the biggest jumps in VIX from the past. So, which is right around like 2243, which is very, very close to. Wait, 2243. Oh, doggone it! It shows it as a. How do I put this line on? Give me 1 second. I don't know how to do that. Delete, remove. There's a way, I'm not sure how to do this, but there's a way to, I think, add this to, because right now it's setting it up on whatever I have on here, which is the Nikki. I need to connect it to another chart. Settings. Anyways, just wanted to share that with you guys that we're approaching breaking down through that level there on the VIX, which if this does continue to fall, if it's going to continue to fall, then the market should improve if that's going to be the case, or it's going to find support there and bounce off of one of the two. I don't feel like I have as many dreams as I used to. I feel like I used to have a lot more dreams when I was younger.
It's almost certain that you have them, you just don't remember them anymore.
Okay, sorry. I don't feel like I remember as many of my dreams as I used to. I certainly don't remember them nearly as well. And it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to go back to that dream state that I used to have when I was a kid, but I don't. It doesn't happen very often.
You know why, right?
Why?
You don't go outside as often.
Oh, is that what it is?
Sunlight, yeah, the sunlight doesn't hit you.
So the sunlight is what causes me to allow me to remember my dreams. So why don't I have dreams when I go to the beach?
Yeah, so pay attention when you're outside. Like, let's say for the week, if you're outside more often, I don't know, the energy from the sun.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. If I go to the beach for the week, like I did not too long ago, it doesn't change anything with my dreams. Well, I have dreams all the time, but I still don't remember them though.
Write them down.
I literally wake up with nothing in my brain whatsoever. Like I wake up like, oh crap, it's time to get up, and that's what's on my brain. Or hey, I gotta pee, and my unit still works. So those are the thoughts that I have first thing in the morning.
I've only pissed the bed 2 times as an adult, and despite all the heavy drinking I did, which that's another story. I had a friend who that was kind of commonplace when he would be drunk, but that wasn't the case with me. But I digress. Both times that it happened to me, in my dreams I was standing at a urinal.
Yep.
And by the time I woke up, the damage had been done. I mean, I was able to leap up and go to the bathroom, but it was immaterial at that point.
Yeah, you never pee in your dreams.
The minute you not pee in your dreams.
If you start peeing in your dreams, immediately wake yourself up and yeah, because I do that. As soon as I know I'm starting to pee in my dreams, I'm
How
like,
do
nope.
you know?
Oh man, you know when you're peeing in your dreams. Come on. You know.
I've never had a situation where I have to go pee in my dreams.
That is awesome for you. I'm so happy for you because let me tell you, it's a panic attack for the rest of us.
I've had a
Dark Lotus. I keep it real, man. I'm an open book. Sometimes I have no filter. I just lay it out, buddy.
Have you ever had that dream that you won the lottery? I've had that multiple times. It pisses me off when I wake up.
I'm trying to remember if I've ever won the lottery before. I don't think so. Have you ever dreamt that you're somebody else?
No. Or maybe no.
Like you're dreaming and you think you're you, but then you walk by a mirror and you're all like, that's not me.
It sounds like a meme that Rowan Kitty put.
That's something I've never had that experience, but I was just curious if anybody else has.
As I've gotten older, I have frequently in my dreams, I'll have participants from my family that have passed away. And I'm trying to decide whether it's a psychological phenomenon where I'm missing them as I grow older myself, so they're already in my subconscious, or if there's some sort of metaphysical thing going on where their spirits are contacting me in my dreams. More often than not, it's my dad and a couple other people. But I remember waking up, and either way, I'll share something with you guys. I've been thankful for the dream because I thought even if it is just my subconscious, it's a pleasant little thing to have happen.
What about dreams where you've never, like, there's new people that you've never seen? You're like, what the? I don't know who that is.
Yeah. I had a reoccurring dream for a long time where, and I think I told you this one before, where I was at a college campus. I would wake up in a dorm room with an Asian girlfriend, and she was always there every day. Every time I woke up in that dream, it was recurring over and over and over, and I didn't know who she was. I've never seen her in my whole life. But the college campus seemed very familiar, like I've seen it in a book before or someplace like that. I remember I'd always wake up And the first thing I would do it was always go straight to the window because it was always nice to look out the window and just look at the ivy growing on the wall across the courtyard. It was just like a nice thing to wake up to every day.
You know what that means? Since maybe that Asian girl, maybe that's you. That was your reincarnate. That was you. That's who you were before you reincarnated as KC. Because if your mom is involved, I mean, I don't want to, you know how she sometimes travels overseas, mainly that area.
Yeah.
What if that's your descendant? Like prior to this,
I haven't had that dream since for many, many, many years. So it's not Markets with May. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. That's not who it was. I've never seen this person again. I've never met them before in the past, and yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's you, man. I'm sure you were an Asian girl before this.
Johnson B Street said he has deja vu way too many times to be considered normal. I don't know if it's true, Johnson, but I read in a book one time that there's a theory about deja vu that your brain, what your eyes see and you're experiencing in the moment, because for those of you, everyone should know, but deja vu is a feeling that you've already had the experience before. But if when your eyes and your ears are taking all that information in and it's being put into your brain when what would be tantamount to like a save file in a computer, that's simultaneous. Our brains work so fast that simultaneously your brain's doing a search to see if that's already occurred. And because the input happens at exactly the same time that the memory search is done, it appears to you that it's already a memory. So it would be like accessing a file that was just laid down and thinking that it had been there for a while. I don't know if there's any validity to that theory or not, but it makes some sense.
Sounds like they've manipulated the timeline.
I've had 3 deja vu.
Trying to find out.
I've had 3 deja vu moments, and one of them I was actually able to verbally express to somebody what was going to happen, and it did.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Only
only
one time.
Acting as a sort of evidence that you had indeed experienced it before.
There was only one time that I was ever able to express it, because the other 2 times I was so shocked and frozen. It was actually the 3rd time that I did it, and the only time that I've had deja vu since. I've never had it ever again after that. But the 3rd time I was able to verbally get it out there. But I was shocked, and even in the 3rd instance, that moment of like being so in shock of that you just. And the crazy part about the 3rd one is that the deja vu, the dream happened the night before the event occurred. So it was literally fresh on my brain, and intriguing. I couldn't forget what was happening. So, yeah, I mean, it was so vivid. The 3rd one was the most vivid of them all. The other 2 were just kind of like, it felt like I was in a fog, like I was living in a dream as it was happening, and it was just kind of in shock that things were playing out the way that I had gone through it, and you're just kind of in that moment going like, this can't really be happening. How can I really be experiencing something twice like this? This doesn't make sense to me. But I have never, ever, ever had deja vu again since, and I was probably only about 10 years old when that happened.
Caught on to you.
But in my dream, I'll just get to the summary of it. We were in a broken down motorboat, and somebody came by to help pick us up and attached a rope to our boat. And as we were driving, the rope was elastic, or somehow the rope had some kind of elasticity to it, to where it snapped and it came back and hit my dad and injured my dad like really, really, really bad. That was what happened in the dream. What actually happened was we went out that next day into a boat, went fishing, and the boat motor broke down, and my dad was rowing us back. Some people came up and asked if we needed a tow, and they threw us a tow line, started towing us, and that was the point where I was in shock through all this, that all this was happening. I was like, Dad, that's going to break. It's going to break. It's going to come back and hit you, and you're going to get hurt. And I verbally told my dad to, watch out for it. But the difference between my dream and what actually happened is that the rope didn't have elasticity to it. And when it broke, it just kind of fell into the water and didn't come back and snap back at us. So it didn't play out the way that that it did in the dream. Exactly. But everything else did leading up to that point before the injury. But I had warned my dad before, and he didn't believe me. That was the most frustrating part about it is I was sitting there telling him I had just dreamt about this the night before, and I was like trying to warn him about it, and he didn't believe me, and he kept staying near the front edge of the boat, and I was so afraid he was going to get hurt, and then nothing happened. So I was like, phew, thank goodness. But yeah, I've never had that happen again since. I wish I did, because it was kind of cool, but never again. Johnson B Street says it's a strange feeling when it washes over. When it is. It's a very strange feeling. You almost feel like you're in a fog. Like everything just kind of like goes slow motion, and you're in a fog, and you're. It's almost like you go in like a recall kind of a moment to where you're trying to understand why you're seeing the things for a second time.
I do believe I have taught myself, I don't know if it's just a bullshit myself or if it's factual, but I've taught myself that I can recognize when I'm in a dream because I can see the inconsistencies, the silliness. In dreams, all sorts of foolishness happens, like time lapses, or you move from one place to another seamlessly, and I'd like to think, at least I still believe it, that that's how I managed to get through it. It's helped me a lot with night terrors when I'm involved in some sort of particularly ugly dream. I have figured out that I can recognize it as a dream by those tells. I'll say this, that aside from all those little mental exercises and all that, the one thing that's helped me with night terrors more than anything else, I've said it more than once, is the good old marijuana. Just is what it is. The gummies.
Don't they do
it's like switching from night terrors to waking up in a sweat with my heart pounding in my chest to having a dream where I'm smiling, like just happily and smiling, and those are distinctly different sleep patterns. And I'll take the gummy and sleep every time.
I tried to experiment because here in Texas it's illegal to do marijuana, but they do sell the
CBD oil.
Well, it's not CBD oil, but it's pills or something like that. And I
CBD,
I want to kind of experiment with seeing if I couldn't get better sleep, and because I had somebody tell me that they had better sleep and that they actually could remember their dreams again and all that kind of stuff. And so I experimented around with taking some of that stuff, and it did nothing for me at all. I was on like such a high dose.
That's unfortunate.
But yeah, it did nothing for me.
That's
so
too bad.
yeah, I was a little disappointed too, because I kind of thought like it would be fun to have dreams again.
If you don't mind me asking, and I might be prying a little too far, but I know you shared with us your indiscretions in your youth, but has it been many years since you've had any form of THC in marijuana? If you refuse to answer, I can certainly understand.
It's been like, if I go to a state or something like
10
that, where it's
years?
no, it's been less than that. If I go to a state where it's legal or something like that, I'll probably, I'll usually try to get some if I can. And
so you've had some as an older man to see whether your experience is different than when you were, say, 17.
Yeah, there's no real differences.
No difference.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you're mentally, you're in a different place when you're 17 years old than you are when you're 49. So I would think that the chemicals would have a different effect on you because it's a different playing field.
Yeah, I don't.
Hey, what do I know?
Casey,
Mm-hmm.
the other thing that I recently started doing, I started writing like with a pen, like just writing.
Right when you get up.
Like kind of.
Yeah.
No, just random, like at the end of the day, or randomly I'll write like kind of like standards, kind of like I want this, I want that kind of repetitive mode, handwrite, like script writing, and that has helped me a lot with my memory.
Yeah.
I guess you're using. Remember how? Yeah, that could be the other thing. We used to write a lot when we were kids,
right?
At school, you used to pen.
No pun intended.
I think that has to do a lot.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder, because I actually don't do any writing. In fact, I feel weird when I have to handwrite a check. That's like the most oddest thing for me to do. I really don't do a whole lot of handwriting, and I'd much rather sit down and type. Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
It's
painful for me to do, man. If you understood my background and the history and my schooling, it pains me to have to write stuff. So.
Or draw, fucking draw.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst drawing.
It doesn't matter.
I cannot draw to
I don't
save my
think
life.
it matters.
No, but I can't. You haven't seen my. You've seen my drawings. You see what a trampoline. I go to draw a trampoline and I draw a freaking pentagon. Like I can't even draw a proper octagon. Instead I draw a pentagon. Like dude, like for some reason the connect between my hand and my brain is like way off. This is why my rhythm sucks butt. I've taken me many years to try and get the rhythm portion down for music because it's been so difficult for me. But yeah, I have a disconnect between.
Apologize for rudely interrupting, but I'd just like to take a moment and welcome Kevin to the back of the Big Tramp. I haven't seen him back here before, so welcome aboard, Kevin. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Kevin,
Thank you. Welcome. Thanks. Just listening. I was watching the stream earlier this morning, but I'm working all the time, so I don't get to watch it all the time, and it's gone. So I didn't know what happened. So I thought I'd join Discord and see what's going on.
The stream is gone?
It's working for me, Kevin. I don't know. Maybe you had an issue with your internet or something. I don't care if that's what it took to get you to the back of the Big Tramp. A lot of people lack the courage or the will to come face the music back here. It can be a rough environment. So I commend you for your adventurous spirit. But yeah, you might want to check your internet connection or something because it would appear on my end it's fine.
One way or the other, welcome.
Yeah, but whatever it takes to get more participants, we'll have it. Maybe we could do that. We'll start having KC just randomly shut the stream down. Well, we can all feign our indignation, like what happened, and then we
no,
increase our participation back here. Indignation, like what happened, and then no.
Unfortunately,
I saw something on the internet about a lady who would turn the electric off in their house and tell her kids that the power had gone down, so they couldn't use none of their devices and they would have to go outside and play in the yard. I thought that was genius, pure genius. Tell her kids.
Kevin, what you're going to need to do is turn your sound on your device that you're playing the YouTube on if you're going to be in the back of the Big Tramp because it plays through.
What you need to do is turn
it creates a loop
on your device that you're playing the
No worries, man.
He just exited.
He just exits.
He just exited out. He's
Kevin.
like, gotcha.
Kevin,
boom, gone.
That's the wrong direction.
That's not what I meant,
We
but
didn't
okay.
want you to just shut that. That was funny. We didn't want you to shut down the Discord, bro. You need to mute your microphone from the YouTube device.
Wah, 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 wah. Do we have that? Do we have that sound in here? I can't even remember. Oh,
yeah,
there it is.
it's still in there.
Yeah.
So much for that.
Why are you gay?
Tech says my writing is bad too, but it's my writing. Yeah, I really could care less if my writing sucks or not. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. It just literally pains me to have to write. It's like
See, I'm the opposite. I have a really elegant penmanship, and I enjoy cursive writing. I look any chance, like a Christmas or birthday card for Mrs. Pirate, or a Valentine's Day card. That gives me a chance to really show off a little bit. So I've been known to write some rather lengthy messages to her.
For a person with ADD, when you ask them to sit down and write something, it's like asking. It's like asking a race car driver to crawl everywhere for the rest of his life. Like
or stand in a queue at
yeah.
Walt Disney World. Take a race car driver and make him stand in line where they move 3 inches and stop, 3 inches and stop, 3 inches and stop.
My brain is about 18 sentences ahead of wherever it is that I'm trying to write, and so nothing comes out fast enough from my hand. And so
I struggle with that.
Yeah, that's where the painful part comes in for me, because it forces me to slow my brain down, and I can't do that. I don't have the capability of saying slow down. My brain's like, no, I'm already way ahead of this. Please hurry faster. So that's why, for me, living in the computer age of being able to type stuff out and having ability to be able to type quickly, it allows me to actually function because I don't have to write. And that's the best part about typing for me, is that I can get full thoughts out. And even my typing's too slow sometimes. My typing is almost too slow for me to. Yeah.
They claimed it, that for people like Ernest Hemingway and the great writers, they claim that that's their genius, is that no one can put their thoughts down as fast as they occur. And what they're good at is selecting what to use and what to discard. And I guess it's harder to write simply than it is to write complicated. You're not alone.
Yep. I try though. I try on occasions, but it just doesn't work for me.
Stephen Hall said we're cracking him up today. What are you trying to say, Stephen? That on the other days we're not funny? Is that,
I think that's exactly what he's saying.
Funny like how?
Yeah.
Funny like how, Stephen? You know.
Funny looking.
Yeah. What are you trying to say, Stephen? Like all week, Monday through Thursday, we're just boring as shit, but today we're funny, huh, Stephen? Huh?
All right, fine then, Stephen. How about some numbers?
All right. Yeah. We'll show you.
I'm going to bore you with a bad time. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for numbers right now. Starting with, I should probably put this, no, I'm not going to put it up there. All right, off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62%. No, 62. Yeah, 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 54.88% going through off exchange. EDGX at 10.18. The combined total 65.06%, or about 3.06% higher than what I would expect. CHX volume is 1,400 shares going through that exchange. GME's CHX volume for the day is 453 shares, so nothing unusually large going on there. Borrow fees and shares available to be borrowed has not changed on AMC in the last hour. There's 1.4 million shares available to borrow. Fees are at 2.18 and rebates at 3.14. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was 1.54 million shares having been returned for the day on AMC. It's now 1.73 million shares returned. That's going to cause the estimated short-share interest in the free float to drop to 17.42%. Cost of borrow mins at 2.73, average is 3.28, and max 4.33. We have 99.73 million shares on loan right now. Today, that's 400,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Nortex is estimated that about 100,000 of those shares is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GameStop an hour ago, there was 228,000 shares having been returned. It's now 272,000 shares. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC has been coming in at a $5 strike an hour ago. With 4.6 thousand contracts, that's now 6.9. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 3.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.6. The call volume at 5 is probably call options that are trying to close in the money, and they're probably not even in the money due to theta time decay. And so I would say that is these are part of the reason why we see these these nice little runs in price on Fridays that fizzle out to nothingness, is because we have a lot of call options that start getting closed out, and it sends a bearish signal to the market. And as long as we have that happening, that's going to continue to happen. So I'm just throwing that out there. Taking you guys over the other page here, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm not expecting to see on this page. Likely due to the fact that we have such low volume right now. MMRI was 252.56 an hour ago. It's now 252.29. Small little tiny drop there. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates .094 was .097 an hour ago, so just a slight drop. Started out the day at .083. Starting to see a flip in the market here. NASDAQ is down 0.24, Dow Jones is down 0.16, and the SP 500 is down 0.07. We have 3,315 decliners to 2,074 advancers. The market has definitely lost about 500 advancers in the last hour. So we're definitely seeing a drop in advancers in the marketplace, which is going to start causing everything to start going red, which it already has. And sectors that are doing well. We only have 4 sectors now. We had 2 sectors that were red an hour ago. Now we have 4 sectors that are green out of 11. The worst performing sector for the day today is industrial, followed by materials. Top performing sector, healthcare, and then real estate. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Nothing. Gold is up 0.18 and trending back up again. Silver is down 0.64, still trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 3.02, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.03 and is trending down. Oil is, are they laying cable out there? Oh, okay. Two houses down? Nice, okay. Get this shit done, man. Oil is down 2.46 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.39 to 0.44 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.03 and starting to trend down after trend up most of the day so far. The VIX is down 6.6 right now and trending down. I think let's go back to 1 minute here. Yeah, the VIX is trending down at 22.22 with futures suggesting something around 21.48. So we're less than a single point away now from futures and getting ever so closer to my line that I've got on the page here. IWM is down 0.69 and trending down. VB is down 0.38, trending down. Tesla's down 0.97, consolidating. Amazon. Oh, you waiting for? Hold on a second, guys. 1 second. What's up? Oh, yes, I do. I'm gonna heat it up. No, okay, that would be great. Thank you. Oh, do you have a receipt? Yes. Cool. Maize and Blue too. I got a receipt for you, man. I'm sorry, hon. I didn't even remind you to take the stuff. I apologize, but I'm glad you got it done. Amazon is up 0.48% and trending down. Cinemark is down or up. Did I say up? Up or down? I don't know. Amazon is up, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.21, trending down. Doge is down. Man, I can't even talk now. Doge is down 3.74, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.4, trending down. GameStop is up 0.16 and was trending down. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. HYMC is down 3.14 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.32, trending down. Hood is up 0.17, trending down, and AMC is down 1.38 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day to day, we have approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 4.33 million shares in volume. After 158 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 10.68 million shares traded by the end of the day. That'll continue to drop throughout the day until about 1 o'clock-ish. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. Thank you so much. She brought me a coffee. Thank you, son. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Oh, hold on a second, guys. 4-hour time interval. Currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring our size at 51.14, which is just, it's pretty much average, right down the middle. 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it might occur within the next hour or so. And RSI at 52.25, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, the divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. RSI is at 49.4, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.17, which is slightly below average. And that's all I got for you guys. I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Sorry. Is that rude? Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys, I slurped. She's telling me, don't slurp. How do I let everybody know? How do I let everybody know that I'm drinking coffee if I don't slurp?
I mean, just yesterday we were talking about using party favors and horns to blow them with flatulence, and she's worried about you sipping coffee.
Yeah, I guess.
You mean party favorite?
No ASMR for you guys.
That was Yucca last night. He kept saying party favorites. I said, oh my God, it's party favors. Favors, you
Yucca, you keep on making those mistakes, man. I love them. I think they're hilarious.
Yeah, he's our own little Yogi Berra, I tell you.
Don't change. Stay you. J. Ape says, genius is when Einstein was able to simplify his whole board of formulas into E equals MC squared.
Yep, he is correct.
I don't know if you guys are, how many of y'all are musical fans or know anything about musical theory. There's something called the circle of fifths. It's a cheat sheet essentially, enabling musicians to be able to figure out what key they're in and where the sharps or the flats may exist based off of the key that they're in. And there's other usages for it as well. But for some reason, for me, the circle of fifths didn't work. It made zero sense to me how to use it when it was explained or taught to me in school, and so I had to recreate my own circle of fifths so that it would make sense and the way that it could make sense to me. So I made a rectangle of fifths. I don't know why. And this actually, maybe this goes roll back to the thing with me wanting squares instead of circles or rectangles over circles. I don't know, but I did. I had to recreate something.
It's that one kid.
Yep. Hey, but at least I didn't make somebody else do it. I did it myself.
I had taken, for a brief time, I was in a community college. I took some music courses, and one of the courses I had to take was a music theory class.
Yep.
And our professor, he kind of did the same thing, but and I can't really recall exactly how he did it or what it was like because it was so long ago. But he kind of made his own thing, like you were saying. Only he called it a circle of fourths.
Have you ever held a circle of fists?
Mm-mm. And don't ever do that to me again when I'm drinking coffee. I'm right in front of a keyboard. I'll take it out. I almost spit coffee everywhere when you said that.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thanks. Yeah. The problem with for me is that the circle of fifths is supposed to be easy. Well, you're not, the teachers, I hate this stuff. The teachers never let you take a circle of fifths into a test, right? So the idea behind a circle of fifths is that you can just easily write it out really simply, like you would like a clock, right? If teacher told you, like, if you're, maybe you're you're a visualized person where you need to have like a little cheat sheet. And so if you would write on your cheat sheet the circle of fifths, you could just simply refer back to it to answer questions on the test. And so for me, that didn't work. And then when it was funny because my music theory teacher was like, I don't understand why you're doing a rectangle of, because that was, I think, one of the questions on one of the first tests was to draw a circle of fifths. So I drew a rectangle of fifths, and they're like, wow, what is this? You got it right, but how in the world do you get this? And so I had to like explain to them how I got there and how I came up with it. And they were like, they're like, how do you remember where to put everything? And I'm like, it just makes sense to me. And so I'm like, how do you remember where to put all your circle of fifths stuff at? I don't get it. I get mine. How do you get yours? So it's differences of ways of seeing things, I guess. Why is Dirty saying "dare me to drive?" ? I don't get it. Why is he saying that?
I don't know. His comment prior to that was, "I know a perfect circle song, 3 Libras," was pretty cool. So I don't know if it's in connection to that comment or if it's just another one of the mysteries of the universe that we'll never understand.
Hmm. I don't know if I'm trying to remember if you play Hotel del what is it? Hotel del California?
Hotel California.
Hotel California, thank you. If you play Hotel California, there's something weird about that one. I'm trying to remember what the trick to it is, but I want to say it's like is it fifths? Every chord is a fifth? I don't know. I'd have to sit down and play it to remember what it is. But there's every chord that exists from the start of the song of a verse is like it's either a third or a fifth, or I can't remember which one it is. But if you just keep counting fifths, I think that's what it is. I think it's fifths. If you just keep counting fifths until you get back to the beginning again, that's how you play it. You just keep playing fifths. And the chord progression that it starts out in, which is like a G sharp major, I think, or something like that. Stupid fun facts, right?
Casey, I was a really big fan of the Counting Crows. Did they do it for you, or is that not in your repertoire of
Some
likes?
of them, yeah. Some of their songs resonated well with me, and then other ones not so much. I don't think I've played one on here.
Yeah, I always thought they were a little underrated.
Oh, wait.
They're lyrically.
Hold on. Did you say Counting Crows or Black Crows?
Counting Crows.
Oh yeah, I did not.
Mrs. Jones,
Yeah,
Mrs.
no,
Jones
I
and
didn't.
Me and all that sort of
I hated them in the '90s. Started loving them more when I got, I don't know, in my 40s maybe. Last like decade or so, I started liking them a lot more than I did when I was younger. I thought you said the Black Crows. They have some really good songs, and I don't think I've played any single one of theirs. I just didn't like I felt on the Counting Crows that the lead singer's voice was just too whiny. Round here. It was just like, he'd get that whole round here thing, and I'd be like, oh, God, I can't take it one more time. If you say round here again, I'm going to kill you. Round here.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly enamored with his vocal stylings, but I did enjoy the lyrics. I thought their songs were well written and
you're right.
Poetic.
They are. I just wanted to hear it in somebody else's voice. That's all it was.
Yeah.
And now, now that I'm older, I think I actually some of the stuff that I prefer of theirs is actually not their original recordings of the songs, but later. It's almost like his voice aged over time and is finer. It's like a fine wine. I didn't enjoy his earlier voice, but his older adult voice is much better than it used to be. Like when he did, shoot, what's her name? Was it Amy Grant's? Was it an Amy Grant song that he did? He remade. Parking Lot. Is that what the name of the song is? I feel like it's Parking Lot. When he redid that song, that's when
they pay Paradise to put up a parking lot.
That one. Yeah.
And she remade it. She didn't even write that. That was a remake for her as well.
You know what? You're right. I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right on that. And but when he did that version of that, I think that's about around the time when I really started liking him again, or not again, but for the first time. Yeah.
James, he says it was originally a Joni Mitchell song, and I think he's right.
Yeah, I think he.
Yeah, I remember that. It was. I always, for a long time, I had thought she was the original artist for it, Amy Grant. And when I found out that she wasn't, I was like, "Oh man, it always sucks when you find out." It's kind of like your moment when you had that Johnny Cash, whatever song that is. Hurt.
Hurt myself today.
Yeah, it's like when you find out it's not his original, you're like, "No, darn it! I was so good though."
I had, for a long time, I had a secret plan to try to upstage you. I was going to enlist Funky Pizza and some of the other guys in here with musical, and I was going to steal your Buy and Hold song and make it my own. I had it all built up on my mind. I was going to make this real masterful cut and all that sort of stuff, and then we were going to spring it on you as a big surprise and try to jam you. No, it seemed a little bit mean-spirited of me.
No, do it. I you don't know how long I was trying to get somebody else to sing that for me, and nobody else would do it. I was trying to get Nachi on, I think it's Nachi on Space Calls. There's another dude, I can't remember what his name is. I was trying to get a couple different people to sing it for me because I just don't like my own voice, and I thought they could do a better job at it, and I couldn't get anybody to do it for me. So,
well, I didn't mean to imply that I didn't like your voice. I just meant as a way to fuck with you a little bit.
I don't like it, so I would love to hear it in somebody.
I meant nothing to do. I was no way casting shade on your particular style. I just thought it'd be a fun way to fuck with you.
No, I would genuinely love to hear it.
Anybody but Nachi.
Anybody but Nachi?
Anybody but Nachi. Yeah.
Don't you dare tell him. Don't you dare tell him that you said that.
I know. I'd probably get reamed, but
yeah.
There's been times where I've like poked into his face, and it's just like him singing with a guitar, and it's like I'm in there in like 2.5 seconds. I'm just like, nope.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything. I'm gonna just move on from this. And you know what? Here's a crazy. I'm gonna say something positive. Like if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, right?
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say, Casey. If I could interrupt you, is if that dude's got the balls to grab a microphone and grab his guitar, he earns my respect.
Well,
I don't give a fuck how fucked up he is.
Yeah. So here's the deal. He has an ability to be able to do a great job on some songs. And that's awesome. I love it. There's some songs that I've heard him sing. I go like, damn man, that's really good. That's some good shit right there. And then other songs, not so much the case, right? Like, but he does really well in some songs. And the thing is really it's all about like a lot of times I think he's just kind of playing or winging it as he's playing. And I think those are probably the times that you're probably talking about a little bit there. And I have to say I agree with you. I'm not a big fan on his winging it moments, but like Pirate said, you got to give him some credit. He's winging it, and not everybody can just do that. So,
my personal, I don't know, Achilles heel or boat anchor around my neck, whatever metaphor you want to use, was I could never find my own sound, Casey. I found myself, I don't know if it was because my habit as a young child of mimicking what I heard on the radio or from 45 records, and an ever-increasing need to try to match tone and pitch and hit the notes right. somewhere along the way, I never developed my own style. So no matter what it was, I was always essentially doing a cover of somebody else. And I was always envious of these guys who come up with their own very unique style. You know, I'm like, I don't know how they've overcome that. It's kind of loosely like we talked about. Every single guitar riff that's ever been written has probably got some loose ties to something else because so much has already been written. But I was always envious of people who could sing. You mentioned Johnny Cash. People hear his voice and hear him sing, they know immediately who it is. And that was always elusive for me.
There's this lady, and I'm trying to remember who it was. So apparently, I thought the legend was that she's helped out. One of them was Bono, but I just looked up and I didn't see anything on it, so I might be wrong on that. So I don't want to say that. But if you guys have ever heard Bono sing like how he used to before they actually got cut a record label, oh my gosh. I don't know how in the world he went from what he was to record recording worthy, but it is a night and day difference. And whoever worked with him to get him to the point to where he could, sing well,
really
was a masterful mind. But there is this lady that's in LA.
Essentially helped him hone his craft.
Well, no, I want to say she was, but I can't say for certainty that it is. But there's this lady that's in LA that has helped lots and lots of really big name people develop their own unique characteristic voice that they have, and I wish I could remember what her name is, so I could look it up and tell you some of the name of the groups, because when you hear the name of some of the singers, you're like, oh my gosh, no way, she helped all those people, and it's like, it's incredible. So talented to be able to give people the ability to be able to have what it is you're talking about, because it's real easy to just, I shouldn't say it's real easy. It's actually very talented to be able to mimic people, but to come up with your own unique version of you as a singer,
exactly,
is
I think that's
next level.
Part. Yeah, that's the hard part.
It is.
I can mimic almost to like a parrot. Elvis Presley, Roy Orbison, Toby Keith, you name any of those, and I can fake it. And to a very exact, I could be a stand-in for a lot of them, but there's nothing that's not noteworthy. It's nothing to boast about, because what you need is your own sound. And I've always been insanely jealous of those people who can pull that off. I guess that's why they achieved the levels of fame that they did.
It was not Heidi Fleiss. I looked her up. Attendees, thanks. Nice try.
Fleiss.
That is not her.
You think about Bob Dylan. I'm like, my God, how did Bob Dylan get a record contract? There you go.
Turtle, hold on a second. I'm gonna find I'm gonna find an old cut of U2 where he was terrible. And when I play this for you, instantly you'll be like, "There's no way that's Bono." And I'm sitting here telling you right now, it is him. And he was really, really, really bad. U2 would have never been a thing if he hadn't gotten some vocal lessons and gotten better. It would have never even existed. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure I've heard it before.
I was never a super fan for U2, but I must confess they made some pretty good stuff. Joshua Tree and some of the stuff was pretty impressive. For whatever reason, they just never dug in to my skin like Pink Floyd did, and some of the other ones. But attendees, just stop. He said Yoko Ono helped John Lennon find his voice.
Yeah, I know. I've heard her sing. Yeah, that's not the truth. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this or not. I think they've gone to great lengths to cover up his inability to be able to hold the tune prior to becoming U2.
This kind of reminds me of is that one guy who I think he was like on American Idol or whatever, and he couldn't sing, and then they taught him how to sing, Is it the party all the time guy, or am I just fucking stoned? Does anybody know what the hell I'm talking about?
My girl wants to party all the time. That was the that was the song they made fun of Eddie Murphy. He tried to cut a album, and I guess to some extent it was mildly successful. It was overproduced and over engineered, but Eddie Murphy had a song called "My Girl." I think it was him. Had "My Girl Wants to Party All the Time."
Yeah. Wasn't there a guy on American Idol who was like kind of seen as like a joke, or maybe it was like American Idol, one of those shows. They kind of made it. It was like he was like a running joke for a long time, but then I think
Maize and Blue said it's William Hung with She Bangs.
Oh.
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that guy.
Oh no, really? They taught him how to sing, huh?
I think so. I thought I'd seen something like a long time ago.
I remember them
guess they were
making fun of
giving
him,
like vocal lessons.
I don't remember him ever getting vocal lessons or any of that.
Yeah, I think I'll have to look it up. But yeah, I think they actually taught him how to sing.
Can't believe the news today. Want to close my eyes and make it go away. Isn't that the beginning of Sunday, Bloody Sunday? Bono. I think that's a protest song about the bloodshed in Ireland. Some sort of I forget, it was a historical event where the IRA went up against some other people, and I guess a lot of people got killed in a protest. They made a lot of money off that song.
1983. Somebody tell me what year U2 got first signed.
Yeah, you're not far off at 83. I'm going to say 81.
Yeah, I'm seeing 81 as a U2's first U.S. television interview.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something prior to 81.
I was a freshman in high school, so I don't.
I seriously think that they have scrubbed the internet of anything prior to 81.
84 was when they really started becoming mainstream. I think prior to 82 and 83, I think they were still somewhat unknown. I might be a little off on that. Yeah, attendees said there were 26 civilians shot by the British military. Yeah. There's some pretty good movies out about that particular day. But thanks for the help, attendees. You're right. That's what that song was written about.
So you're listening to U2 the early days.
Do I need to mute myself and listen to this? Are
Yeah,
you right now?
I am. I'm going to mute myself and turn it up a little louder.
U2 from a very early and rough demo. Already, the group... U2 from a very early and rough demo. Already, the group comprising of Bono, The Edge, Larry and Adam Clayton had two names, the Larry Mullen Band and then The Hype. The group was still searching for the right name, one that felt comfortable. The final name, U2, came about as a suggestion by Steve Rappert of the Radiators from Space.
We were sort of really trying to find something that wasn't, the usual. And we were asking anyone who might know. And in fact, the name U2 was a suggestion from Stephen Rappert, Bono did spend really play Mother and so what we were doing.
Looks like the only part to this that it's just that right there is all I could find right there is just that part of him singing.
Show me where to live in my bed. I got 50 shopping monkeys fighting, Sundays I go working. One day shooting up the right, it's just the right of cheese.
Anyways, it is not the U2 that you know and love from their 80s. So, and the story that I had heard once upon a time is that the record label really liked the music that the group was putting out, but didn't like the lead singer. And they said, "Look, we want to sign you, but you gotta, you need to replace the singer because he's, you can do better." And I guess they didn't want to leave Bono. They were already, a group together, and they didn't want to break up the group at all. And so I guess he went out and got some kind of lessons or something like that, some kind of vocal coaching, and then transformed into what we know as U2 today. And night and day difference between what he was to what he became. Let me unmute myself again here. Or there. I'm back. That's one of the more earlier.
Thanks for sharing that. That's one of the cooler things we've done this week. I would have never guessed. I had no idea. If you'd have played that for me and gave me 100 guesses as to who the lead singer was, I'd have never hit Bono.
Yeah.
That's quite the transformation.
Yeah. And even the edge in that song there too, you can feel, like as a guitar player myself, I can feel him plucking through the notes like he's trying to find them on time. And like you can feel like how he grew from where he was at that point in time in his music journey to where he went to, and much smoother and more dynamic.
Well, I have zero formal education in it other than like introductory to music or music history. But I might be wrong, but I was always taught that the accompanists were supposed to follow the singer, not the other way around.
Yeah.
And so I can see why you have so many of these partnerships that stood the test of time, because the sum was greater than the parts. The two people together created something much bigger than either one of them could have done on the solo endeavors.
Chi-Town, you got to be kidding me. He says his wife bought him the William Hung Xmas album for Christmas, stocking stuffer for Christmas, and you listen to it every year at Christmas time. Holy crap!
That's funny.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Love it. Seymour says, "I'm fairly certain that was Eddie's song." Not sure what he means by that. All right, I gotta go to break. I'm late. I just realized. Amazing Bluetooth, I'm going to try and get you a picture of your receipt here that you've got something coming in the mail. So expect a DM here as I'm on my break. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll put a message up here.
I'm gonna hang out here with the fellas. We'll see you when you get back.
All right.
And the ladies. I shouldn't leave the ladies out. I know. I always say hang out with the fellas. Truth of the matter is, I don't mean to leave them out.
All right. See you guys in a bit.
Maze and Bluetooth, while we have a moment of quiet time here, we don't really have anything else pressing at the moment. I'm just curious, how did you arrive at the name Maze and Bluetooth? I'm assuming maize is the type of maize that's referred to as corn, but if it's not something you care to dig into, I understand, but I'm just curious how you came about that name.
Hey, Pirate, how are you today?
Pretty good, buddy. Hope I didn't put you on the spot there or make you feel pressured into speaking. I was just
Now,
curious.
as a guy from Ohio, I know you're not a sports guy, but maize and blue are the color of the Michigan Wolverines football team.
Oh, okay. Right on. I got you
The
then.
arch nemesis of the Ohio State Buckeye.
Right on. Yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, I'm a little ignorant in the ways of sports and all that. I mean, I know the very basics and all. My wife has forgotten more about football than I'll probably ever know. Well, that's not entirely true.
No,
I know the
no
basics of
problem.
football, but yep, you're right in assuming that. So thank you. That clears
Sports
it up
is
for me. I'm
an
probably
outlet.
the only guy in the live chat who didn't realize that. Everybody else is probably like, "Come on, Pirate, are you kidding me?"
No, there's a lot of people on that sports fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the story. No other story behind that. I know a little bit about everything and not a lot about a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice your thumbnail. It has a picture of you and what I can assume is your better half, attractive lady that's with you. And I thought as one of them named Blaze and the other one Blue too. I mean, that's just my mind looks for connections like that. And I'm like, which one is Maze? And then, so now it's kind of embarrassing now that I look back on it. It's like the line in the Pink Floyd song where they say, which one is pink? But,
Yeah.
Turtle says, just got back, guys. Man, KC's singing voice has changed. He's on break here, Turtle.
Clash. Kind of sound like the Clash to me, like that influence of
Yeah,
late 70s, early pop.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. For those of you who aren't able to see a chart, AMC is trading at $5.01 this very moment. And along with that, GameStop is at $21.72. There you go, Billy. Billy87 says he wasn't aware either. So I'm not alone in my ignorance of such things. Well, now we both know, Billy. Apex typed in, what are we chatting about? I've got a few minutes. I got nothing, Ape. What do you got, man? What do you want to talk about? Let it rip, Tater Chip. We're all in. Just prior to KC leaving, we were doing a shallow, not a deep dive, but a shallow dive into how singers find their own voice and their own unique style that sets them apart from the myriad of others who can all hold the tempo and get the tone correct and the right notes and what have you. But that conversation ran its course, and KC decided to take off for his little snack time. May's kind enough to come on live and explained to me briefly how he arrived at his name. And other than that, our creativity barrel appears to be empty at the bottom. We're scraping the bottom of it here. UPS driver, good to see you. Seemed real rugged. He typed a few comments in earlier. I guess he's been preoccupied in Washington, D.C., or they must be pressing him pretty hard, the salt mines, because he's failed to appear here, at least live and in living color. He's managed to squeeze in type in a chat here and there. It would appear, based on his last communication, that he's home and resting, so we might be able to look forward to seeing him either later today or Monday. I don't see Papa Mac. I don't know what's up with that. I know he was tasked with taking care of his grandchildren while his wife volunteered at the Christian Bible camp, the summer camp that his church puts on. But I think that's been over with now. So I don't know if his life is back to normal or if he's otherwise engaged. That is conspicuous by his absence. Apex said, it's National Book Lovers Day. Name a book you love and why. The autobiography of Robert E. Lee, the Confederate general, was probably one of the best books I've ever read in my life. And not because I have any particular affinity for rebels or the South or any of that horse shit. Just the drama that was involved in his life from early youth all the way through to his death was an incredible story. And that's one book that I read and then I gave it away or sold it at a yard sale, and I regret never getting rid of it. Second, or closely tied to that, Apex, there's a book out there called, I apologize if I don't get it exactly right, but I'm sure it'll work. It's called The Richest Man in the World, something along those lines. But it was about John Paul Getty, which he's the character, the title character. He at one time he was the richest. He was the big swinging dick, the richest guy in the world, as a result of him. I guess I don't want to say cornering the oil market in the Middle East, but he was an early mover in that, and it led to just unbelievable sums of money coming to him on a regular basis. And I can tell you, if you get a chance to get a copy of that book or find it at your library, it's an amazing read about family intrigue and money and dynasties and all of that. And it's still ongoing today. You have the Paul Getty images. They have a museum where he used a tax dodge to buy all sorts of crazy art. And I guess number 3, and I'll stop there, would be I read a rather comprehensive book about Henry Ford and how he built the Ford Corporation into the mega corporation that you see today. And it starts from the very beginnings. Really cool stories about his wife having a newborn baby, but he was had the baby. She was trying to get the baby to sleep, and he had a car engine in their kitchen, and he was having her help him start it by pouring gas into a carburetor while he turned it over, and no mufflers on it. And another story that comes to mind from that particular book. I don't want to spoil the entire book for anybody who might want to read it, but one of the first prototypes he built for the Model A, they never realized that they were building the car too wide to pull out of the garage. It was wider than the garage door, and it had to end up little crappy little garage. They had to tear the whole front of the garage off just to get the car out. And it goes into detail about how Henry Ford, I guess he went bankrupt 2 times. I guess he shit all over some initial investors. I guess he really just kind of just burned through their money and it all just evaporated. But yeah, those are the 3 books that come to mind. So hopefully that'll give somebody a reason to maybe hit the library or find one of those on Kindle. Turtle says, Pirate, I was joking that the Bono recording was KC. Bad timing. Oh, no worries, mate. No worries, man. I took it in the tongue-in-cheek humor that it was intended. Audio Ida says there's what to say when talking to yourself is a good one. I can only assume that that's the title of a book as well. So I'll have to make a mental note to keep an eye out for that one at the book sales. And of course, I would be remiss in my responsibilities if I didn't point out Mays and Bluetooth's comment that Playboy, which is indeed it's I guess a journal of sorts. He says for the articles, don't worry about the photographic content. That the articles make it well worth reading. And I would tend to agree with him on that. I don't think he's wrong in that.
Well, if you're reading and then all of a sudden something happens down there and you get an erection, what do you gotta do?
Yucca. What does one normally do under those circumstances?
That's a different type of
The choices are relatively few, but I think we all get what you're getting at.
And so I don't know about reading these stories. What is that over there, Paul? Where's Food Dog? I don't understand.
I don't know for certain, but it's my understanding that he's on some sort of a word fast, a vow of silence, some sort of protest, I would imagine. So apparently he's still keeping his vow. Although he didn't have any problem last night. He kept us well entertained, many hours. I'm certain he's listening right now, Foo. I've never heard anybody who could talk for 5 hours and say so little
of the same thing. Now why?
May says Shel Silverstein. I'm assuming again that this is the title of a book, Where the Sidewalk Ends. For those of you who are bookworms, as I am, take note. Apex has put a few suggestions in there, but I'm not taking the bait. Mays said that that's a book of poems from his childhood. Mays, I'm comfortable enough in my sexuality to tell you that, and the rest of the folks here, I'm a lover of poetry myself. I'm particularly fond of Robert Frost, some of his works, and some of that older classic stuff speaks to me.
Have you ever considered writing poetry?
No, I haven't. I took a creative writing class in high school just because I needed an elective to help me make my way into boot camp. And I did very well. The teacher was kind to me and seemed to think that I might have some gifts in that particular area. But no, I never followed that. I've toyed with the idea of writing some books. It should come as no surprise to anybody who spent any time here that I have an endless amount of stories. And I don't know, it may be hubris or arrogance on my part to think that they're any more interesting than anyone else's, but nonetheless, I think I could keep a ghostwriter pretty busy if I lack the technical skills to write. I'm not very good at grammar, and I'm certain I would make all sorts of mistakes from slipping into first person and third person and all the other technical aspects of writing. But I thought many times that maybe I could hire somebody who had the skills to help overcome all of that. Turtle says his mom gave him Howl by Allen Ginsberg, and it changed his life. Damn, book's good. Noted as well, Turtle. I will make a mental note to keep an eye on that. I've shared this before. Mrs. Pirate has been real good over the last 3 or 4 years. She keeps me abreast of the schedule for library purges. Our local library here purges their bookshelves from worn editions or editions that are being free up shelf space for something new material. And as a result, you can go in and for like a meager $5 donation, they'll give you a canvas beach bag, a rather large bag. And any book you can fit in it, you can take for $5. In fact, we felt so guilty before we've even thrown a little donation as we leave, because some hardbacks can be $20 or $30 a piece. And when you cram 16 of those into a sack for $5, you feel a little guilt ridden. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Even a pirate can feel a little guilty at times. So it's not uncommon for me to go in and I'll buy 2 bags. I'll splurge and run buck wild with a $10 bill and come out of there with 30 hardbacks. So it's always helpful for me when people recommend good books like Turtle just did and Maze and them, so that when I'm shuffling through those, I don't have a photographic memory, but I have a real good recall. And when I'm running through those, they spread them all out on picnic tables, and you just like a yard sale, and you just kind of rifle through them. They have them loosely organized by topic and genre or author. But it's always good if you pick up a book you've never seen before, but you can remember that someone spoke about it. It'll prompt me to give a little more attention as to whether or not I want to try to cram that in my sack or not. Apex said he's got to go back to the salt mines. Take care, Apex. Let's see later on, I hope.
I don't know if you're into autobiographies and stuff like that, but Ben Carson has a great book from long ago when he was a doctor. But
yeah, I love autobiographies. In fact, I lean more towards those Maze than I said Maze. I'm not really big on nonfiction. I mean, obviously, I don't care for like romance novels and shit like that, but even your detective novels and stuff like that, it kind of gets a little bit boring for me. So yeah, I'm with you on that. I like a good autobiography.
It's Ben Carson. It's called The Gifted Hands. It's from his childhood on to being one of the top surgeons in the world.
Yeah, I know he was I know he was the first surgeon to ever successfully separate congenital twins. Yeah, he's an amazing man.
But he grew up in Detroit, drug area, and couldn't read till like 5th grade, I believe, and turned himself into one of the finer human beings in history.
Yep. Big Sloppy 7938 is throwing a suggestion out there called Black Autumn series. Noted. Big Sloppy. I'll make a note of that as well. Thank you. By the nature of me being a veteran, I have a fondness for military history. I'm by no means a I couldn't even be considered like an amateur historian or nothing. I just like the material. And so I find myself gravitating towards any of that material, whether it's about a particular era, the Civil War, the Korean War, what have you, pick your flavor. Even things of a European nature doesn't necessarily have to be in the United States. I'll kind of go down that rabbit hole from time to time until I get burned out on it, go a separate direction. Most recently, I told someone earlier, I have a set of hardbound books that are the classics, and a lot of them are from ancient Greece and times of antiquity, and they're loaded with military stories. So from time to time, I'll revisit those. I keep a couple of those by my bedstand, and although I found that those kind of made me morose or added to my my issues with being a little dark at from time to time, because it was apparent that this whole concept of war and killing and mass slaughter is nothing new. It's been going on as long as we've had history of known man, and we don't seem to have any abatement to it. It doesn't look like anytime soon it's going to stop. But aside from that, the fact that it forces those kind of dark thoughts and philosophical questions, this historical data in it is pretty amazing. Some of them go into great detail to give you the number of soldiers and the details of the tactics that were used at the time, and it can be pretty interesting. It shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, that movie that they made 300 about the Spartans and all that was hugely successful, probably in no small part because they're interesting stories. Carl J says he loved the In Search Of TV show with Leonard Nimoy. I couldn't agree more, Carl. I think for us it was on Sunday nights as a child growing up in Cincinnati. But yeah, they would do everything from aliens to the pyramids to the Devil's Triangle. I remember that, Bigfoot. Yeah, it was kind of like the tinfoil hat conspiracy show of our day. Good stuff. Thanks for sharing that. I brought back some good memories right there. Just that quick little note about that. Instantaneously transformed. Brought me back to being about 8 years old. Very cool. Big Sloppy said the recommendation he put forth for Black Autumn series was not military, but he said it's about a dirty bomb going off and how shit goes downhill after that. Yeah, that would be right up my alley, Sloppy. I could definitely find my way to shoving that into my sack if I see a copy of that. $12 high noon in the Florida Panhandle. A beautiful day, and we have AMC trading at $5.01, up 1.28%, and GameStop up 0.30 at $21.82. For all you road warriors out there, keeping it between the white lines, unable to see a screen, there you go. KC should be back in here, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes, and he'll go over a comprehensive coverage of all the numbers for those of you who wait with bated breath for that on the hour. It's coming up shortly. Yeah, Turtle said that Leonard Nimoy was a was a writer as well, and that he wrote poetry. That's interesting, Turtle. I had no idea. I'm big, growing up at that perfect time, I'm a huge fan of Star Trek. I mean, I'm not like one of the Trekkie types, or I don't go to like the Comic Cons and all of that, but I'm just like many other millions of young boys and girls where that Star Trek was the original for me. It was years before Star Wars was even thought about, and it filled many hours with great entertainment. As children, we had, I can remember having pretending to be the characters and all that with the laser gun set to stun. But I had no idea that Leonard Nimoy was a poetry writer. Carl says he still tapes it every show. Good for you, man. I remember at some point, my brothers and I found ourselves in possession of toy phasers, Star Trek phasers, and they were like treasured possessions. It was a really big deal. We never had little shirts or anything like that, or any kind of costumes when we would engage and play like children do. But those little toy tasers, whatever they were, like I said, they were a treasured possession for a period of time. Tendy says he watches free cable. Story TV is his favorite. Andrew, you need to stop. He said Leonard Nimoy couldn't finish a poem because the pen would keep falling out of his hand because his hand was perpetually stuck in the Vulcan greeting. Big Sloppy says, are you near Navarre Beach? I'm thinking about planning a trip there in the spring. I'll just say this, Big Sloppy. I'm close to Pensacola, and I'm close to Sandestin, if you know where those areas are. Destin, Florida. Most people are familiar with Destin. That entire area is in my AO, as they're fond of saying, my area of operation. But no matter where you go in that part of Florida, I'm sure you'll have a great time. They're fond of referring to that particular area as Florida's best kept secret, although it's not quite such a secret any longer. But, you get just about everything you would get from deep south in Florida without the added 12-hour drive and the expenses and the abundance of traffic and all that. So I don't know if it's your first trip or if this is a regular tradition for you, but I'm certain you'll have a great time. Andrew Morgan, my friend from Cincinnati, our resident real estate appraisal, says he is typing this very moment from 30A. For those of you who aren't aware, 30A is one of the main roads. Easily, it's commonly referred to for the Sandestin area. So that's very cool, Andy. You're not far. Big Sloppy says, what's the temp like in April? I don't know, honey. What do you think about the temperatures in April? It's not too hot yet by then, is it? Yes. She said, Sloppy, that for her, it's still too cold to swim. Now, you got to take that with a grain of salt. My wife likes her swimming pool to be the temperature of a hot tub. But she said that she's being she's discounting her proclivity towards hot water in a pool and saying that you'll still find that it's still probably a little mild in April. So if he wants to come in August. She said if she had to tell anybody one particular month, October is the perfect month for this part of the country. But there you have it. But look, man, a bad April in Florida is better than a good day at work in Kentucky or wherever it is that you, whatever particular part of the world you hail from. He says it would be a first trip. I have been to Indian Pass. Yeah, you won't be disappointed, Sloppy. And we tell people all the time, it's one of those things where once you experience it, you say, I wish I had known this a long time ago. But yeah. Looking back, because I got distracted, but 1796 Patriot said George Carlin, one of my all-time favorite comedians, says he has some good poetry, and I wasn't aware of that. Carl J was agreeing that Carlin is funny. Yeah, he was a very, very funny man. Genius level intellect, his observations of the world, politics particularly. Yeah, I understand. He said, Sloppy says he needs it to line up with his children's spring break and are hoping for 75-degree weather. Yeah, you probably do okay with that. Listen, I'm not saying that you're going to come down here and it's going to be abysmal in April. I'm just saying if you had an open calendar for the entire year and you got to choose, that's one thing. But no, I'm quite certain you'll have a great time. There's one, I'm going to sound, Jimmy Buffett had a song called This One Particular Harbor, which those of you know, he's a big sailboat guy, but I started to say there's one particular drinking hole. And so in Jimmy Buffett tradition of there's one particular harbor, make note of that, Big Sloppy. When you go on your trip, put this name in your phone, put in Juana's Pagoda. It's spelled Juana, I believe. I hope I got that right. Pagoda, Pagoda, and you're going to be really close to that. And it's by no means hard to find. The parking is abundant, and I would recommend you stay till sunset, and you'll thank me later. Perfectly children friendly. There's a sand beach there for the children to play. There's an elevated deck for adult beverages. There's usually someone playing music. Maybe it's calypso, island music. Could just be classic. Yeah, it could be Island Boys. But that's my pitch. That's my favorite drinking hole, watering hole to recommend people see. And if you find yourself at that particular drinking establishment, maybe hit me up with a DM, and there's a very real possibility that I could stumble in there. No promises, no guarantees. I keep my options open. Regardless of whether or not I was to show up there and have a beer with you, I promise you, you'll enjoy the place. It's quite special. Make it plan on spending a day there, Big Sloppy. That's it. Don't look at it as a place to stop and have a beer. Make that one of your destinations. So instead of going to the beach 6 days in a row and just laying on the beach at some random parking lot, take one of those days and spend it on the beach at Juana's. And even if you have a place that's right on the Gulf of Mexico and you can stumble out into that water, once you've done it 2 or 3 days, you've done that and seen that. So for a way to mix things up a little bit, consider Juana's. You're welcome. Carl J's dropping lyrics. You are of my tribe, Carl. If you can recite Jimmy Buffett, then you're my people. Andrew Morgan from Cincinnati, once again, for those of you who aren't familiar with him as I am, he's stated that he's at 30A, which is Destin, commonly called the luckiest fishing village in the world for the obvious reasons. I would recommend, Andy, that you as well visit Juana's, but that might be a little bit of a challenge with traffic and all. That could easily turn into a 1 hour one-way drive for you, so that may not work, but you never know. Welcome back, KC.
Howdy. Good to be back.
It would appear that we have not one, but two of our participants here that may find themselves in my neck of the woods. Andrew Morgan from Cincinnati, which I'm from originally many, many years ago. He's visiting right now in my part of the Panhandle. He's over close to Destin. But Big Sloppy, one of the new participants here, said that he's planning a trip as well to Florida, and I was yet again singing the praises of that little drinking hole I'm so fond of called Juana's.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're up to date on what the current topic was.
Nice.
You're welcome, Andy.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
Just wake up or what?
No? Why?
Took a little nap, huh?
Nope, no naps.
No nap?
It looks like the live stream is not going. Is it not going?
It is on.
Okay, for some reason, the screen I look at here was paused. I don't know why. It's kind of weird.
Oh.
Okay.
That is weird.
Yeah. All right. Hey, before I go into numbers, Pirate, you said the Vagisil for Bruno.
Vaginal?
Vagisil for Bruno's ears.
Oh.
Do you mix that up at all, or like how do you just do me a favor and send me a DM and tell me what you do? That way I can not. I don't want to.
It's real simple. I took the suppository, like the Preparation H looking thing, and just put it in the palm of my hand and rubbed it into a cream.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. That's it, man.
And you
just rub it inside of his ear, and I try to get it as deep as I can without puncturing his eardrum.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to just put it on the outside. You can look inside his ear and see, and that worked really good. And so yeah.
Bruno have an ear infection?
He gets them all the time. I don't. There's something about labs.
So I have labs.
Yeah.
I have labs that always get ear infections.
Yeah.
We use a product we found on Amazon called Zymox. ZIMOX.
Mm-hmm.
It works better than any antibiotics or anything we've ever given our dog.
Better than coconut
ear
oil?
infection. Squirt some of that in there, and it works great.
Yeah, hold on a second here.
Is it a squirt bottle?
Yeah, it's a little squirt bottle, like a eyedropper, but bigger.
The only problem I have is
excellent stuff.
The vet gave us a medicine that I use that I still have a lot of, but it's a liquid. It's kind of a thick liquid. It's not real thick, but dude shakes his head so much that the stuff comes out all over the place, and I can't get him.
Yeah, you're gonna get that regardless.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that with the paste
rub it in there
that Pirate was talking about, maybe it won't come out as easily, and I don't know.
Well, look it up.
They have a product at Tractor Supply as well.
Red label bottle called Zymox. It's like $33 for the bottle.
Yeah, I just
like
wrote
I said,
down.
we have labs. They would go 2 or 3 times a year to get medicine because of their ears, and this stuff works great. Well, I've been taking them in like 3 years.
All right.
I just mentioned the Vagisil because sometimes women have it with their healthcare products, and sometimes it's in your house and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
If you wanted something on the spot, but Sandy bought some stuff from Tractor Supply. Sandy bought some stuff from Tractor Supply called Bannix, B as in Bravo, ANNIXX, and it came in a squirt bottle, and it's good for ringworm and wounds and ear infections, and that worked real well too. We still have a half a jar of that.
Okay.
She said you can get it off Amazon as well. So
Poor guy's suffering, and I gotta help him out. So, all right, numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again.
Casey, one
yeah.
more brief interruption.
Yeah,
one more
go for
brief interruption before I forget. I keep a roll of toilet paper real close to me. Keep some toilet paper handy until he heals up, and periodically, like 2 or 3 times a day, try to clean his ear out with that toilet paper. Because if you can get most of that black junk out, that goes a long ways towards speeding up the heal.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nasty job, but you need to stay up with that.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I hear you. No pun intended. All right, off exchange. Unlike my dog, I can hear you. Let's see here. We've got off exchange. Normally by this time of the day would be about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we have 55.24% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.44 for combined total 65.68%. That's about 2.68% higher than what I would expect. CHX volume for the day-to-day is pretty low at 1,500 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 1,574, so very, very similar numbers. Nothing unusual about those. Shares available to borrow is 1.4 million. That has not changed for a couple hours now. Fees are 2.18 according to IBKR, and rebates at 3.14. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 1.73 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.95 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little to 17.41%. The cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average 3.28, and max 4.33. Taking a look at what am I taking a look at? GME shares returned for the day was 272 an hour ago. Is now sitting at 288. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $5 strike for AMC at 6.9 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 8.3. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike an hour ago, also a $5 strike. An hour ago is 4.6 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 6.6. They're really kind of targeting us in here at this $5 close for the day-to-day. But the options could, are suggesting it could close anywhere between 475 and 525. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and neither are on here. Low volume, don't expect us to see on that list until we have higher volumes levels. MMRI an hour ago was 252.29. It's now 252.65. So we're not seeing I think really the market wants to just get today over with and get to the weekend already. At least it feels that way. And we'll probably be seeing some activity closer to the end portion of the day. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates or bond yields 0.103. It was 0.094 an hour ago. We started out the day at 0.083, so you can see it's definitely widening the gap between the two. 0.103. We started out the week at 0.022. Almost got our normalized yields. Ever so close. Sectors. Actually, let's move on to this first. NASDAQ is now up 0.5, Dow Jones up 0.26, and the S&P 500 up 0.49. We have 2,946 decliners to 2,522 advancers. That flipped. We had like 2,500 advancers 2 hours ago. Then it went down to 2,000. Now it's back up to 2,500, 2,522 advancers, which is still market declining in total, but is definitely more advancing than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at sectors, there's only one red sector right now, and it's barely even red. Industrials is the only down sector, which is about ready to flip over, it looks like. The top performing sector for the day-to-day so far is technology, and then it looks like there might be like a really close like multi-way tie here on a couple other stocks, but consumer discretionary is the second runner-up right now. Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. I don't even know if we have any. We may not have anything to shout out here. I think the market just wants to trade out sideways for as long as possible. Gold is currently up 0.29, trending up. Silver is down 0.27, trending up after... Actually, let's call it consolidation. I'm not really convinced that this is really trending up just yet. Ethereum Classic is down 2.17 and appears to be breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. But we should probably verify. It tried to. Not quite there yet. Almost. It's still in a downtrend, and trying to break out here. We've got at least a couple different tests here along the top, but still trending down. U.S. dollar is currently down 0.05 and definitely breaking into an uptrend after a downtrend. Oil is down 1.79 and consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.38 to 0.42 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.48 and taking a trend back up after a little bit of a cooling off period. And actually, it's a little bit more of aggressive uptrend than it was earlier this morning. VIX is down 11.31 and continuing to trend down at 21.1 with futures suggesting 20.73. So it's almost the VIX is almost catching up to the futures now. Looks like I bet you they probably would love to close the VIX less than 20 before the end of the day is over. Actually, probably would love to close it below 19. IWM is down 0.11. If you may be wondering like why 19, Casey, what's going on there? There's kind of significant points on the VIX that suggest levels of fear. 16, 19, and 35 are kind of like the three big ones. And when breaking 16 is not necessarily anything special, breaking 19 is not really specifically anything special. But once it breaks past 19, and if it's moving quickly towards especially something like 35, then that tends to be a really bad sign in the market for what's to come. And like we already did earlier this week. And so probably trying to reduce volatility and getting this back underneath 19 is probably the main goal before the week's out here. But it's gonna be a stretch, I think, to get it there. Go back 1 minute. IWM is down 0.13 and trending back up. VB is up 0.12, trending up. Tesla's up 0.56, trending up. Amazon is up 1.03, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.23 and trending up. Doge is down 2.69 and also looking like it's trying to make a trend up. I wouldn't say it's broken a trend down yet, though. Bitcoin is down 1.57, also not breaking the trend down yet. GME is up 0.83 and is trending up after a downtrend. HYMC is down 3.58 and is starting to break a downtrend into an uptrend. NCMI is up 0.5. We're seeing a big V here on a lot of different tickers out here. So a little quick downtrend and then followed by an uptrend. Hood is up 1.21 and starting to move into an uptrend. And AMC is down 0.89 and moving into an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day. There's $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 5.08 million shares traded so far for the day today after 238 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 8.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're definitely on pace for that. Within the next half hour, so we should be on. That should be about the pace that we're going to hit. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an R. No, I'm sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.59, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 55.86, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, what appears to be a divergence of more buying pressure than selling pressure within the next 30 minutes. RSI is at 54.71, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 56.71, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back. Actually, no. There's news. Hold on 1 second. I wonder what's going to happen when they come through my yard with the Oh my gosh. Are you serious?
They're recommending options.
Yeah, what in the freaking tarnations is this crap? Really? I mean, if this just doesn't spell it out for you, I don't know what does. Yeah, this is... They should be in trouble for that. They'll probably just say it's like a, commentary. It's not actual financial advice is probably what they'll say. Oh, it's humor. It's meant to be humor. It's not really real advice. Anyone who's read my commentary, let's see, who wrote this? Let's find out who wrote this first. Title alone. I feel like they're just doing it just to goad us into being angry. It works good. I don't see who published this here. Will Ashworth did not have, either directly or indirectly, any positions in the securities mentioned in this article. The opinions expressed in this article are those of the writer subject to the investorplace.com. You know what, Will? Before you go at telling people that they should do something, maybe you should try it, Will, and show us how you do, Will.
Yeah, Will.
Will. All right, let's
Shut your whore mouth, Will.
keep my stock out of your mouth, Will. If you're not willing to put your money where your mouth is, then shut it, Will.
How many options have you fucking done, Will?
Yeah, on AMC, Will.
Oh, let me guess, none.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it. You're just a fucking typewriter.
Expert then, aren't you? Anyone who's read my commentary about AMC Entertainment in recent years knows I'm as bearish as they come regarding AMC stock. As a result, some even send me hate emails. I can't even imagine why. Frankly, he's using somebody else's name here. Frankly, I've never understood why someone would take the time to send a hate email about something I have virtually no control over, like recommending somebody doing something over something else.
Now, if blaming him, somebody must be just setting him on fire.
I'm about to. Now, if Warren Buffett said he wouldn't buy AMC stock if it were the last investment for sale on the planet, that might move the share price. The company reported Q2 2024 results on August 2nd, and its report had some bright spots. These are not enough to convince me to recommend AMC stock, but they are enough to suggest that aggressive investors use AMC options to speculate on the future share price. Oh man, can I meet these guys in a dark alley somewhere? Would that be okay? Can we just have a talk somewhere? Maybe a bar, shady bar. I'm confident.
I know a guy. I know a guy you can send, but he's expensive.
I'm confident.
He doesn't work cheap, but he's good at what he does.
He says, I'm confident many already do. Well, unfortunately, I think I tend to agree with him on that one. If you haven't...
need half the money up front. Oh, I misspoke. He needs half the money up front.
Listen to this. He goes, if you haven't dipped your toe in AMC options yet, here's how to play AMC stock without losing your shirt.
Oh, there you go. Here's how you do it.
Okay. All right. It's taking market share. Chief Financial Officer Sean Goodman discussed this subject in the company's Q2 2024 conference call with analysts. Quote, our North American market share continued to increase in the second quarter of 2024 with approximately 50 basis points of growth compared to last year, Goodman stated on August 2nd. This despite the North American box office declining by 27.2% over last year and the company's revenue falling by 23.5% to $1.03 billion. Further, its box office admissions fell by 25.6%, 160 basis points less than what the industry's decline in box office admissions revenues. It did less worse than its peers. That's counting for something. More importantly, it's showing resilience in revenue per patron relative to its pre-pandemic numbers. So the critical metrics for any theater chain are the average ticket price, food and beverage revenues per patron, and contribution margin per patron, which are all revenues in the quarter, less the film exhibition and food beverage costs divided by the total attendance. The key metrics point upward. The average ticket price in the quarter was $11.29 to $12.01 in the U.S. and $9.32 internationally, 8 cents higher than a year ago. The food and beverage revenues per patron were $7.34, 2 cents less than Q2 2023. However, in the U.S., it was $8.34, an all-time high, and 12 cents higher than a year ago. Finally, its contribution margin in the quarter was $13.76, 4.6% higher year over year. Its U.S. contribution margin was $14.73, 48% higher than Q2 in 2019 before the pandemic, and 6% higher than the Q2 2023. Internationally, excluding currency and contribution margin, was $15.96, 21% higher than Q2 2019 and 3.9% above Q2 2023. Quote, these achievements in market share growth and revenue on profit per patron, they are all a result of the ongoing success of our market-leading food and beverage offerings, including collectible movie-themed items, and movie-themed cocktails and menu upgrades, as well as our leading position in immersive, premium large-format auditoriums and our innovative alternative content options, Goodman stated. It pushed out its debt. I've always felt that AMC had too much debt for a company with flat to negative revenue growth. The CFO discussed its work. Can I just skip to the meat of this? Hold on. I'm going to skip through some of this here. I want to get to what he says. He says, as much as I'd like to admit it, as much as I'd hate to admit it, it's making progress. With interest rates coming down later this year and into 2025, the idea of entering bankruptcy proceedings has become slimmer due to these efforts. The bottom line, analysts remain very cautious about AMC's stock for good reason. Even if it's able to return to the 2019 numbers, that's not enough to say that the patient's fully recovered, not by a long shot. If you want to play AMC stock, use options to lower your risk. For example, let's look at call options expiring on September 20th. As of this writing, the $11 strike was just 9 cents. That's less than the 1% of the $11 strike. In my opinion, AMC will not get anywhere near that level over the next 7 weeks. But when the calls cost $9 and you're an aggressive AMC investor who thinks shares will hit that level and higher, what have you got to lose? Premium. That's what you got to lose. On the date of the publication, Will Ashworth did not have either directly or indirectly any position, which I already read that to you earlier. The opinions expressed in this article are those of the writer, subject to the investorplace.com. On the date of the publication, the responsible editor did not have either directly or indirectly any positions in the security mentioned in this article. Will Ashworth has written about investments full-time since 2008. Publications where he's appeared included Investor Place, The Motley Fool Canada, Investopedia, Kiplinger, and several others in both the U.S. and Canada. He particularly enjoys creating model portfolios that stand the test of time. He lives in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Does that mean that he's excluded from any kind of fraudulent activity if he's outside the country?
Probably. He's not subject to our laws.
So then who's responsible for this? Investor Place for allowing this kind of stuff to be released because they are inside the U.S.?
Right. The publisher. The publisher would be the one that somebody would have to bring a legal action against.
Interesting. I feel like I see a new tactic here, especially after what happened to Left. Interesting. I'm half tempted to write something to Investor Place.
I don't know. I don't know if you don't just come across as some sort of a hall monitor type.
Yeah,
Because I think it's generally accepted. Generally accepted that nobody cares, Casey.
Right.
All this stuff about giving unlicensed people giving financial advice is just.
Will the Shill in 1796 Patriot says, yeah, Will the Shill. I like that. It's got a good ring to it. Shilly Willy. I like that even better.
Oh, I'm certain his name is something like Wilbert.
Wilbert? Oh, because he's from Canada?
Yeah, I'm sure Will's just short. I'm sure he's got some sort of a fuck that guy.
I actually wasn't really sure where north of the U.S. that was exactly. I had to look it up just now. I'm not. If censored content or any other Canadians are listening, I'm very geographically challenged. So, something.
It's in the Atlantic Ocean, isn't it? Off
Yeah,
the
it
coast
is.
of Canada.
It's just north. It's northeast of Maine in the ocean.
Yep, right there.
It's like the Cuba of Florida, but for Maine. Yeah. I mean, not exactly,
Cuba
but I
is
mean,
to
yeah.
Florida,
You're right.
Nova Scotia is to Canada.
To Maine.
Yeah, Maine. I mean.
Yeah, Maine. Yeah. Yeah, Nova Scotia is Maine's, or Florida's Cuba. Yes.
Andrew Morgan, you mentioned that you were over on 30A, close to the Destin area. I have a recommendation for you. The place is called the Boathouse. It's not much bigger than a 2-car garage. It's on wooden stilts in the Destin Harbor. Parking can be challenging. It is not necessarily kid friendly. I don't know if you have family or friends in tow or children, but if you want a place where the beer is cold and cheap and it's a local, non-commercialized place, and you can sit and watch the fishing yachts come and go while a guy plays some of the filthiest songs you've ever heard in your life. They have a guitar player that sits there, and he's kind of a what do they call him, a busker? Well, not a busker.
Is he a womanizer?
He's paid by the bar. I don't know if he's a womanizer.
If I take Melissa there, I'm gonna feel like he's like, singing to my girl kind of thing.
No. It's not like that. It's more along the lines of like an Irish pub songs that are a little risque.
Yeah, but girls like that Irish accent though, and it's gonna make you feel.
The place is incredibly popular. Yeah. Listen, it was a biker crowd. If you're uncomfortable being around people who look hard and tough, you might. And it's not a biker. It's not a biker bar. It's just one of those places where the bikers go there because they could cheat. The parking is really challenging, and if you have a motorcycle, it's easy. So, but I'm just telling you, I've drank up a lot of take-home pay in that place, and it's quite special. It's right in the middle of all of this giant commercialized stuff like Hooters and all that. It's some guy who refused to sell out, and then he has a little like a redheaded stepson business next door called Kangaroo Jack's, which was kind of like his way of expanding a little bit. But yeah, May says it's limericks. It's that kind of stuff, The guy just sits up front with a microphone and a guitar. The place is incredibly loud, shoulder to shoulder, and then but. It spills out into the parking lot and out on the fishing deck behind it. But I'll say no more. But that's the best I can do for you in the Destin area. It's called the Boathouse.
I am more and more intrigued by Nova Scotia than ever before. I guess I've never really kind of like looked at it on a map before. And now I really want to talk to somebody who's either been there or knows a lot about it, because this is intriguing.
I've heard it's beautiful. There's some incredible fishing there. I guess
that's what I was looking at.
There, that's like the size of a king size mattress. They said it's like trying to crank a Volkswagen up off of the seafloor if you hook one on your fishing pole.
I mean, it's really not.
They look like a flounder. They look like a flounder, but I guess they're, like I said, the size of a queen size mattress.
It's not even more north than any part of Maine. It's more south than the top portion of Maine. So it's I'm sure it probably doesn't get much colder than Maine does. If you can handle Maine, you can handle Nova Scotia. There is some very, very interesting land, though. I really want to go visit now. As much as I want to go to Maine, I want to go to Nova Scotia now. It seems very uninhabited. And most of the land that is inhabited is not inland. It's mostly on the edges. It seems like nobody has anything inland. It's just all coastal property. Why is that?
Well, just over time, there's probably just a seafaring community. Most of their commerce was probably fishing and boat swaying, boat craftsmen and that sort of thing. So a lot of those places, it's pretty. It stands to reason why they all their populations live all real close to the coastlines. Andrew, if you find yourself unable to tolerate the crowds at that little boathouse place I mentioned, there's another place there. It's a little commercialized, but it's very, very popular as well, called AJ's. Just the initials A.J. And it's right next to a marina, and it has panoramic views of the entire waterway there. And it's very popular with tourists because you can sit there and drink. You can have a fish sandwich, eat. They have live music, 2 floors tall. But most importantly, you can see all the comings and goings of the incredible variety of boats. And that's more family friendly, especially throughout the day. Now, as night goes on and they close the kitchen down and the music gets turned up, but you might consider finding your way to AJ's. I think technically it's called AJ's Bimini Bar. And that one's real easy to find. Let me know how it works out for you. As far as the island lifestyle, KC, and exotic places, my friend who travels frequently to China, he had an opportunity to go to New Zealand as kind of a side trip. And he went to, I think I pronounced it right, called Christchurch, which is a unique name. And he brought back some photographs, and I thought to myself, I could live there.
Yeah.
So I never really knew much about New Zealand. I heard, I used to joke about them, the Kiwis and all of that, and they have a very long tradition of military service as our allies in World War II in the Pacific and all that. But I just never give it much thought until he shared some photographs with me, and I thought to myself,
I can't go there. There's too many pretty women there.
I was gonna say, you got outstanding warrants. What do you want? You got outstanding warrants there, or are they still looking for you?
I'm not gonna
for you for something.
Too many temptations, I think. Just stay away from it. That's where they hide all the really pretty ladies.
Some of it looked fake. The pictures he showed, I tell you, to me, it was reminiscent of like some of the stuff from Hawaii, with the plunging cliff lines and the soaring peaks right up against the edge of oceans and stuff. And it looked really dramatic. And I thought, I could see maybe spending time there.
Mm-hmm. I'm really intrigued by Nova Scotia now. I'll stop looking at this. I gotta stop. I don't know why I just spent like 20 minutes like looking at Nova Scotia. Okay.
I'm curious, KC. I know you probably told us, and I apologize if I've forgotten. But when you and Melissa took the family and headed down towards Key West on your last little junket, did you get to see the Ernest Hemingway house where they have the 6-toed cats and all that?
I'm gonna go with no.
No, you might consider that for the next. If you ever go along those on that particular trek again, they have the house where he lived and where he traveled, fishing and all that. But he had some sort of local fame because he had pet cats, and they were it was notable because they had a genetic abnormality and they had an extra toe on each foot. hence the name six-toed cats. But they have multiplied and they've become quite prolific in that area as far as strays and all that go. But yeah, a lot of people make a trek to go see his Ernest Hemingway home and then see those particular felines. I just wondered if you missed that or if that was something you participated in when you were down there.
We pretty much just did primarily the beaches and then food outings.
Right.
But,
Yeah. Well, you have to. Your first time there, you're limited. You're always limited on time. So you have to prioritize your sightseeing. And then sometimes things have to wait until another date. I get that.
Kim says, why do options only go to 10 for many weeks on AMC? Because the price hasn't jumped up above 10 for a while, and so they didn't create. They may have created options that went up above 10 for just a short. In fact, I think it might have gone up to 16 for a little bit. But if there's not a whole lot of activity and the options close out at those strike levels above 10 to 16 range, then they'll just simply like kind of knock them off. And so if price were to start moving up suddenly at any given point, you would see those open back up pretty quickly. That's where they filmed Oak Island. I don't know if I've seen that.
Yeah, I think it was a Netflix series where they were. It was kind of like one of those reality shows when that was there was no shortage of reality shows there for a while, and that was one of that group where they were trying to find a lost treasure. One of those local legends that there was a lost treasure buried out there somewhere, and it was. They were always, every episode was they were right on the edge of finding the big box of gold. And it was kind of like some of those shows you saw where they're reminding the gold in Alaska and all that. Had a little bit of a different flavor to it, but it fit the template that was popular at the time. I never got sucked into it.
Let's see here. I posted this up on Twitter while I was gone on break. I was kind of perusing a little, and let me pull this up real quick here. I feel like I kind of need to like turn up the sound on this a little bit because otherwise it just won't have like the same impact. But
No.
All right, let me start this over. So I'm going to meet myself in the back of the big tramp here for just a second. Here we go.
No.
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 You don't get that at home when you go to the movies. I thought that was pretty funny. I had to post that up there. It was pretty cool. All right, I'm back.
That was pretty funny. The best part of that, all the women were screaming no, and then in the background, clear as a bell, I could hear some guy scream, "That's fucking awesome!" There was, yeah. That somebody should buy that guy a beer. He deserves a free beer for that. Good on him.
I like that. That was pretty funny. I don't know if this is somebody posted up the a picture. And I thought that there was a face hugger bucket, but I don't know what this is that he's drinking out of right here. I mean, it's somebody. I think it was Donkey Kong might have commented on this picture here after I posted what I posted, and he said,
That's an alien head.
Well, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. But
I didn't know. The first time you showed it, it was small, and it just dawned on me. So I guess I was.
It was, but Donkey Kong says, "Was that Trey's dildo?"
Yeah, that looks like something off of Bad Dragon's website.
It was. It was
if you're
Trey's.
familiar with Bad Dragon's product. If you're not, I highly recommend checking them out. But it's not safe for work or children. But yeah, that looks like a Bad Dragon product there.
It was Trey's dildo after it got done working out like he was all these years.
Yeah.
Now that he's all buff and everything now.
You guys see the Borderlands bucket?
Yeah, I did. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
I showed it this morning. I could have sworn you saw it this morning.
Borderline bucket.
You didn't see it this morning?
I was late this morning. Don't you remember? I wasn't here this morning. I didn't even get here till 9 o'clock.
Could have sworn I shared it with you. Hold on a second here. I think this is it right here, maybe. Let's see. No, that's not it. Somebody sent me a picture, but I'm pretty sure. I could have sworn I shared it earlier this morning, but
I'd have to say, in my opinion, it looks like it's one of the more creative buckets that they've made so far.
Mm-hmm. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Here's a video of somebody looking at it in a case. It's got it does have a little square platform that I think of ground that people were talking about that they didn't like or whatever, but I mean, it's got to sit on something to keep upright, but it's one of the main bots that are in the game as a kind of comical relief bot or something like that. I haven't played the game, so I don't know.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
And apparently the light...
it has to have a base. It has to have a base or it wouldn't be stable. I mean, it couldn't just stop at the wheel.
The light comes on apparently on it too, so I guess that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool. That's a nice touch. Yeah, that's a very nice touch.
I think that's probably it right there.
A little articulated arm on it as well. And that's cool.
You know, I know these buckets aren't like amazing, right? But I'll tell you what though, it's really cool to just have like a collection of buckets in your house, of movie buckets that you can have in your house so to remind you of the movies that you've seen. And then if you ever do like a home movie night or something like that, you can always pass out like a bucket to everybody, and everybody can just take like their whichever favorite bucket they want to take off the shelf, and enjoy their little stash of popcorn for themselves. It makes for a nice little.
I could certainly see somebody decorating a home theater with just shelves of those. I can easily see that.
This guy's got
it's memorabilia.
Yeah, he's got
three-dimensional collector's item.
He's got quite the collection here of different buckets that AMC's already had out. So yeah, it's cool, So
yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah,
that's very nice.
And I quite honestly don't know how much a large popcorn costs, but I know most of these are costing somewhere between like $39 and $49. Actually, I think most of them are like $39 or 40 bucks basically for the bucket. I would imagine that the large popcorn's probably at least somewhere between 10 and 15 bucks. I don't even know because I don't ever look, but so I mean, for only 20, 25 bucks more, you get your large popcorn plus you're getting the collector's bucket, and 25 bucks isn't that much. So Big Sloppy says it's called Claptrap. It follows you through the whole game. Somebody said that Borderlands 3 is actually free right now on PlayStation for the monthly games, and I have that, so I'd probably be checking it out.
Like a post-apocalyptic first-person shooter game or something.
I've never played it. I think it's post-apocalyptic, and I don't know what. I don't think that it's first person, but I'm not 100% certain. So.
I gotcha.
I didn't think I was gonna like Fallout until I tried it. So. I guess it just goes to show, like sometimes you just gotta dive into a game and see if it's gonna be something you're gonna enjoy or not. Which I really hate doing because most games nowadays are like $60 right off the bat, and so it's like, I'm never sure if I want to spend the $60 or not, and then I spend it, and then it's like a lot of times I'm happy I spent the $60, but then there's other times where I'm kind of like, wasn't really worth it.
Buyer's remorse.
Mm-hmm.
After that GameStop tweet last night, I think I'll be holding off on buying any more games or consoles anytime soon.
I mean, I'm not going to do that not because I'm a shareholder, but because I just believe in supporting GME. But I am a little miffed about that. That was pretty shallow on their part.
I missed it. You care to explain?
Yeah,
a little bit?
let me pull it up. Yeah, let me pull it up here. Hold on a second.
Personally, I just think after like 3 years and how much of that community who is, wholly GME and not anything else, like they like to attack our community, and I like to think that we're all one community, but it's like, why the hell are they bashing on a couple, people who like to go see a movie theater? Whatever, it doesn't make any sense. I honestly don't see any AMC people bashing GME as much. It's the other way around, and after that was just kind of like the last straw for me.
So GameStop posted this out, and they said now available for half the price of a movie ticket. Now, of course, I picked Sal Meme Lord to look this up here because he was the first post I saw on this, and he actually went in and found Borderlands 3 on Xbox for $56.99 for Pro and $59.99, basically $60, like I was saying, right? But then of course, a ticket price for movie tickets far less than that right now, and not only that, but you could sign up for A-list, get 3 movies.
Disingenuous at
least. It was very disingenuous, and what's been even more funny than that though is some of the responses in here. Like I think there's actually been some kind of funny responses, I think, from some of the AMC shareholders because of that. And here, I think this is one of them right here. From Dominic, he says AMC lists 12.
Okay, you just want to fight. That one that said, "Okay, you just want to fight," and it was Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, so that's how it's going to be now.
I like the breakdown on that. I like the way that Dominic went about doing this because he's like, look, you could be an AMC A-list, 12 movies a month. 12 movies a month for $19.95 to $24.95 makes $1.66 to $2.08 per movie, plus benefits. And then he lists out all the benefits on here, and it's like, okay, that's a solid case. If you're gonna, if they're going to talking smack about stuff, look at this. Look what you can get.
You feel like you want to dig into this? Let's dig into it.
Yeah. Look what you can get.
I commented something similar to that too. 12 movies a month. I mean, for entertainment, I mean, I can't think of anything that I can go and see. Have 2 hours of entertainment with my family to go out and have fun
And you don't even have to buy stuff if you don't want to. You're still getting the movies for that price. I mean, it's great if you. Yeah.
I mean, Yucca drops $50 on Figueroa Street. He's not even in that alley like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I easily spend like $100 every time I go, but it's like I can't really. I don't mind spending the money. Like last time I was there, the guy cashing me out. He worked at AMC. He was working behind the counter. He's like, $86. That's like my whole life savings. You don't need like 6 or 7 bags of candy. I'm like, you don't freaking understand, dude. Like, I don't care about spending my money here. Like, I'm spending my money here because this is my investment. I care about my company, and it's people don't understand that. But yeah, that whole tweet last night just felt like a total jab. And I keep my mouth shut a lot. Sometimes I open it up, but that was kind of the last straw for me. Like, I understand that's probably somebody running that account or whatever, but
Yeah.
that was just.
It was poor taste.
That was pretty low.
It was pretty poor taste.
Donkey Kong said that was his tweet. If it is, man, he gets cool points.
Whose tweet?
I should have known. I think he said that was my tweet because when you were scrolling through them, I just real fast Donkey Kong. When I said there's Bruce Lee there, and somebody wrote, "Okay, you just want to fight," and Kong is.
Oh, it is. Yeah. It is his. Yeah, it is.
Right. Cool points for the Kong. Look at you, dude. Yeah. Right on, man.
Kick your ass, Seabass.
I like it. Oh, it is, isn't it? How about that? Yeah, I wasn't calling his integrity into question. I was just surprised.
No,
yeah, that's beautiful. Good job, Kong. Good job.
So,
cool points for that.
I, for the most part, I feel like a lot of the AMC, a lot of the AMC shareholders were very tasteful. I don't think there was a whole lot of, except for this guy right here. but no, everybody was very, very tasteful. And I think that really what they ought to do is I feel like they should take that back and be like, you know what? Look, I'm not even following GameStop. See, I don't even follow GameStop, and I'm a shareholder, so go figure. But yeah, so they probably had some intern go in there and just. No, this is not an intern thing. This is a dig.
Total dig.
Yeah, this is a dig. This is not an intern. I don't know. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna fuel the fire.
About this before, and I don't want to have to go back and replow the same cornfield again. For the life of me, I don't understand why they're not hammering out an opportunity between these two companies. It seems so obvious the play here. You know, the movies and games go hand in hand, the merchandising, the need for them to reduce their brick and mortar footprint while AMC has extra space in the lobbies.
I bet you there's so many GameStop elitists that I don't think that you could possibly get them. So can I just say, I have dabbled my feet into the water of GME. And secretly, there is a lot of people there who are shareholders on both sides, and they don't even want to talk about it because of the fact that they're afraid
at the risk of being ostracized by their own tribe.
Yes, and I understand. No, I understand. I understand how they feel.
I get it. They're the peers. They're saying we were the first one. Our squeeze wasn't over, and you took resources away from us. I get that. What I don't get is that we're here now. It doesn't matter, if we could all go back in time, we'd do a lot of things different, but we're here now. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And if both of us can get what we want by combining resources, it just seems like a no-brainer to me. But
yeah,
100% agreed. But a tweet coming from a company like that, I was like, man, like that's some crazy shit.
Well, all right. So, do you want to talk about? What's the word I want to look for here? I don't know what this is. There has been fake fights between companies in advertising for a really long time to actually just benefit both companies because
for the free advertising.
For the free advertising. I don't know if you know this or not, but there's actually legitimate instances out there where two different companies have created a fake fight between them just in order to get more people to use the product, period.
The drama draws eyes.
Yeah.
The eyes are what they're after.
Yeah.
It translates into sales.
So I'm not trying to make excuses for GameStop. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying that people feed off drama, and maybe that's what this is about. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, a lot of times they throw the word elitist around, and I think it got switched. I think the proper term would be purist. They think that you should be solely focused on GameStop as and keep it like a purity test.
Mhm.
Not so much that they think they're better. They're just saying, if we were the original ones, we were the original gangsters. This was our hustle. You came in with us. You should be with us on GameStop. But so somehow or another you're viewed as kind of a traitor to the cause because you jumped on the whole squeeze thing, but just not with GameStop. And I can see how that would lead to some bitterness. But what I don't understand is their reticence, their refusal to see the battlefield as it currently exists, where we could be stronger together than apart.
Yeah.
And vanquish our enemies. And that's the part I have an issue with. You can stand on principle or you can win. Which one do you want?
I mean, we could take it upon ourselves to try and force that to happen.
I'm pretty sure that during that congressional meeting that they had with Roaring Kitty back in 2001, there were only two stocks that I think they mentioned, and that was AMC and GameStop.
I've said that for a long time.
There was
the
a
rest
third.
was just a distraction.
There was a third, but yes, you're right. The main two are AMC and GME. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you're right.
That just rubbed me away, man.
Well, I
would do the same thing with AMC making a tweet about GameStop, but I'm just not seeing it, and I haven't seen that in 3 years. It's really one side attacking the other all the time. And
I only have one thing to say about all this.
Oh, movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
I love it when you can use DFV as one of the things everybody talks about, like
the
DRS.
funniest part about that
they
is
talk about
that
DRS.
was completely unscripted.
Yeah,
that's like not lifted for some commercial where a bunch of writers got together in a think tank and then they crafted it and then they sent it to a focus group to see which wording sounded where the inflection could be put, and then they hired a voice actor. That's just a dude sitting in his basement reacting to somebody sending him a tweet. And it's masterful.
Yeah, the one thing I love too is like have all these people that are DRS your shares, and then I sit there and go like, you show me where DFV DRS, and they hate that. Oh, they hate it with a passion when you start throwing DFV at them because that's their guy. That's their guy is DFV. I mean, it's my guy too, right? It's all of our guy, right?
Exactly.
And so when they sit there, you go like, okay, well, you show me where he DRS his shares at, and then that they hate that. They hate that. Yeah, those butt cheeks pucker up like you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah,
when
the veins in their neck start popping out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you can't talk. They cannot stand that one bit. So when he said that in that little thing, when he said,
"Oh, movies, all right, let's go." Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
I was like, dude, nice. I like it. He didn't have to own it. He can like it.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if I'm sure it goes on, where there's infiltration within the communities by the people that were against. I think about like the COINTELPRO days from like the 60s where they were like literally our FBI was trying to blackmail and cause division within like the civil rights movement.
Yep.
I think that like that same tactic is used against us.
Oh, absolutely.
So when I see stuff like that, I'm just like, man, like maybe I really am in like the right place, and what if is there a possibility that maybe the GameStop community has been infiltrated?
100% absolutely. You're not wrong, and not only that, but you're not even talking about tinfoil stuff. It was already proven that Wall Street Bets got taken over. We know that it got taken over. There was proof that the original people who were running Wall Street Bets sold it off to people who took over of it and were not on our side. And so when Roaring Kitty comes back, where does he go? He doesn't go back to Wall Street Bets. He goes to Supersonk. Well, the problem is that when he went, he went to Supersonk, but if you're anybody who knows what's happened through this entire process, you could watch Superstonk getting taken over too. And I actually, believe it or not, and I'm not real super proud of what I did, but I actually went in there to see what was going to happen. There was somebody out there that was throwing out dates about, trying to get people to FOMO into a bunch of call option contracts based off of some really shitty ass DD on Superstonk, and I challenged their moderators in there to see what they would do, and I started a thing where I said, like, okay, well, they said the person who gave the DD, their time expired, and they said the price was going to move to a certain amount, and they said, you can ban me if this doesn't happen, scenario, right? Is exactly what they said. And the scenario did not happen or play out the way that they said, and so I challenged the moderators.
Nobody called them on it.
No, they did. They actually did. No, they kicked him. They did ban him.
Oh, did they?
But only because I interjected. If I hadn't interjected, he never would have been banned. When I interjected and forced them into a corner and to do something about somebody like that who was coming into a community and trying to get people to, FOMO onto call option contracts because they had some really shitty ass DD, that was when they stepped in and they actually did something. But it wasn't until I said something that they did. But I was glad to see that they were willing to put the ban hammer down on somebody who was going around and distributing really crappy info. So I have hope for them still.
Terry in chat says bad news travels at the speed of light. Good news travels like molasses.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, Terry. And my favorite one is that a lie makes it around the world before the truth gets out of bed. And I'm with you. I agree.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of these things.
Well, I got to do some numbers real quick here, and then we can I can move off to my next break and then come back for the end of the day. And we got to do a toast today, so let's do this. All right, I get worked up.
Part of the Rebel Alliance and the traitor.
That's right. Sometimes I feel like that. Oh man! All right. I'm going to take you guys. Do you guys remember Darth? I don't know if you guys remember Darth. Let's see here. Taking you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is. You guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange. And EDGX combined, we have 54.05% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.12. Combined total 66.17% or 0.17% less than what I would expect it to be, or more than what I would expect it to be, rather. And CHX volume coming in at 1,801. So it's pretty much where it should be at on a normal basis. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 1,986 shares. Nothing unusual there going on. Let's see here. Exchange traded volume. What's going on here? It's frozen. There we go. Borrow fees. Nothing again changing. It's been like 4 hours now. I feel like we haven't had any changes on borrowing amounts according to IBKR. So there's 1.4 million shares available to borrow with 2.18 on the fees and rebate at 3.14. Ortex, 1.95 million shares having been returned an hour ago, is now reporting 1.95. So no change to that or the estimated short share interest, the free float, or any of the cost to borrow numbers. Shares on loan for the day today is at 99.73 million shares. That's 400,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated that about 100,000 of that was in closed short interest. 288,000 shares were returned an hour ago on GME. It's now 282. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day on calls was coming in at a $5 strike with 8.3 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago, now 11.6. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike an hour ago was 6.6 thousand contracts in volume, now 9,000. Market still suggesting a closing price between $4.75 and $5.25 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME's volume levels are pretty low, so would not expect to see us on a most heavily traded list here, and we are not. Until we start seeing those spikes in volume again, we'll probably not be on that list. MMRI an hour ago was 252.64. It's now 252.89. Slight increase on that value. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields was 0.103 as of an hour ago. Currently at 0.114, so a little bit higher. NASDAQ is up 0.34, Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.03. We have 3,226 decliners to 2,281 advancers. The market's down by about 200 or so advancers than where it was an hour ago. 2281. Market's more declining than advancing. The worst two sectors for the day today is industrials followed by materials. The top two performing sectors are technology followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 1 is red, 6 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Compared to yesterday's closing price, and I don't think we have anything that meets that criteria. Yep, nothing. Gold is up 0.05, but starting to trend back down again. It's really starting to look like a little bit of consolidation more currently from the uptrend that it was in earlier. Silver is up, down rather, 0.44, and also consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 2.22. Struggling to break this level of resistance here and consolidating as it's attempting to. The US dollar down 0.06, but starting to find what appears to be a little bit of a bottom and starting to trend up. Oil is down 1.79 and also starting to trend up after some consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.37 to 0.43 and consolidating. And SPY is up 0.29 and appears to be moving back down in a downtrend after one of the most increasing uptrends that we had for the day today, I think. VIX is down 9.88. I'm still calling this trending down. It's at 21.44 with futures suggesting somewhere around 20.58. So it's about a point, just a little less than a point higher than where the futures are suggesting. I would imagine that they probably would have liked to have gotten that underneath 19 before the day was over. Love you. VIX is down 0.37 and is consolidating. VB is down 0.12, slightly trending up. Tesla is up 0.37, trending up. Amazon is up 0.58, consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.13, consolidating. Doge is up down 3.53 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.33, trending down. GME is up 1.24. I know it looks like it's trending down currently, but the overall trend here I don't think has been broken. It's still trending up. HYMC is down 3.59 and is consolidating. NCMI is up 0.08, consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend and then trending back up again and getting back on target from where it was earlier. Hood is up 0.45, consolidating, and AMC is up 0.1 and starting to trend up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately 1.5-ish, close, we'll call it 1.5. $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 6.22 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 293 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 8.27 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million share range. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours maybe 8 hours. RSI is up 55 to 55, and that is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the vortex indicator, RSI at 61.1, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.44, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.52, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. What was there was two beers I feel like were competing against each other back in the day. It was like Budweiser and what? What was the other one? I feel like there was something else. The hamburgers that were competing against each other was McDonald's and Where's the Beef, which was what, Burger King? Somebody help me out. I'm trying to remember. Turtle, take care. Later, Tater. Where's the Beef was Wendy's. Okay, so it was Wendy's against, like, what, everybody else, I guess? Wendy's nuts. I don't know. It wasn't Michelob. It was, I really can't remember who it was. I feel like it was... Yeah, Pro Jeweler says, tastes great, less filling. I was thinking about the Budweiser frogs. I feel like they were always advertising for Budweiser, but I'm trying to remember who it was that they were advertising against. Bush. Was it? I feel like maybe it was Bush. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, it was the same company? Was it Bud Light? Bud Light versus Budweiser? Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, it could be. I think I'm gonna head off to break here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Who is that? Was that the JJ? How's it going, man?
I was hoping Pirate would be able to see what I'm doing right now.
He's got his headphones off.
So I want a 99. I want a 99.8
on your quiz on your tool abilities, your tool catalog.
Well, he can't see me, huh?
No, I don't think so right now. What
Can you see it?
Yeah, it looks like you have a laser pointer for leveling.
That's how you hang a picture.
Huh. Well, can I share this?
Sure.
Okay, hold on a second. I have not seen this before. How is it self level?
It does.
Okay, that's kind of cool. How does it?
So watch if I rattle it. See that the leveler itself has a balance in it. So if it's not level,
No kidding. Look at that. That's
then it
pretty
goes
cool.
level.
Yeah.
So the way that the way the hangers are on the picture, it doesn't have wires, unfortunately. It has metal.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to put a screw here and a screw here.
Yeah, I hate that.
And then I measure 2 inches from, so 2 inches from the top, 2 inches from the side.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where those tapes are. So I'm about to put the vertical line down, and then I'll just take a 90-pound sheetrock screw, put it through, and perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Against the other picture, it'll be perfectly level because the hangers are exactly 2 inches below the level of the picture next to it.
Mm-hmm.
So bump 2 inches, 2 inches, and it's perfectly centered against that side of the wall to this side of the wall.
The only time I ever really do that anymore of the whole leveling stuff is if I'm doing curtain rods.
Yeah, oh yeah, you got to do with those.
Yeah, but the pictures nowadays, like I kind of, believe it or not, I hate to say this, but I kind of eyeball it anymore. It's because I stagger a lot of them, and you know, it really doesn't matter a whole lot if it's staggered, and for the most part, if you have the right hanging, it doesn't, on the pictures you've got there, it's not going to work. But if you've got the right setup on the back side of the picture frame, then you don't even have to worry about it. You can make small adjustments, and it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, on this one, this was the T-shirt he got from the MMA guy.
Yeah.
And they did something really cool for him. The guy out of so there's the front of the T-shirt, right? But he had artwork on they put a picture of the guy, and it's actually a numbered shirt.
Nice.
But I said, hey, I want to be able to see the art on the back, and they're like, hey, we can't do anything. But actually, they put a window. So that was kind of cool.
That is neat.
Ah, there's the pirate.
Did he show up?
Pirate, is he there yet?
Yeah.
Hey, pirate.
Glued all
This is how
back together.
That's how I hang a picture, pirate.
Oh yeah, very nice. You got your laser out.
That's got to be. It's self-leveling, by the way.
Yeah.
So I get an extra 0.8 now, correct?
Well, I'll submit the paperwork, but I can't guarantee anything.
Hey, attendees, if you can't trust a pilot, can't trust his eyes, and I wouldn't trust that pilot either, but because they all fly off of instruments, so I would rather trust the guy that uses instruments than the guy that uses his eyes.
You have to trust your instruments. No
Yep.
matter what your eyes show you,
Yep.
you trust the instruments.
Yep. Never trust a pilot that trusts his eyes. Don't do that.
Too much slack.
Yep.
That just shows you're a beginner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been, for the past 3 days, I've kept a couple of people here in the loop just for conversation. I've been mopping PVC glue on a little holiday, little crack that developed on a pipe that I just repaired. And if I couldn't get it to seal up, it was going to turn into about a 4 or 5 hour project with $100 worth of parts. But I am pleased to report that it worked. I mopped that PVC glue on it 2 or 3 times a day for 3 days. And that glue built up and it formed a hard seal. So we'll see how long it lasts. But for now, it's a green for go. Hope I didn't miss anything too cool.
No, I'm signing out, guys. I'm going to go take a break.
Lunch?
Well, I just ate lunch already on the last break, but this is the one where I might accidentally take a nap, so we'll see what happens. Don't count on me coming back on time. I'll be back. And we'll see you guys in a
Do your
bit.
thing, man.
Yep.
Right on.
Later.
Yeah, Captain Hayden, there's some pretty cool YouTube clips out there that have little hacks for hanging mirrors and photographs and things like that on the wall. And some of them are pretty ingenious. No shortage of those. You know, in the old days, you had to have somebody teach you, or somebody took you under your wing to show you the little tips of the trade. But once again, the invaluable tool of the internet shows some pretty cool little ideas. Yeah, Apex, he said he needed a little nap, take a rest. He's tired. He's powerful tired. I can't beat up on him too hard, man. He starts at 5:30, 6 in the morning. I didn't stumble in here till 9. So people in glass houses can't throw stones. And if memory serves me right, you've been gone a while too, Apex. I think you slipped off for an hour or so. So watch yourself.
Are you gonna punch his time card? What's up?
Foo.
My pirate, what's up, bro?
Apex said he wakes up at 3:30 in the morning. He's on his second job. My man. And you are truly of my people. I got nothing but respect for that. I worked 2 8-hour jobs for 6 years straight. 16-hour days, Monday through Friday, for 6 years, before I was finally able to focus on just one. And it made all the difference. So I respect the grind.
What do you remember about that, pirate? Do you remember any of the job that you did, or did you just remember coming home, sitting down in a chair, and people talking to you while you were falling asleep?
I'm not exaggerating here to embellish my story to make it sound more dramatic. I'll tell you the truth. There was no time to sit in a chair. The time was so tight. When the time was so tight, it was literally going from a military Air Force uniform straight into my company uniform. And then at the end of that, I had to make sure I got enough rest not to injure myself for that evening. So after the 16-hour shift was over with, I would have a shower. I didn't need to shower between between jobs, but I would shower and then eat and then straight to bed. And that was it. There was little time, little time for little else. Saturdays became a day to catch up on all the things that got dropped through the wayside. A lot of shit falls through the cracks when you're running at that kind of a breakneck speed. So Saturdays became a day to pick up the loose ends and pieces, and then Sunday was the day of rest.
Day of the Lord, yeah. You rest. Good for you. Yeah.
But yeah.
I
tell people all the time. There's people say, well, it's a race to the grave, or it's you can't take your money with you when you die and you work yourself to death. I get all that. I believe me, I understand all of it. But I wanted better. I wanted to coast at some point. And it seemed obvious to me that the time to get after it was when I was young and full of piss and vinegar. And I was. So I essentially, I doubled down on it. So if one man can do well working 8 hours a day, it stands to reason if you work 16 hours a day that you get a bigger piece of chicken. And that's it, man. But it worked for me.
I'm with you on that. And that's always bothered me. People say, you can't take your wealth with you when you die. I'm like, I've been told that all my life. I can't take my money. I can't take my house, my Corvette.
Yeah. I get it. I understand I know where it's coming from. Yeah.
That's bullshit. You
leave it to your loved ones. You leave it to the people you love. Yeah.
I don't believe that. I believe you take every bit of your wealth with you into the next world. And that's why I think people are fools who say, you can't take your money with you. It's not money. That's just a piece of paper. I'll take.
I get it. Your philosophy is that the wealth isn't exactly the money. Yeah, I understand.
Right. I can go into the next world. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I can go into the next world and have nothing, but I'll have all the wealth already inside me.
Well, I able to do that. For me, I get too confused thinking about the afterlife, and it's brought me no shortage of grief. So I try not to even think about it any longer. But for the here and now, I know that there's people that I love, or people that I just can't. They hold a real special place in my world, and I'd like to think that whatever I do makes their life better. And then that should, if it's done properly, each generation should be successful, should be ever more successful. And that's what I endeavor to do. But what works for me doesn't work for anyone. I was just, and that's enough. It's just starting to sound like I'm cheerleading for myself. But to answer your question, that was, but I remember all of it. I remember every single day of what was taking place in the military, and then I remember what was going on in my business at the time as well. I was just trying to drive home the point that if you double down on the work, you double down on the pay. Real simple concept. Apex says a large passenger plane just crashed in Brazil. In the video, it just fell out of the sky. Like something out of a movie. I'll have to look into that, Apex. But,
that breaks my heart. That's like a terror of mine. Just falling out of the sky and just sitting and looking at people as you're going down. You don't know any of these people, and you're looking at each other. You're going straight into the ground. You know it's going to happen. It's just wow. But it's going to happen. And Pirate, to your comment about the afterlife, what if this is the afterlife, and then you die, and then you have another afterlife, and then you die? You know, kind of like the Eastern religions, the Buddhisms and stuff like that. It's kind of a crazy concept to think about. Just something out there, just throwing it out.
No one knows. No one knows.
Not trying to fight about it or anything.
No, I get it. Like, there's no end to the theoretical possibilities, and there's just as many people who are convinced that they believe they know what happens, and I respect them for that. And I would never want to diminish anybody's convictions in any way. I just share mine honestly, that I couldn't figure it out, so I quit trying.
You know what? That's what I like about you. You just love life, and I love that you love life.
Stop it, Foo. Stop.
Oh wow! I mean, what else are you gonna do?
You just embarrassed me. Buzzman says it's crazy. He doesn't even glide down, just straight down spinning. Very bizarre. I haven't seen the picture, but when you say spinning, Buzzman, was it a flat spin, or do you mean spinning like he was doing rolls?
A roll or a yaw? Yeah.
I probably need. I'm not going to go do it right now because I'll try to pick up the slack when Casey's on break. But I'll take some time later on and have a look at it.
Oh, Casey's on break?
Yeah, he'd love to go on break. He's gone for a few minutes.
I thought he was in here.
Buzzin says flat spin. So.
Oh, jeez. Wow. So one engine failed, or someone stepped on the rudder?
The easy answer is he stalled.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to say that, Captain. But
Hayden, was that?
What's that?
You? Is that you? You?
Yeah, he failed to maintain enough airspeed. It allowed his wings to provide lift, and gravity took over from there. Either it happens in several different ways, and he can explain it more than I can as a pilot. I was but a lowly technician, but either he was climbing too rapidly, his rate of climb was too steep, and the engine couldn't maintain the speed, thereby losing airspeed, which reduced the air flowing over his wings, or he lost engine power. And the plane itself, even at a flat attitude, couldn't maintain the speed. Either one it results in what Hayden just said, a stall, which means he's no longer creating lift. It's sad. Yeah.
We also have when you lose an engine, there's drag on that wing. So if you lost the right engine, the left engine pulls the left wing faster, so the right engine will fall.
Yeah.
And hence you get a roll to the right, and that's where you got to put in rudder.
Have you ever been in that situation with an engine? I mean, I know you probably, when they're in line, you know, like in fighter jets, they're in line. So it's not like an F-14 where one engine stalls, it's going to twist you.
I got the termite guy call. I'll tell you guys later. Yeah.
I often think these planes crash because of overload or center of gravity stuff.
Thank you, Kit.
Did you get a sandwich, Pirate?
You are, your crystal ball is accurate. I'm the proud recipient of a fine ham and cheese sandwich with fresh tomato slices and Miracle Whip, complete with a nice handful of potato chips on the side. Life is good here.
I'm telling you, you better not let that woman get around, because I'm starting to like her a lot. That's fighting words right there. What a good woman. What do you think about my assertion that market makers are basically Federal Reserve banks?
And I don't know. We kind of talked about it a little bit last night in between all the foolishness, but I don't know.
That was last night.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if that's been Hayden's position for some time, that this whole thing is being supported in secret by our own government, that they're the only ones that have the pockets deep enough to allow this foolishness to continue. So that's been his analysis as well. I can't say that either one of you two are wrong. I don't know how you'd make the link.
I wonder. It's an interesting thing when you can just print money and pass it on to everyone else, and in this as a Federal Reserve Bank or whatever, because the Federal Reserve is a private organization. We all know this stuff, but they're in business to make money, and somehow the U.S. government has decided that we can appoint someone there. Someone come in here and tell me I'm wrong. I would love to hear it.
Are we off of airplane crashes?
Yeah, well, he was kind of saying what you were saying, that Fu has this theory that the Federal Reserve is acting as some sort of a behind the scenes partner with these hedge funds to keep all this propped up. And I shared your thoughts on the matter, that from time to time you've said that you thought that the government was the only one that had the pockets deep enough to allow them to continue doing all this. I've no way of proving any other. Yeah.
I like the way Fu put it, but I think I dovetail with his bigger scheme.
Yeah.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say about, not because this is more important, the obviously AMC stuff, but there's other things with electrical control, or what do you call it? Airplanes with electronic flight control systems. They can get into stalls not pretty easy, because the computer is trying to help you, but you can get into falling leaves, where in order to get out of the stall because of something with the flight controls, and it could be anything. There's all sorts of ways to stall an airplane, but you actually have to push to the ground, which is very abnormal for those that have never done it.
Yeah, but it's counterintuitive. Everything in your body says not to.
Yeah, you don't want to go towards the ground, so you keep pulling back on the stick, and that's actually what's putting you in worse trouble, is the pullback. And that's why we were laughing. Don't trust a pilot that can't see something visually. Well, that's when you don't see visually. You have to push it to the ground and know that you're doing it right. you want to look at the other rooms, man? Up here. Okay.
So I don't know this personally, but did you ever fly an F-16? Does the stick actually move?
They
Or does
put
it
like, I've never pulled on one, but from all of my friends that have done it, that have gone up in the plane, they actually put a hair of movement. But a guy that's a pure Viper, they call it the Viper. A pure Viper guy.
Viper.
Yeah, a pure Viper guy doesn't care. If there was no feel in it, they would fly the plane the same way. But it's a force on the stick, and it's a side stick. But if it didn't move, a guy that's only been in the F-16, he wouldn't care anyway. They only put the little bit of movement for you to get used to it. But they're all the same.
So can you explain to everyone listening why fly-by-wire is different than flying with cables and the feedback and all that? Because everyone's probably like, what the fuck are these guys talking about?
The whole basic system is, instead of a cable, moving a lever arm to make a surface go up or down, left or right, you move a position on a stick, and it's like a big rheostat, and it sends a signal with wires to the surface that you move the stick this much, and then it says this much equals this percentage of movement on that surface.
Right.
And then on the other end, all the way back at the flight control, an electric servo picks up this signal, changes it from an electrical signal into a mechanical movement again, pushes another little lever, and then
another servo.
His rudder moves.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like an Xbox controller for everyone, the younger people who don't know all of this technology that came out in 1975.
Yeah, and one of the advantages of that is you don't need as much hydraulics because or cables. Cables are, they can fray and break, and that's bad. You just have to run the electrical wire, so the hydraulics are over by that system. So that can help. And then the other thing is, with the electronic flight control systems, they will change the amount of percentage that the surface moves by the airspeed that the plane's going, because as you're going faster, you don't have to move it as much. So it figures
I did not know that. Okay.
And then the other part is it takes all of the force. So you don't have to be Goliath if you're going 300 knots to move the rudder or the elevator. You just pull where you need to, and that'll tell you the VSI you want. So you're really on your instruments because the computer's taking all the work out of the force to pull, and you're just making movement of what you need to see.
I know where you're going with this, but I don't think people who haven't researched this stuff in depth, why is it so important not to have force on your arm while you're maneuvering the joystick, basically?
Well, like in the Airbus, so you go up in your basic single engine propeller airplane. To take force out, it's just like a boat. How you trim a boat so the bow comes down.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing happens with the airplane. You trim the force out so that it's easier to do something, right? But with an electronic flight control system like on the Airbus, there is no trim. When I pull, the computer's doing all of that for me. It's trimming, it's making the movement so if it's going 400 knots, I don't need 200 pounds of pressure to move it. It moves it for me. So
why is that important in a fighter jet?
Oh, in a fighter jet, now there's a couple of reasons you'd want a flight control system. Like if you're flying a Hornet, and that's really the only one I know, you take a gunshot, you take a missile, and say it blows off one of your rudders and your ailerons. The F-18 will take that into mind and say, okay, it knows that those surfaces are gone because of the computer inside, and it says, okay,
I did not know that. Holy shit.
So the computer says he wants to go left, and he wants to go up and left. So it goes, I don't have an ailerons, I don't have a rudder, So I'm going to take the left elevator and do this, the right elevator do that, and it might even give you some flaps to do the movement that you're telling it you want.
Did you ever pull 9Gs?
Now the Hornets, well, I did once, but it's bad for the airplane.
Okay.
Yeah, the Hornet doesn't pull that many Gs. When you saw, I want to say in the heads-up display, if you pulled, I don't know the exact number. I want to say it's 8.2. Then you had to go back to base and have an inspection done on the airplane. Yeah, I want to say
you're going
it's
to create a whole bunch of work for a bunch of poor guys who shouldn't have done it.
But at the same time, when you do
Pirates
that,
yelling at you. Yeah.
but see that can happen too. Like say you're chasing a guy down, and he makes a big turn, and you jump into his wake. That bump can set off the G meters too. Like I was going to hit a gunshot on an F-16 one day, and I got the shot, and we called to knock it off just to set up for the next one. And
How do you think you can explain
and by the way, he kicked my ass 2 times before that, so it didn't matter.
No.
But I looked in the HUD and I went, "Ah, oh, damn it!" And I'd overstressed the airplane. But there's all sorts of fixed gauges in the airplane, so the fellas will take a panel off and see was that a true flex of the airplane, because it takes away the life of the airplane. So they keep track of that because the airplane can only do so many things for so long, and then you start getting cracks. So they'll pull up a panel and see what the real strain gauge shows, as opposed to what the overall one is in the heads-up display that I would say.
Is an F-18 a fly-by-wire? I don't think it is.
Yes, but it's a higher level of that. It's called a CAF, control augmentation system. So it's actually a level above the F-16s, but they both use electronic flight control.
Why is it advantageous to have the control stick over on your right side rather than between your legs?
There's not. It's just that's the way the F-16 stick is, and the Hornet was just the standard military stick between your legs. They could have put the stick the same way on the Hornet over to on the other side, but everyone always has throttles on the left hand.
So there's nothing to that 30-degree seat angle in an F-16.
That's a big deal. Yeah, their seat, yes, because the F-18 is G limited but unlimited angle of attack, and the F-16 is limited angle of attack and lots of Gs. So they angle the seat so when a guy gets on the stick, because their big deal is
the blood pulls.
They're trying to out G you and stay fast, while the Hornet was trying to turn inside of you and put his nose on you. But all that stuff is kind of out the window now, and you know, I've been out of the scene for 25 freaking years.
I mean, you're talking to me, and I understand everything that you're saying, but probably 90% of the chat is like, "What the fuck are these guys talking about?"
Yeah, one airplane.
That's not true, Hugh. That's kind of insulting. Don't say that, Foo. There's smart people out here that we're not that much smarter than everybody else. I'm quite certain that everybody gets it.
So put it this way: the F-18, because when you stall, you've exceeded the angle of attack of where the airplane produces lift, right?
Right.
So that the lift, the air has broken off the wing, and now it's just like the frothing. It's like the frothing behind the boat, right? It's not producing any lift. It's detached from the wing. When the wing's producing lift, the air goes from one side to the other, like two molecules, one on the top, one on the bottom, and they meet at the back. When it's stalled, they don't meet. The one goes flying off, and the other one goes where it's supposed to.
One tumbles, the air gets chaotic.
So with the Hornet, you could have a higher angle of attack than most airplanes. With the F-16, they limited the angle of attack, but they gave the airplane a lot of G, and it also has a huge motor. It's got a huge thrust to weight. But that's the difference in airplanes. The Hornet did that also because it could fly slower, and the slower it could fly, the easier it is to land on the carrier.
It amazes the F-16 amazes me because they developed it in the early 1970s, and it's still everyone still says, "All right, well, we've developed an aircraft. How does it do against the F-16?" And it just blows my mind.
Inexpensive airplane. That's the whole reason. It was an inexpensive airplane. But when you look at the radars and stuff that they've done to the, I think it's the Block 70.
But
It's the
it
newest.
kicks ass.
Yeah, for what it does. Yeah.
You
It's an
strip
inexpensive airplane. People
drop
can drop a.
tanks, and you go guns only. Now you're in a you're fighting 1970s technology, and you can't beat an F-16.
Now that's where you get into how you fight an airplane. If you
Well, I love all the World War II stuff. They turned and burned, as you know.
Sort of. They never pulled none of the G's that we've done in the modern airplane. But the other thing about here's the other thing. The F-16 clean is where everyone's like, oh my God, it's as we used to say, the warning area monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in a real battle, you're putting a drop tank, you're putting missiles, you're putting bombs.
Three of them.
And that puts a huge amount of drag on the F-16, and it affects them in their fight. You'll never see a guy go into a fight like non-war in an F-16 with like 2 drop tanks. You own that guy like no other, because it doesn't.
Thank you. Did you see the Dassault Rafale beat the F-22?
That's a lie.
Video. It's a video.
Never happened. Never happened.
That never happened. I watched the video.
It'll never happen.
Okay, I saw that the F-22
Star Wars too.
The F-22 had giant tanks on it.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
The
Exactly.
Rafale. Look, the Rafale is a beautiful airplane.
Sure, it's not an F-22. There's nothing flying. There's nothing flying at this moment that we know of.
That we know of.
That an F-22 can't own. And when I say own, I mean 1V4 the hard way, 1V5. That airplane is King Kong. There is if you flew the little simulator for a half an hour, and I put you in the real airplane and me and my Hornet, you would probably own me. Even with little that you know, that airplane just allows you to, if you could handle the G's, of course. Because its flight control system, you hank on the stick and you say, I want to go that direction. The F-22 says, okay, here's your elevator, here's your ailerons, here's your flap. Oh, by the way, I'm going to bend the engines around too. And you just pivot around a pole. And you went from me being behind you to suddenly you being nosed onto me, and I fly by you, and then you do it again, and next thing I know, you're pointing your nose at me. So
yeah, you never want to look at the top of an airplane when it's guns on. I have this weird story, and I've kept it from a lot of people, but I sat down at like a Japanese kitchen with a bunch of Germans, and if you know New Mexico, you know that we host a lot of NATO forces. They do a lot of testing of all of their aircraft here in New Mexico, and I sat down with these guys, and my wife was there, and she was a pretty little girl, and they were all happy, and it was like 9 of us around this. They're flipping eggs around and doing all this shit. And I got to talking with them because I could tell they were foreigners. And I'm a huge Eurofighter fan. I really love that airplane. I think it's probably the most beautiful airplane ever to exist. And I told them, these guys, they all were engineers on the Eurofighter. I said, I think the Eurofighter can beat the F-22. They all started laughing at me.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck it. And they were like vociferous about it. They were like, Are you dumb?
Yeah,
No.
that airplane is King Kong. Period.
One F-22. They told me they're like, I can't even do a German accent, but just imagine me speaking in a German accent. They said, "Do you not know what you're saying, Foo Dog? One F-22 can shoot down 10 Eurofighters, and the Eurofighter pilot won't even know what's happening."
And the only reason it's only 10 is because they ran out of missiles.
That's correct. And bullets. Yeah.
Yeah, they ran out of bullets and they ran out of missiles, and the only thing they had left is just to ram you. That's all they had left.
And to put it in perspective, the F-22 was developed in 1978 or 1979.
Well, the word has it also of the two airplanes, the F-22 and the F-23. The F-23 was actually better.
Some say that, yes. I can see the.
Yeah, I've talked to people that were familiar with both of them out at Edwards, and they're like, they told me some of what the F-23 did on takeoff, and it was a monster among monsters.
It looks like a monster.
Yeah, that thing was incredible airplane. Both of them incredible, obviously, but the 23 was actually said to be better.
Obviously, it didn't have vectoring. I'm sorry.
I think it was actually stealthier and faster.
Right. And pirate, I'm not being condescending, but thrust vectoring is when you can turn your engine up, down, left, right.
Yeah,
And
when you see the Soviet thrust vectoring, it's a whole nother archaic system too. It's not even close to the way our vectoring is.
Does the F-15 currently have thrust vectoring?
I'm sorry,
Food,
which one?
do you seriously expect me to believe that you think that I don't know what thrust vectoring is? Is that what you're going with here?
No. You got after me about the chat, and I was like,
no,
wait.
I just didn't want anybody to be insulted, because when you say things like, I don't think everybody here knows what we're talking about, it comes across as a little bit snarky, and I don't want anyone to be offended.
I mean, okay. And that's why I apologize. I'm sorry. We're talking about things that are like so unique. And if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to talk about it. But
I didn't. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that you couldn't talk about it. You did this last night, and it pissed me off too. You have this bad habit of saying things and then treating everybody else in the room like somehow or another they're not aware or they're ignorant about it, and it's insulting. And after a while, I just can't take it anymore. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. I'm just saying, by all means, share your thoughts, share your opinions, but keep that stuff to yourself about, I don't think anybody else here knows what I'm talking about, because it's not the case. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. To everyone, I apologize if I seem snarky or if I'm condescending. I don't want to sound that way.
You launched last night. You launched into that whole thing about the Constitution, and you got kind of mean to us, like somehow or another none of us understood the Constitution, none of us knew what it represented, and then you got a little bit belligerent and mean about it. And after a while, it just gets to be a bit hard to take. That's all. There's some smart people in here, man.
Okay. Will you accept my apology? I'm so sorry.
Hey, absolutely. No, you don't even have to apologize for it. We had it out last night, and I was like, park that shit somewhere else, and you're like, Roger that, and we move forward. But yeah, I
I don't mean to be mean or anything to anyone. I'm so sorry. If I sounded condescending to anyone, please accept my deepest apologies. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man.
Power
hour. We got 1 hour left of stock market action. Plenty of time to talk about any topics that anybody wants to speak on. By all means.
Yes, and please call me out at any moment, anytime. I'm just a regular guy.
I get it.
I love talking about this stuff, so that's why I try to break it down into something simple too, because like I said, everyone says stall, stall, stall with the stall, but as I learned from aviation safety school when I went through, it's pretty impressive the different ways you can stall an airplane.
Well, and that's why I'm asking you like rookie questions, so that I know what you're talking about. I just don't know if everyone. And I'm sorry, Pirate. You probably know all this shit and don't give a crap. But I'm just trying to lead him into talking more about it because I find it so interesting, and I hope to God that I don't sound condescending to all the rest of you. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. Wait a minute. Do I sound condescending?
Now you're parent. No, you sound paranoid.
Let it go. Let it go, Foo. Let the moment go, man.
Well, I think you're paranoid.
Do I have delusions of grandeur?
Nice.
All right, guys. Let me know because I'm a very humble person. Well, no humble person ever says that, but I'm trying to just talk about things so that we can have a good time.
Hey, nice weather we're having today, huh, guys?
See how that is? You want to talk about the weather, or do you want to talk about flight control systems of an F-16?
Mr. Blue Sky out here.
Yes, in fact, let me see if I can actually. Actually, I got a good picture for you. Can you see my when I turn it on?
I don't know.
Sometimes it pops up for me. Sometimes it fails too. But don't let me slow you down. If you can share it with her, yeah, it's showing now.
Okay.
Shows your floor.
Yeah. See the horizontal stab on the Hornet? It knows I'm about to take off, so it wants to get the nose up. So it puts the elevator down, and it wants to get its nose up even faster. It pinches in both rudders on its own, and that makes the nose climb when this disconnects from the nose coming off the catapult. That's how smart the Hornet was. I gotta go talk to the Hornet. I'll be back.
Yep.
I guess he can chime in whenever, but from my understanding, nobody's ever flown a Hornet off of a carrier. It's always a computer. Let's see. Let me poke the Hornet's nest. He'll probably come back and correct me and tell me I'm full of shit, but so Pirate, what do you think about the new AC-130? What do they call it? Like a C-390 or something? It has jet engines.
Yeah, I've been out of that game for many years, and I bump into people from time to time to stay abreast of some of the changes. But they're all just stories to me now. I don't keep up with the latest and the greatest. I go over to the base from time to time and go on the aircraft. I can still have access, so I go maybe once a year or something to visit with friends and see how everything's changed. But
All right, the picture is.
I find it hard to believe that they'll ever replace the Hercules. It's known as the Mack truck of the sky for a good reason, and its utility is well established. So, despite the fact that they have all these planes now with jet engines hanging on them for cargo, I don't see it at any time in the foreseeable future where they stop using those propeller-driven planes, at least to some extent. Welcome back, Captain Hayden. Thought we lost you there.
Here, I'm going to put on the. This is what I've been doing while I was talking. So this is the Las Vegas wall.
Fu and Snowman, welcome.
We got Alex Pereira.
Wow.
The Golden Knights.
So, Hayden, while you were gone, I made a comment that no F-18 pilot has ever flown off a carrier.
F-18? You mean an F-16?
No, an F-18. You have to get your hands off the controls, and the airplane flies you up, and then you grab it and go. Is that correct or not? Or in other words, does the computer fly you off the flight deck? Is he gone?
I don't know. It's like dead silence.
He got interrupted.
Sorry.
His mic. Right now, he's shaking his head. He's shaking his head in disbelief, massaging his brow. If he could post a picture of,
He's calling the CIA right now.
It's the. You could say that, but what happens is the airplane has to recognize it's flying for the first. Don't quote me again. I want to say it's 3/4 of a second. You had to wait like 3/4 of a second before you grab the stick, because if you grabbed it early, it would put it in input thinking that the airplane was doing something else. And so you couldn't touch it for like the first couple seconds. Not seconds, like 3/4 of a second, I think is what it was. But to tell the truth, I used to roll it early off the catapult.
You fucker.
I used to roll.
Of course you did.
I used to roll it early. Everyone, it was.
You're a fucking man, yeah.
I mean, I had 1,800 hours in the airplane, but it's literally, you go, as soon as you went, you could grab the stick. So it might have been a half a second.
Okay.
But yeah, because if you grabbed it too early, there was an issue that the airplane would put in an input thinking that something else was going on, and then you get into the loop of badness. But I never had an issue. It was never that big a deal.
And
This
there
is
you go.
great stuff. I love it, man. Holy shit, that's fucking amazing. Plane launches you, and then it says, "All right, it's your turn," and you just go ahead. And you rolled it early. Like, what did you do? Like, earn it hard, or?
Yeah. Yeah,
What a
whenever
fucking-
you take off in the daytime, if you're on cats 1 and 2, which are the front of the carrier, you would roll to the right. If you're on the cat 3 and 4, which are the left side of the carrier, you'd roll to the left to give everyone spacing.
And you flew Super Hornets?
No, I only flew the little ones, ABCDs.
So the competitor, yeah, that's the team competitor, yeah.
Yeah, the small ones. You can tell. Here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Here's the well, one is the size.
The
if
Super
you
Hornet
look-
is basically a naval F-15, right?
Yeah, it's that. See the intake right there, how it's curved.
Yeah, and then
On the big Hornet, it's a square or a rectangle like the F-14 was. That's why it can go faster.
Did you ever fly an F-14?
I cross-trained in it, but I didn't get to get any time in it. I went through all the training.
All right,
so
guys.
I know all about the engine.
Let's do some numbers.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take care, man.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
numbers time. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something may happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys have statements of your portfolios. That's really, really super important to have from your broker, and have it on hand for yourself to hold on to. Let's see here. We have in total for the day today on volume going through off exchange and EDGX, we have a grand total of 54.75% going through off exchange, EDGX 11.87. For combined total 66.62%. That's about 0.62% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So it's just a tiny bit elevated. CHX volume for the day today is 2,001 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume for the day is 2,286 shares. Nothing also unusual going on there. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow, no change. There's still just that 1.4 million sitting there. 2.18% is fees for borrowing, according to IBKR, with rebate at 3.14. Ortex, an hour ago, was suggesting 1.95 million shares returned so far on AMC for the day today, is now reporting drum roll. It's going to come through. May not be reporting. We'll move on because it doesn't seem to want to update on the chart here. So moving on to options until that does report. We'll come back to that. And highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike. There was 11.6 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 14.1 thousand contracts in volume for the day. Highest amount of put volume also coming in at a $5 strike. There was 9,000 contracts an hour ago. It's now 10.5. Market still suggesting a closing price between 475 and 525 by the end of the day today, from what I can see. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and due to the fact that we've had low volume for the day today, I do not expect to see us on here. And we are not. MMRI was 252.89 as of an hour ago. It's now 252.84. Really not much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.114 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.114. So no change in the last hour. Let's see if the Ortex ever reported here. Nope. Moving on. NASDAQ is up 0.37, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the SP 500 is up 0.38. We have 3,274 decliners to 2,440 advancers. The market is just slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still overall in decline. There's only two sectors that are down for the day today. We have the first sector being materials, followed by industrials. Top two performing sectors for the day today. Looks like it's going to be communications, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We have Silvergate up 2.79, and that might be the only thing that we read off. Indeed it is. I got Ortex data to pop up here. It's still reporting 1.95 million shares haven't been returned for the day. That's what it was reporting an hour ago, so no changes there. For GME, they were reporting 282,000 shares haven't been returned. It's 264,000 shares now. Moving over to gold, we have a little bit of a downtrend here. It looks kind of like a little bit of consolidation after a big downtrend. Silver is up down 0.22, and for the most part, this looks like consolidation as well. Ethereum Classic is down 1.97, 1.98, starting to trend up a little bit here and breaking that level of resistance as it's trending up. The US dollar is down 0.08, and looks like it's finding a little bit of a bottom around 103.03 and starting to trend up. Oil is down 1.79 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.32 to 0.38. And slightly trending down. SPY is up 0.38 and trending up. VIX is down 12.53 at 2081 and still trending down. The futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 2038, so it's really only about half a percentage point less or more than what it should be on the futures. So it's aligning up right now towards the end of the week. IWM is down 0.33 and consolidating. VB is down 0.05 consolidating. Tesla is up 0.5 consolidating after trend up. Amazon is up 0.36 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.07 consolidating. Doge is down 2.33 and looks to be still trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.3, trending down. GME is up 1.15 and is consolidating after trend up. HYMC is down 2.24 and looks like it might be moving into a trend up right now after having been on a trend down. NCMI is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating after trend up. HUD is up 0.37 and consolidating after trend down. And AMC is down 1.08 and consolidating after trend down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately 1.7. Yeah. That's not right. I don't know why I just can't. All of a sudden, I just could not math all of a sudden. Hold on a second here. Yeah, 1.7. I don't know why I said that. $1.7 million more outflow than inflow. 6.83 million shares having been traded so far for the day after 357 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 7.46 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And that is definitely within the 5 to 25 million shares traded by the end of the day that I had suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours, RSI is at 52.04, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 61.1, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 51.55, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure. Actually, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.16, which is just slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Casey.
Thank you.
Happy Friday. God bless you all. Yours is my
Cal, my my little nephew. I say little, but he's actually grown up to be a big guy now. Hi, Uncle Casey says, and Cal, how's it going? Good to see you.
Brian has enlisted Pro Jeweler in his efforts to acquire himself a baby alligator. So now there's 2 of them involved in this. I guess he's taking it on a leap of faith that Pro Jeweler's proximity to Alligator Alley and all that stuff in South Florida increases Brian's odds of becoming the proud new owner of a baby alligator. So I'll keep you all posted on how this plays out.
This isn't going to turn into a shoe business, Brian. I wear a size 11. You can go ahead.
What is it? What is
If you cup your baby alligator and make me some shoes, that would be great.
I wonder what the lifespan is on a home pet alligator.
Oh, they'll live 80 years.
80?
They're like 80. Yeah, they're
Whoa.
like parrots. No, don't ever buy a parrot.
Yeah. Wow.
What do you think about my assertion, Casey, that market makers are acting like mini reserve banks? Hello.
For shares?
I didn't say anything else. I just said they're acting like mini reserve banks, like Federal Reserves. They can just fucking print whatever they want.
In the name of liquidity, making liquidity. Yeah, I mean, so they're tasked with creating liquidity when there may not be any. Period. In general, the idea is that they need to complete a market, and regardless of at all costs, right? And so if there is no liquidity, one of the tasks that they're tasked with is to make it. So in a sense, yeah.
Wait, did you say at all costs?
Yeah, at all costs. The last thing you want to have is a you don't want to have a market that is illiquid. That's not going to allow you to have a continuating. I like that word. It's not going to allow you.
Continuation is a word.
Yeah. It's not going to give you an ability to be able to complete orders or have a market that has a continuous trading ability. So if things just start stopping, if nobody can make a trade back and forth because there is no liquidity, then you don't have
Did you just say things start stopping?
Yeah. Yeah, it's you have a frozen market. You have a frozen market at that point because nobody can make a trade. And when you have a frozen market, no trades can be completed, then it's broken. It's a broken system.
JC, Google says alligators in the wild live to be 50 years old. In captivity, they can do 60 to 80.
Damn, that's so
it's
crazy.
That's a lifetime purchase.
Yeah, no, thank you. You're not gonna get those shoes anytime soon.
Not if you're waiting for him to expire of natural causes.
Yeah.
If you're gonna bust him in the head with a shovel, that's another matter.
And this is Pirate GPT that we're listening to. No, I actually think that's incredible that market makers can be Federal Reserve. Please, someone tell me I'm wrong.
I think that the big issue really for me is that you can be a hedge fund and also be a market maker. Like that's the part that I have more a problem with anything. I understand the idea behind needing to make a market. That I get. The part I don't understand is how in the world you would allow somebody to make a bet to the short side of a position and then make the market at the same time. It just seems a little unfair.
Right.
Yeah.
And we hem and haw $35 trillion later. We're like, how can this happen? And we're still.
I mean, I get the idea of
thing, right?
allowing shorting to occur in the marketplace to create a situation where you give legitimacy to stocks that are companies that are performing versus not performing, because then you give the ability. Otherwise, you would just see growth constantly on all stocks, right? You would never see any kind of, because there's always going to be people who are, population increases. Therefore, and unless your shares increase in quantity of like kind of population increase, then you're going to have liquidity problems at some point. So you got to have companies that aren't performing well somehow go down in price. And if people just hold forever, then you never have that situation. So you got to have somebody who can come in there and allow and force price down on a stock by saying it's no longer worth what it is that's being claimed, and so the value of the stock is going to go down. So I understand. I get the concept of why a shorting position needs to be allowed to create a market that goes not just up, but just can fluctuate in both directions and can.
It's a control.
Yeah,
I agree with you. That's a control.
Yeah, but again, the conflict between somebody who can create liquidity out of nothing, and also short at the same time is I don't understand that concept. It's a bad system. That's my opinion. So, also real quick here, Cal says
we've had this conversation, and it's the same conversation. Why are they doing this? And why are they allowed to do this? And you just spelled it out perfectly. I'm glad that you explain it that way, because I don't know. Don't get on my ass, but there are some people who don't have that kind of information. But yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
it's bullshit.
Well,
they act like a federal bank. I mean, they really are just printing money.
They're printing positions that they're fulfilling at a later date and time is the objective, right? Like if they can't find it now, then they'll find it later down the road, one way or the other.
$1 trillion.
And whether that means money going into their own pockets to find that, because they're trying to short the position. The idea is that if you can get the price, down on the position that's being created. At some point in the position decides to exit, then you no longer have a position that needs to be accounted for anymore. So the idea is that eventually, you'll have a fair balanced market, because the position will exit before you ever have to actually create a position, that fake made position. Unfortunately, we have. I don't know how much is outstanding on the books now. I can't remember. Some I've seen the numbers like written down someplace. We have like positions that total trillions of dollars that are open but not yet purchased because they're outstanding. I can't remember what the total is. It's a couple $1 trillion or something like that sitting on the books.
I don't know if you can be any more candid than you've been in the last 30 seconds. That was brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah. But they're front running the whole market. The whole market's being front run. But and here's the sad part.
It's a balloon. It's like a giant balloon.
It is.
It's not just front running anymore. It's just a giant, like Uranus. Oh, I'm sorry, like a Saturn. It's so huge that they don't know what they're gonna do with it. They don't know.
But it's not just happening in just securities and commodities. It's happening in everything that they touch their hands on. Everything. So you have paper positions that are being created constantly across the board for any product that's open and in the marketplace. And so we now have, and this is gonna, this is where I start stirring that pot, that everybody hates it when I stir it, but especially me.
Well, you already touched it,
but
so you might as well.
you have crypto ETFs now, right? That are being traded in the marketplace now, and these are literal paper traded positions in the marketplace. They don't even have like. I went down a rabbit hole a little bit just the other day to try and figure out like how many outstanding how many outstanding coins have to be held by these institutions who are trading these ETFs for crypto, and it's there's not even like you can't even really like get a forced value. All you can get is a how much they hold in value against the asset that they're trading, which is Bitcoin right now. There's also Ethereum that I think they're trading as well for ETFs, but you can't you can only get a value, and it's like some X billions of dollars, right? And so if you convert that billions of dollars into actual coins to try and figure out what, how much they're holding in value against those particular cryptocurrencies, it actually came out to like a really low number in coins, which I kind of was surprised by. But I don't even think that they hold those. I don't even think they buy them. It's just let's make pretend that we hold a position that we don't really even have. This is a paper traded market, man. It's a paper traded market.
You literally just put a magnifying glass on the entire world. Wow.
Hey, Casey, I don't know if you mentioned today, but what's the synthetic price for today?
Give me a second. 419.
Are you not astonished by what Casey just said?
419. No, I mean, I'm sure. The thing is I feel like I've said this like a million times, and I think we all know this. We all know that this is the case, but it's like, I mean, there's nothing we can really do about it. I mean, it's just, that's the way the market is. I feel like this is the probably one of the biggest points in time where retail has decided to put its foot down and say, enough is enough. You can't just continue to trade a market the way that you want to trade the market. We're going to continue to hold our position regardless of what you make the price, and force you to at some point have to come to terms with the fact that there's people holding positions that are outstanding that you don't account for.
That's why I love you, man. You fucking say it like it is. And you don't mince words. You just say it like it is.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that. I hope people can go back in time and listen to what you just said. It's huge what you just said. It's so enormous. It's beyond anything that we can even think of. They are completely fabricating the entire world. But people don't want to believe that. And what you just said is amazing. This is why I love you and I watch you, and I always will be a part of your group and everything, because you just lay it out. There it is. You say it like it is. And why can't we accept that? Why don't we accept that?
I don't know. I think we have. I think we are accepting it, and that's why we're making the stand that we're making.
It.
Yeah. Why isn't the whole world? Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Well, it's because nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. Nobody understands. Everybody's out trying to grab their own little piece of the pie.
Awareness. Yeah, you're right.
And so
there has to be awareness. And that's what we do. We make people aware. All right. So all seriousness, just ran out the door.
Really? All seriousness?
AC, I sent you a message on Discord. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Let's see here.
I found a...
Is this a new? Let's see. What is this?
I believe this came out from AMC. And at the bottom it says, based on 321.6 million weighted average shares outstanding as of June 20th or June 30th, 2024.
Juneteenth.
This is released June 30th. This is the June 30th Q2 results, the second quarter results that you released, that you're pasting. Is that what I'm looking at?
I believe so. I did find it off of Twitter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know.
This came from our. Should have been the same information that was released August 2nd from the shareholder meeting. Yeah.
But I sent that earlier when you were talking about how the weighted or just outstanding shares. I was trying to see if I could find something on that.
Yeah, we have. Let's see here. Based on 300. I have written on my board 368.09 million shares. And I'm not sure. I'm rereading this over and over and over again here to understand, see if I understand what it is. This is based on 321.6 million weighted average shares outstanding as of June 30th, 2024, and 151.3 million weighted average shares outstanding as of June 30th, 2023. Not quite
Yeah, that's
sure.
kind of weird.
Oh, I see what they're. This is a footnote to. Let me put this up on the screen so people can see what it is that I'm talking about here. Give me 1 second. And while I'm doing this, I got to go back to Cal was saying hi, how are you? And I got to say back to Cal. I'm doing good, Cal. I'm
Cal.
Yeah, Cal. I'm just doing my thing. So this is the report.
You're just mathing away. You're doing math and shit.
Yeah,
multitasker.
This is the little footnote down here to this right here. Net loss per diluted share was 10 cents compared to net earnings per diluted share of 0.06 for Q2 2023. And I think what they're saying is that's this amount of shares compared to this amount, what the difference in diluted amount per share was, is what they're saying.
That makes sense.
And then did you say Ermagerd? How dare you?
I'm not sure why they're saying 321.6 million shares, because that seems a little low. I've got 363 or 368 or something like that written on my board here. Let me look at something real quick here, because that does cause me to wonder why that number seems a little off. Let me just look at something real fast. Talk amongst yourself while I look at this.
Have a sip of coffee. When are you going to actually say, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm right? And
you probably counted in the shares that they gave to Mudrick and everybody, and those aren't shares yet.
We don't accept Canadian shares.
Man, censor content. Where were you this?
Condescending.
Where were you this afternoon when I was trying to talk about Nova Scotia and you? No, our share.
Yeah, no, but
there's Nova Scotia. We don't do any of that.
You talk to Preacher about that, not censored. He's Canadian.
He's a Canada.
Nova.
Why the hell would Preacher know anything about Nova Scotia?
How? Come on, he resembles a Nova Scotia.
What is he preaching?
Trust me, he knows more about Nova Scotia than Canada. Censor content knows everything about.
Why can't we all just get along?
Come on, man. Look.
Yucca, we're not playing cards tonight. You know that, right? James can't. Just let you know. Just if you got any place else to go tonight, it's fine, because we're not playing poker. There will not be a poker game going on, and don't bother looking for it. It's just a waste of your time. Just to let you know, and there won't be any.
Pirate, you don't tell me. You don't tell me nothing.
Wait, don't.
Is your name Yucca? I thought I was talking to you.
Don't steal my lightning, man. He's talking to me.
Steal my lightning. That's another one of his yogiisms. Don't steal my lightning, man.
Steal my lightning.
I'm gonna have to do some.
My light.
I'm gonna have to do some more digging.
Digging what?
Well, as of July 30th, there was 368.09 million shares being reported outstanding, and then now it's showing 361.35. I'm not sure why it dipped by about 7 million shares there, just about 7 million shares there, and but that's still way more than the amount that AMC is reporting on that report. So I need to go digging through. I didn't really look because I think I was. I don't remember. Oh, where was I? I was out of town, wasn't I? Oh yeah, I was on the water park tour trip this last weekend when it came out. So yeah, I was on another break and didn't look at the Q2.
I seriously think your numbers, including the 40 million or so that all those companies have.
Oh, okay.
The ability to convert.
Maybe that's what it is.
But they haven't converted them yet. But they'll consider them outstanding, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll take a look at it. I'll try and
Because
figure
it's
out what it is.
right?
Yes, it is. But I'll have to take a look and see because I'm not sure why
So
I've got a different number.
It's not really shares, but it's kind of shares.
Mm-hmm. It's potential shares.
Trudeau shares.
Oh, nicely done.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
I'm only saying that because it's about the right amount.
Yeah.
Sensor content. We love you, man. We love all of your.
I know.
Greetings, exalted one.
Yes.
Dumbass. 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 What? Munch.
What?
Dumbass. Dumbass. What? Munch. Kill me.
This is where my brother. This is where my brother rushes to turn the channel off so that my nephew doesn't hear all this stuff.
He's like, that's about enough of Uncle
Yep,
Casey.
Uncle Casey is
for one day.
off the
Let's
channel.
Go out and see let's go see what Mom's doing in the kitchen.
He's done.
Yeah, that's all for Uncle Casey today.
Yep.
Let's go see what Mom's
That's
got.
the internet. Have a nice day.
We are
Let's
not
move
going to
on.
listen to Uncle Casey anymore. Casey's busy now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got. I just want to throw this out there real quickly. Apex is got or was it Apex? No, I'm sorry. It was Tech. Tech's got a 453 to 553 price prediction for the day. So we're only 2 cents off of his price prediction for the day. So he might be in the running for an extra bonus point going into today, which means that if that happens, if we hit 503 for a close, he will win out the week. Just throwing that out there, a little drama for the end of the day.
Well, in keeping with that theme, if for 3 years in a row, 99% of the time they nail Max Payne, why on earth would today be any different? Why would any of you guys pick any number other than Max Payne plus or minus a penny?
I mean, I did. I took 2 pennies off. I went 448.
I just wanted to be different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be different.
Just like
I was throwing a little bit of a psychological curveball at everybody today, trying to convince them not to stay out of that 10-cent range. 5 cents on either side.
You didn't tell us they were Canadian.
Everyone here is different.
I'm not saying you're wrong or you shouldn't do that. I just wanted to know the rationale behind it. That's all. I'm just like
I honestly woke up this morning thinking $5, but then I was like, you know what? I do the same thing all the time. I shoot Max Payne every Friday. I just go lower. Fuck it, because they're assholes and they hate us.
I mean, one of these days they're either going to be wrong and Max Payne is going to be won't mean anything. It'll be meaningless. It won't be meaningless. It won't be predictive. It'll be maybe the Max Payne will be $7 and we close at 19 on that particular day, or they'll increase the options chain activity will increase dramatically, lopsided to what would cause them to change Max Payne increasingly. But one way or another, either Max Payne's going to have to change, or one of these days they're going to be really, really wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I also felt that they were going to. Go ahead. I also felt that they were going to run us up too a little bit today, so then it would give SSR an option to trip over the weekend because, like Casey had discussed earlier this week, the weekend they're still doing things. You know what I mean? So then that would have brought SSR up. They could have drove it down over Sunday night into Monday morning, tripped it Monday morning like they did
this week and just did the same bullshit.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
thing.
just history repeats itself. Yeah.
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 No, man.
Meh.
What happened?
You want to hear a real tinfoil hat theory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
they're
would.
running this up-
Okay.
Okay.
Is it quick? Is it quick?
All
No,
right,
no, 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 no.
go ahead.
If it's quick, I'll let you be the final word because I got like a minute or so here left. So.
Oh, okay. So they run.
you feel
They
rushed.
run it up. They make money. They run it down. They make money.
Money.
And they know they've lost, and they're trying to come up with numbers to pay us.
So
the end. All right. So you go
What?
from there. No, that was it.
Until the dog days are over.
Boom. There it is. Till the dog days are over. Love it.
Right. Think
You're
about
like the
it.
fat kid
Larry.
on a seesaw. We're the little guy on the other end.
You're gonna think about this all weekend long. They're doing all this. They're running it up. They're making money. They're running it down. They're making money. It's all paper money. And then as soon as they have enough to offer a liquidity solution without collapsing the system, they're just gonna put some digits in your bank account, and you're gonna say, "Oh yeah, good. I did it." And then we're done.
wait.
What?
Are you saying the market maker is like the Federal Reserve?
You mean he means like a central bank digital currency is what he means. You just throw something into your account that has a value, and you'll be like, oh, cool, I can spend this cool new thing that they're calling cash. It's the new digital dollar, and and it's just some value in it's sitting in your account that maybe they tell you can only spend so much of it at certain points in time and whatnot. But all right, I like it. It's actually not a bad it's not a bad theory, but
something to think about.
Yep.
Let's go
Think about.
Savages.
on this. You guys are great. Love you. I'll be back in a while if you're still here.
Yep.
Oh, where are you going? Play golf?
Maybe.
Go
I
go condescend on somebody.
I'm gonna head out,
Look,
guys.
you need to-
I will be back in just a few
You're
minutes
not
after
coming
I
back?
close out. Yeah, I'll close out and then I'll come
He's
back.
coming.
All right. With that, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must come eventually to an end. This weekend, don't forget you have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Enjoy your family time. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great one. Beep beep.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. For about 90 seconds, launch your space shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.